everyone. Before starting, just sharing some information with Marina, and then I will translate it all for you. Just one moment, please. Quindi Marina, noi vediamo soltanto noi che parliamo, quindi relatori e relatrici. Il pubblico lo vedremo solo se o alza la mano o interviene in chat. Quindi ora lo spiego.
Ho capito.
Insomma,
è molto importante, sì, sì, grazie. Quindi io non vedo le faccette di tutti, no.
Vedi le nostre, cioè di tutte, perché questa è la conformazione relatori e relatrici, in modo tale che non abbiamo problemi di cam, di audio, di dire spegnete, accendete,
Hai
eccetera,
ragione,
eccetera.
hai ragione.
Quindi,
perfetto.
So, hello everyone. Before we begin, some quick information. We only see who's speaking, so only the speakers. The audience is like in another, we can say, room. But if they want to ask questions and critiques and so on, something like this, we'll be able to interact both via voice or chat. They have just to raise the hand on Zoom or using the Q&A session or the chat session. So this is just an information. If we see only, I think that in this moment we are 30 people. Other people are in other room and so on. So you all have the authorization to share your PPT. If you have problem yesterday or 2 days ago, we send you the email and WhatsApp number. So if you have some kind of problem, you can use that email or that smartphone number. And that's all. I think if you agree, in 2-3 minutes, we can start. And thank you so much for being here and for being part of this amazing adventure, like a myth or a fairy tale. And in 2 minutes we will start. So thank you again. Marina, quindi dimmi tu. Ecco, quando vuoi,
Sì, hai detto
diciamo
2 minuti.
Ok, 2 minuti, perfetto.
Senti, archetipi culturali, io l'ho tradotto cultural e come lo pronuncio archetipi? Archetypes?
Cultural archetypes.
Archetypes, ok. Vabbè, io l'ho scritto perché mi sembrava una cosa, io faccio il riassunto di quello, vabbè, lo sentirai, insomma, ho pensato che era per me, non mi dovevo troppo imbranare, l'ho scritto. E quanti siamo secondo te oggi?
Allora, noi vediamo...
I relatori ci sono.
Sì, siamo al momento una trentina, quindi sicuramente quelli di oggi. Noi in totale siamo 70, quindi...
Lo so, ma infatti Edmondo, un lavoro immenso e ci tenevo a non... Anche questo ti dà forza, cioè aver organizzato una cosa così grande. Io spero che i tuoi colleghi ti abbiano detto bravo, bravissimo.
Sì.
Ecco.
Poi ne parliamo anche perché, insomma, come sai, oggi o domani...
E
però
infatti,
qui
Edmondo,
evitiamo.
ma per
Ora non
carità,
siamo in
io non
registrazione,
ho...
Marina. Siamo in registrazione.
Perfetto, ci siamo. Dimmi tu quando parto e quando cominciamo.
Facciamo proprio come se fosse il Rai. Ti do 3, 2, 1 azione e dopo 2 secondi
Perfetto.
inizi. Ok.
Benissimo.
Allora, 3, 2, 1, azione.
Hello to everybody, and I am very pleased to welcome you today for the 40th Annual Conference of European Fairy Tale Route. Each year, together with the scientific committee directed by Edmondo Grassi and with everyone's contribution, since 2022, we have identified a theme that reflects a distinctive aspect of our time. We, and seek within fairy tales the archetypes of our way of understanding the world, the elements that still resonate in our contemporary culture. Thus, after exploring and reflected on the role of fantastic animals in fairy tales and children's literature, landscape of the imagination, and Once Upon a Bite, bringing collective imaginary and technology, today we gather to discuss Behind the Magic Mirror, imagination, politics, and media. I am convinced that in order to understand reality, it's essential to examine its reflection in media, technological applications, and politics, all of which shape the elements and relationship of our contemporary collective imaginary. Thanks to all of you, today's and tomorrow's conference will help highlight how, why, and to what extent the cultural archetypes found in fairy tales continue to serve as evidence of a universal human identity, and how they have been manifested both overtly and latently within our collective imagination. Together, we will embark on a journey through subversive imaginaries such as love and freedom. We will address political imaginaries, myths, and symbols of contemporary societies, the idea of feminine, and the role of media, tradition, and rebellion. We will also consider myths related to authority and identity, with the ambition of reimagining our technological and ecological worlds, recognizing truth representations and adaptation of the fantastic, how storytelling can serve as a political practice to re-enchant a disenchanted world. As I think you all, I will listen with great attention, and I promise to do my utmost to disseminate your contributions. I am delighted to see that we are a community, attentive both to change and to the ancient history from which we originate. And personally, I am truly happy to find so many colleagues deeply engaged in understanding the ever-evolving role of the collective imagination. I now give the floor to the Director of Scientific Committee, and I look forward to listening your reflections and to the further dialogue that will emerge from today's discussions. Thank you for your attention and good work now.
Thank you so much, Marina, and thank you so much to all the people here. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. And I would like to share with you my path in the European fairy tale roots created by Marina D'Amato, our director, and why we decided this year to use to choose this theme. So why Beyond the Magic Mirror, imagination, politics, and media? First of all, I would like to begin with a very simple scene, a mirror that does not merely reflect, but opens a threshold. Whoever crosses that threshold in myths, in fairy tales, or in media narratives discovers that the imaginary is not a form of escapism. It is the fabric through which societies organize fears, desires, values, and hierarchies. If we recall Campbell, he understood this well when he formalized the concept of the monomyth. Working comparatively and influenced by Jung, Fraser, and Rank, Campbell argued that many mythical narratives across different cultures, different societies, different perspectives share a recurring structure. That is the hero, the heroine journey, articulated in three major movements. In this model, the hero, whether male, female, transgender, or any other figure who embodies this role, leaves the non-order, undergoes transformative trials in another space, then receive a boon, be it knowledge, an object, or a kind of power, and returns to regenerate the community, reconciling the ordinary world with the extraordinary one. So, according to Campbell, becoming the master of the mistress, or we can use any gender we want, the master of the two worlds. But is precisely that seemingly universal map that uses us today to confront differences and asymmetries. One might think here of the study of Ngugi wa Thiong'o and his reflection on the decolonization of the mind, which remind us that the mirror of the present is also a linguistic mirror. In this moment, I'm using a language that is not my native language. I'm not a native English speaker, and I can say that we are in a kind of way. I'm obliged to use English language, and we have to reflect. We have to reflect about it because, according to the study of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, it reflects who speaks and which language. So to decolonize the imaginary means to reopen the channels of modern tongues and orature, allowing our operative myths to circulate once again. If platforms select narratives, we can say that languages select possible words. Literacy in the imaginary today is also a politics of translation, horizontal and polycentric. It is a trajectory we can pursue further. For example, with the study of Edouard Glissant, we can say that identity is not a single root, but an archipelago of ties. It is born in encounter and creolization, not in isolation. This reconfigures our mirror. Instead of demanding a clear, definitive figure, the mirror must hold space for differences that remain. Glissant calls this the right of opacity. So, not everything that exists must be reduced to our interpretative grade. It is an ethic of the imaginary, seeing without possessing, without recognizing, without normalizing. This amounts to a democracy of the imaginary that requires opaque zones, stories that refuse instant translation, pluriverses that do not collapse into only one perspective. So in this sense, the mirror of the present is not glass. I think that we have to return to its primordial dimension, so that of the water, and its capacity to change form, to become an element that carves time in order to preserve relation, difference, and future. As Chiara Bottici, an Italian philosopher, reminds us, myth is not an archaic residue, but a political form, a narrative image that responds to a need of meaning, circulates, becomes institutionalized, and orients collective action. If the mirror of the present is made up of polyphony of media and dense weaving of languages, then we must ask ourselves which political myths it sustains, for example, security, purity, meritocracy, and which ones we want to cultivate, care, interdependence, justice, and so on. So the mirror does not merely register, it produces the visible. We are now, as Marina said, at the fourth edition of the EFTR annual conference. We choose the theme Beyond Magic, Mirror, Imagination, Politics, and Media. We choose the image that you can see on the cover of the program and that you can see behind my figure for several reasons. You can see a profile shaped like an island. The mind is both coastline and ridge. Then you can see the wave-like hair forms a sea of medial traces. The red sun could be the magnet of attention rising and setting upon our gazes. And the branch of the head symbolizes living traditions that continue to sprout in the present. Below there is a small both crosses the blue expanse. It represents the subject negotiating course and meaning among myth, news, platform, and so on. So the small flag on the horizon remind us that institutions and regimes of visibility exist, defining the possible harbors. So thus the mirror becomes sea, is the water, the mirror has water. So it does not merely reflect, but directs currents and landfalls. It is the perfect image of our theme. So imaginary, like icons and archetypes, politics, so who governs the root, and the media, the liquid infrastructure that moves us. The question guiding the conference is simple. Who holds the helm, who charts the currents, and which harbors remain invisible? So why this theme now? For three specific reasons. The first one is the imaginative reason, because mythology, myths, fairy tales are symbolic infrastructures. They condense archetypes, moral conflicts, and role models. For generations, they have transmitted what a community considers just or possible, yet these infrastructures are not fixed, so they evolve with historical contexts. Once upon a time, that we decided to use in the last year conference and transforming it in Once Upon a Byte, is not a museum of what has already been said. It is the laboratory where a society exercises its normative imagination. So when a fairy tale changes, when a hero becomes an heroine, when a monster gains a voice, when a family is redrawn, is not merely an aesthetic update. It is a reconfiguration of the possible. So understanding how and why these reconfigurations take place allows us to read the social futures we are already prefiguring. So this is the first element. The second one is the political reason, because as we know, the imaginary is a field of power. So myths and fairy tales can legitimize existing orders, or they can open spaces for contestation. Politics has always worked through stories, promises, threats, moral parables, and so on. And in everyday life, in this moment, we all can understand what we are talking about. So today, it does so in a pervasive way through visual slogans, narrative of security of risk, fables of meritocracies, fairy tales of returning to a old or golden order. But we have to questioning all these elements because questioning this narrative is a civic act. So in this moment, all the people that are present in this conference, and again, I want to thank you all. We have the right to ask who speaks in the mirror. So who is reflected and who remains outside the frame. And then the third motivation, the medial reason. Today's mirrors are digitally backlit, and this is also again because platform and search engines do not merely filter. A lot of time we have to think that they have the capacity, they enable new forms of storytelling, memory, and action. So we have to gain a critical perspective of the media. So we have to gain power in the way we want to use the media that we share in this moment, for example. So community archives emerge along, for example, with Afro-diasporic, indigenous networks that reactivate orators and languages. So we need to use this kind of media to connect each other. And I want to use a very particular element because in the Aymara language, that is an indigenous Andean language, there's a word, chiksi, refers to the marbled and dotted textures of fabrics. Different elements coexist without blending. It is neither syncretism nor a Pacific mestizaje. It is a form of conflictual co-presence that maintains tension and differences, but generating political and epistemic creativity. So this applies to identities, cities, memories, knowledge, media, and so on. So if we decided to use what we can call like designing Chixi dispositives of visibility, that means creating spaces that can host irreducible differences without forcing them into a single readable form. So our mirror must be able to hold dissonance to preserve margins and plural temporalities. So this is why we speak of politics of the imaginary. Every narrative is a decision about who matters, what can happen, and which futures become imaginable here and now. So this is very, according to us, according to the EFTR Association and all the partners, we are more than 50 partners. We think that it is very urgent to talk about these themes because we live in an age of narrative inflation and trust deflation. So the more stories circulate, the less we know which ones to rely on. The mirror promises recognition, but often produces echo chambers. We see only the image we want confirmed. So, meanwhile, the alphabet of archetypes like the hero, heroine, the guide, tricksters, the forest, the monsters, and so on, migrates into the language of advertising, branding, and politics, becoming a technology of attention. So if we do not return to a critical reading of these forms, we risk abandoning the governance of the imaginary, and with it, a portion of democratic sovereignty. So, the invitation of Beyond the Magic Mirror is precisely this. To train a reflexive consciousness capable of crossing disciplinary boundaries and of holding theory and practice together. What we can do, I think that we can shared vocabulary. I hope that what will happen here, it will be like that a shared vocabulary emerges to speak about the imaginary without reducing it to folklore or marketing, that research and teaching alliances consolidate, bringing these tools into schools, into media, into your institution, museums, and open space, public spaces, and that we experiment with politics of imagination, practices, laboratories, living archives where different communities can recognize each other and negotiate new figurations. So this is why this theme now, because in the mirror of our time, we glimpse the possibility of returning to democracy, its imaginary, to coexistence, its sensible forms, and to education, its most ambitious task, teaching not only how to interpret stories, but how to invent habitable words. So, thank you all for being here, and I wish you an excellent conference. Thank you so much. And I think that from this moment, we can start with our conference. And just a very quick reminder for the public, if you want to follow session number 1, you have to use link number 1. And if you want to follow session number 2, you have to use link number 2. For the speakers, you know how to move from the room in the rooms. So we have to just move from into our rooms or in the room we want to follow. So, thank you so much again for being here, and just 5 minutes to move in our rooms. So we will see in 5 minutes. Bye.
Edmondo, quindi devo uscire e rientrare dall'altro indirizzo?
No. Allora, l'indirizzo che tu vedi sulla locandina è per il pubblico, credo.
Ecco,
Ora un
ok.
attimo.
Quindi fate tutto voi, se non ho capito male. Ok, scusami, ma il panico informatico.
How to move to the section 2, Edmondo? Sorry.
Yes, just one moment. I'm asking to the technical office, so I'm sure to give you all the correct information. Okay. 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 Grazie. So just one moment. As we know, in every time that we decided to use technology, we have problems, and it's like in everyday life. So we have in this moment a technical issue. We can take 15 minutes of break because they have to create the room. They are experiencing some kind of issue. So 15 minutes of break, and then we will see on this channel. So don't leave this room. So thank you so much, and sorry for this problem, but technology and everyday life is the same thing. So in 15 minutes, bye.
Buongiorno.
So here I am, and in 5 minutes we will have a new link for session 2. I'm so sorry for this problem, but we are managing everything, and I hope you can understand. So thank you so much for your patience, but it happened. But in this moment, if you want to say something about the conference, about the speech of uh, Marina or mine, we are here. We can just talk to everybody in this room. And thank you, Melissa, for your message. So yes, it is what it is, because we think that technology is the easiest way, but sometimes we have to reflect that we are not so able to understand and to use it in a fair and very constructive way. And machines have problems like humans. And Silva, you're asking for the link for session 4. During the morning, we reorganize all the links. So in this moment, we stay here. In 5 minutes, we will have the link for session 2, and in the morning we will send an email to the speakers with the link if we have other kind of problems. Why? For public, they can use link 1 or link 2. So public is lucky, and we not. Thank you, Irene. So yes, we can meet online. Maybe next year we are thinking to having the conference online and in presence. So maybe an hybrid form. And I want to thank you, for example, a lot of people from United States, from Canada, from Australia, from Asia, from Africa. So we can understand that sometimes traveling from one country to another could be difficult. We need to spend time, we need to spend money, we have our private life, working life, and so on. So the online possibility, it is a very good way to share experiences. So again, if you want to say something about my speech, the speech of Marina, we are here to hearing, we are here to for sharing, or maybe we can just wait for the techniques and the new link for session number 2. Just one
Well,
moment.
no, I was going to say that if this was being held a little bit later in the month, I was actually going to be in Italy and I was going to try and work it into my trip, but virtual works just as well for everybody, I think.
Thank you, Melissa. Yeah, I can understand. And yes, thank you so much for your voice. Then Leonie, yes, it would be nice to be Rome. Yes, I know. And we are working on this, maybe next year, Rome, but we are thinking to, how can I say, an itinerant conference, maybe all over the world. Because as I said, the European fairy tale route is, I hope, a huge association. We have a lot of partners from all over the world. So maybe we can create conferences all over the world. And then, yes, an Italian philosopher. Yes, she is Chiara Bottici. Chiara Bottici. She works, I think, in United States, in New York now. I'm not so sure, but she works on myth, imaginary politics, gender issues, and so on. So she's, according to me, an amazing mind of our contemporary era. So thank you to you, Trini. Just one moment, I check. I called the technical off. So here I am. I think that in this moment we can start with session 1. So I have to apologize with the session 2 and for this issue, but we can start with the work of the conference for today. And as we know, and I have to say sorry, and I have to apologize with Michael Malinowski. He is one of our member of the European Fair Trade Route. He is the chair of session 2. Mikhail and Jeffrey, Hamza, Safae, Flavia, Rosario, Sajal, Sebastiano, and Irene, sorry for this huge issue. I'm so sorry. We have to manage in this moment this problem. We will start with session 1, and I hope everything, and I hope that we can manage this into 10-15 minutes and no more. So thank you so much, and apology for this problem. Okay, thank you. So let's start with section 1. The title of this section is Subversive Imaginaries, Love, Freedom, and Other Perspectives. So this panel, I think I will be very short, so we can more time. This panel explores how myth, fairy tales, far from being static representation of tradition, and function as dynamic spaces of resistance, resignification, and political imagination. So our speakers will guide us through a wide array of case studies and critical lenses, from nostalgia and creativity to queer reconfiguration, so from political subversion in contemporary fiction to the playful and anti-authoritarianism of children franchises. So It is a pleasure for me to chair this session and to open the conversation on how stories, ancient, new, futuristic, continue to shape and sometimes to subvert the worlds we inhabit. So let's start with the first speaker, Emanuela Ferreri. So welcome, Emanuela, from Sapienza Università di Roma. The title of her speech is A Country Without the Road, Nostalgia for the Myth, Creativity and Perseverance. So, Emanuela, thank you so much. The floor is yours. Let's begin.
Okay. I can read my presentation because in this moment with the technical situation, I can share the PowerPoint presentation, but you can find. Secondly, the title of my presentation is A Country Without the Road, Nostalgia for the Myth, Creativity and Perseverance. And my proposal consists of a sociological commentary on the 2023 documentary movie titled Semi-Dei, Demigods, by Fabio Mollo and Alessandra Cataleta, is an Italian one, which tells the story of the two magnificent Riace bronzes from the days of their fortuitous discovery in 1972, after 2000 years underwater in the Mediterranean Sea, to the present day. And this very interesting documentary illustrates the Mediterranean and international passion, love for the bronzi di Riace beauty, their patrimonial economical value, and thus an amount value in terms of patrimonial, of heritage and legacy, and thus the diverse archaeological, historical interpretation and explication that retrace mythological topics and content, literary themes, and religious tradition too, both by interdisciplinary expert and by amateur interpretation. Okay. If you can move to this is the original image, and so we can find in the documentary a lot of different interpretation, not only scientific one, but also spontaneously by spontaneous admirers of the bronzes, or by the public anyway. So ordinary people, as Edmondo told us, ordinary people offer extraordinary commentary of the supposed real nature of the bronzes and of their importance, cultural importance today, political importance in Italy and throughout the world. This documentary is therefore an interesting job for a research perspective towards a contemporary social epistemology of the Mediterranean world as a production of knowledge that is not only scientific and sectoral, but also public, circulante, complex and evolving. So drawing upon and incorporating the complex social, political history of southern Italy and Europe, and thus of the Mediterranean and its social imaginary. It is no coincidence that the commentary are two open lines. The first is a very refined quotation by Didi Huberman. The image has more memory and more future than the one who looks at it. And the following phrase, the second one day in a land forgotten by God, two demigods arrived. And these words echoes the historical reasoning with which the journey of the movie begins. by the image, the original image of Vittorio De Seta ethnographic film. So we can find a documentary inside the first documentary, The Forgotten, I Dimenticati. This is the example of the roadless town of Alexandria del Carretto in 1959. The emblematic example of a backwards society in Mediterranean Italian and a subordinate, marginalized community isolated from the rest of the world. So throughout interviews, unpublished documents, first-hand accounts, the documentary drags the viewer on a journey, actually into our past and our future too, because the Riace bronzes embody the longing for the future, for peace and for beauty that has always animated humankind. So if we can see the following this slide, please. The bronzes are new hero, as we have already considered in our introduction. The bronzes are new heroes with an erotic, athletic, and painful bodies who emerge from the Mediterranean, who emerge from the cradle of the civilization through the words, the voices of new social subjectivities. New subjectivities in terms of status, social extraction, ethnic origin, gender, and historical cultural generation, or better, an epochal new generation. So we can say that at the stakes is the diversity. If you can move the slide, please, so we can say Alessandria del Carretto. So we can say that it is at stakes the diversity, the diversification of the social and cultural body, and therefore of the socio-historical imagination and its emerging creative magma, as Cornelius Castoriadis defined them. So the social-historic the social imaginary is like a social-historical block, and the magma emerge is a very strong cultural, political, and social energy. We can say that nostalgia is the film emotional complex, of course, but which so emotionally conveys the idea of a place with no road to get there or out, a place of reflection, of ideological and social reflection, and a place of convergency between different ego-alter social relationships. And therefore, Mediterranean contingency today, always recognizable and different both yesterday and today, from which one must manage to escape culturally while remaining politically, socially, and culturally within the Mediterranean countries and the Mediterranean social imaginary. So nostalgia is therefore a social construct, exposed, narrated, represented in an increasingly numerous forms and shapes and products. Nostalgia can become an ideal, an ideological cultural exchange, a sharing of experiences among social actors and or witness involved both in reflecting on nostalgia and in navigating nostalgia as an experience of co-sociality, or even more profoundly of identity and communality. So again, the social epistemology matter also of a different decolonization of our cultural imagination. So the following slide is a list of Mediterranean contingency And every contingency reveals a dichotomy that is acted out with political, cultural, and therefore social violence, cultural and political violence. And truly, I believe, everybody believes today that we need renewed knowledge, adequate knowledge that help us understand the structural absence of peace in the Mediterranean as an epochal contingency that we are living, but which we can change, starting with how we understand it and addresses it publicly, culturally, and politically. So the Mediterranean contingency are global and globalize it, in which entire identities, both individual and collective, mirror one another with denial and or recognition. We have the matter of women, youth, foreigners, of plural religiosities versus hegemonic representation of disenchantment or ideological absolutism, the contingencies of different diverse mentality or private and traditionalist logics, the localism versus the public and modernist logic of the globalized contemporary. So the Mediterranean also ecological disjointed community and localities, idealized and marginalized and at risk of incredible poverty and unsustainability in ecological terms, versus a globalized and so a staunch and hostile Mediterranean. So the imaginary of strong and resilient identities in the face of the cultural and political sclerosis of the identity or crisis of the modernity. And therefore, the problem, the matter of the new subjectivation and desubjectivation then confront the impossibility of being a subject when we have so incredible fierce violence, political and cultural and social violence. So we have also the Mediterranean as an attention towards the universal meaning, values, imagination, always challenged by a sterile universalism. So I can give you my conclusion about the necessity, the possibility that we have, the opportunity that we have to go faster in searching a social epistemology, a new social epistemology, because that is a production, refutation, confutation of knowledge with a public distribution, circle of knowledge for everybody. See, not only scientific, but with a focus, a strong focus of credibility, of reliability, sustainability of our common knowledges, in that terms, epistemology, and for everybody and everywhere, and in this term, social. Shareable or not shareable in its arguments, but available for everybody. So we are looking for a new Mediterranean and a faster Mediterranean as social epistemology. The main references I used, of course, Castoriadis, Chambers, and Ingold, philosophy, anthropologists, sociologists, historicians. So a very an interdisciplinary commitment to understand the Mediterranean scenario. So, of course, I thanks very much Edmondo Grasso, and I thank you everybody. I thanks everybody because I suppose that is a very distinguished opportunity to convey a lot of ideas and experiences today with this incredible virtual reunion of our intellectual commitment. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Emanuela Ferrari, for your speech. We will have the Q&A session maybe in the end. So, and we are arriving with session 2. So we are working for us all. And, you know, like in a community, we have to stay strong all together, and no one has to be left behind. So just a few minutes of your patience again. Thank you, Manuela. Thank you for your vision about nostalgia and for your perspective on the Mediterranean area, like a huge sociological area. So thank you so much for this interesting vision. But now we move to the second speakers. And I would say that I'm very, very interested in this speech because I love the book and I love the movie. I have to confess that I cried a lot. And I want to thank and welcome Gian Bentile. I'm so sorry if I mispronounce your surname.
It's
From
fine.
Goethe
It's Jan Bentele, but anyways. Yeah.
Gian Bentele, okay, sorry. From the Goethe Universität Frankfurt am Main. I'm sorry, I don't speak German. So, and the speech, the title is The Power of Love, Disruption of Ideological Narratives in Andrew Zeiger's structural fairy tale, All of Us Strangers. So thank you, Jan. If you have PowerPoints you can share, you can use the sharing button
Yes,
in
I
the,
would like
okay.
to.
And then the floor is yours. So thank you so much again for your presence here.
Thank you very much. Give me 1 second, then I figure out the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, we can see it.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Let me see if it works. Yes, it does. Great. Then I'll begin. Film not only produces and reproduces ideological narratives, it also holds the more or less political potential to disrupt them. And I want to elaborate on this thesis via a case study, as you already mentioned, of Andrew Hay's film All of Us Strangers. It tells us the story of the power of love. At least it seems that way. The phantasm of romantic love is shown as a dazzling promise of redemption somewhere between cathartic cleansing of the soul, schmaltzy romance, and hot eroticism. But even though the film depicts love, emotional turmoil, and dream states, it is neither a romance, nor a melodrama, or a psychological character study, but rather, at its core, a film about the power, not of love, but of cinema. That's my claim, at least. That's because it stages a disruption of its own ideologies through a complex interplay between its narrative and media technical elements. And drawing upon an art philosophical framework inspired by Walter Benjamin, I want to argue that this film can be understood as a structural fairy tale because it both thematizes and subverts cinema's capacity to generate action guiding, but yet ideological images of the good life. My argument unfolds in 2 steps. First, I analyze the narrative of the film and show how it articulates the misery of contemporary existence, specifically the protagonist's depression, as part of the mythological condition of late capitalist modernity. The protagonist, like us, is constantly surrounded by an overwhelming abundance of images of the good life, images he relentlessly tries to, but never succeeds to actualize. That's why the film story is mythological. It tells us of a man who resists his fate of isolation and alienation in the name of romantic love. But the punishment for this hubris is, at least according to the film's story, his descent into madness. Second, in my second part, I demonstrate that the film not only articulates this modern malaise, but also disrupts the very mechanisms that sustain it. It unsettles the depicted images of the good life, whose actualizability haunts us in our everyday lives, by rendering them unactualizable. In this gesture, they emerge instead as utopian possibilities, no longer actualizable guiding principles for action, but pure potentiality. In this sense, All of Us Strangers functions as a fairy tale in the Benjaminian sense. It disrupts the mythical nexus of guilt with cunning. It is a structural fairy tale because of the way in which its cunning operates. Its disruption of myth neither happens within the itself mythic narrative of guilt, nor within its imaginary of romantic love, promesse de bonheur, but rather in the interplay between the film's story and its visual composition. And I now come to the first part of my presentation. The first scenes of the film convey the isolation and melancholy of the main character, Adam, whose life has reached a dead end, it seems. It is determined by the typical individualization and alienation of the modern metropolis. He has moved to London to escape the confines of his small hometown, trading it for a life in a high-rise apartment on the outskirts of the city, without neighbors, families, or friends. The largely empty, new building seems untouched by the vibrant city life that may once have lured him there. No sound penetrates it, an all-encompassing deadly silence permeates it, and all traces of human presence have disappeared, nearly. It is devoid of any life except the protagonist's one, which, in its impasse, is itself more akin to death than life. And late capitalism's unfulfilled promise of happiness haunts this portrayal of Adam's life situation without ever being fully present. It is mainly expressed negatively, I think, through the prevailing atmosphere of longing within this hostile environment. The background story of the protagonist perfectly plays into this atmosphere. He left the narrow-minded countryside to flee from the childhood trauma of his parents' death, very dramatic, as well as the rural homophobia to the modern liberal city of London that may once have promised asylum. Despite his uncommon past, the film shows us its protagonist in a malaise typical for our present, a state of depression that only gets aggravated and, so to say, dramatized by Adam's past. The film confronts us and the protagonist alike with images of the good life, predominantly of a happy childhood and especially of romantic love. These images haunt Adam and act as ideals that he fails to realize and conform to. Immersed in his melancholy, he is preoccupied with the possibilities these images do display, without any longer trying to actualize them. And with Alain Ehrenberg, one could understand the ethic imperative to actualize such images, combined with their abundance and ubiquity in late capitalism, as a driving cause of the contemporary spread of depression. From this perspective, depression can be understood as a retreat from the pressure of freedom of choice inherent in consumer society with its plethora of options and choices. In a state of depression, we remain passive and frozen in front of all the possibilities, troubled by the reminiscence of those that will be gone in the moment of decision, and incapable to part. Hence, in depression, the imagined good life stands in the way of life itself. This is, I think, the starting point of the film, and this film possesses a mythological quality. That's because its story unfolds according to the logic of myth. It tells us of Adam's refusal to accept his fate brought upon him by the objective tendencies of his present. It also tells us how Adam finds in his childhood dwelling the strength to revolt against his predicament in the name of romantic love, and it also tells us what it gets him in the end. The story takes its course when a fire alarm disrupts the silence of Adam's apartment and drives him onto the forecourt of the high-rise building and into an encounter with his only other neighbor, Harry. He too struggles with the quiet loneliness and tackles it not only with white noise played on the TV and high-proof alcohol, in this case a bottle of Japanese whiskey that will later become important, but also with a quite unambiguous and, even in their awkwardness, somehow charming advances. They, however, fail due to Adam's retreat into the protective solitude of his apartment walls, which Harry is unable to penetrate. Adam's inability to allow closeness is the result of his already mentioned childhood trauma, the accidental death of his parents. The disturbing memory of this event ultimately drives him to visit his hometown, and that is a turning point of the story. The train journey home turns out to be a rite of passage into another world. Here, Adam meets his parents. Here, time has stopped in the 80s, Adam's childhood, just as his parents' aging process has. Here, he experiences all the security and love that he was denied outside. During his whole stay, the audience is constantly aware of the impossibility of the shown time constellation due to the kind of absurd similarity in age between the child and his parents. The greatness of the film lies in the fact that it offers varying possible interpretations for this impossible situation, namely psychopathology or processing trauma through reminiscence or the inexplicable yet unquestionable self-evident magic of a fairy tale-like world. But it only seldomly prescribes any of these explanatory options. After this episode, Adam's back in London and in good spirits. He finally approaches Harry, and the two likable outsiders enter a romantic relationship in which they seek in each other what neither of them found in London. But after Adam has once crossed the frontier of reality and entered that other world, nothing can remain as it was. And Adam returns to his old life just as little as the film returns to its old form of continuation. The protagonist and the film alike drift towards an indefinable threshold between waking and dreaming, reality and fantasy, actuality and potentiality, which often makes it impossible to decide on the status of what is seen. Cinematically, this blurring of boundaries is achieved by extending the logic of dreams to the supposed waking world. From now on, scenes of sudden awakening in unfamiliar situations, in changing places and times, including his 80s childhood home, follow one another. Thus, the reality claim of what is depicted is constantly negated by the following scene and ultimately altogether called into question by the whole series, until the viewers would feel compelled to suspend their judgment about reality and dream, were it not for isolated traces of the former that repeatedly remind them of reality's presence. The most drastic warning comes in the final sequence, when Adam enters Harry's bleak flat for the first time in search of him and finds him dead. Also very dramatic. But then a twist happens. Suddenly, there's a noise from the living room. Harry has entered. Adam rushes to him and tries to hide Harry's death from Harry, but Harry already knows what has happened and tells him how afraid and in need for closeness he was the evening they met. But this suggestive image of reality intruding on the dream state is not the end of the film, actually. After a conciliatory discussion, we see Adam and Harry lying tenderly entwined in bed from a bird's eye perspective. Harry asks Adam to put on a record to combat the silence, and then Power of Love by Frankie Goes to Hollywood begins to play. But the last scene lingers on, as if it had burned itself into the retina of the eye, robbing it of the ability to take in the present symbol of romantic love without distraction. But only moments later, the previously established dissolution of boundaries takes effect and tempts us to reject the fatal image of Harry's suicide as mere dream image. After all, what compels us to accept Harry's suicide? The film does not seem to provide clear information about the reality status of what is shown anyways. But the attentive observer can pick up some indications of what really happened out of the scenic arrangement that are lost to the protagonist, it seems, in his delusion. The bottle of Japanese whiskey Harry drank when he first met Adam is placed beside his corpse, which still wears the pullover he wore that same day. Like this, the scene hints at the real chain of events. Harry committed suicide right after getting rejected by Adam. A few days later, Adam then stumbled into a stranger's apartment who he, in his delusions, imagined being his boyfriend. And because he couldn't handle the cruel scene opening up in front of his eyes, again losing someone who meant a lot to him, he flees in the delusion of a happy and fulfilled relationship. Here the story ends. Its mythological nature is obvious. At the beginning, the protagonist's fate is laid out in front of us. His life is above all a nexus of guilt. He feels guilty for the death of his parents as well as for his sexual orientation. And this intensifies the late capitalist predicament of isolation and alienation he finds himself in, and also it individualizes the responsibility for it. After all, Adam, it seems, is destined to be lonely and depressed. But, as already mentioned, he doesn't accept his lot and pursues a fulfilled life centered around the very thing that was denied to him, love and recognition. But because he already failed to overcome his constraints in the deciding moment, namely when he first met Harry, albeit he couldn't have recognized this moment as deciding, he becomes innocently guilty, or in German we would say schuldlos schuldig. And when he later actually tries to improve, the punishment for his hubris follows quickly. It comes in the form of a repetition of his childhood trauma, the loss of a loved one, followed by his definite descent into madness. The depicted story is thus, as Walter Benjamin once judged another work of art, a mythical shadow play staged in the costumes of our present day. And with that, I will come to my second part. If this would be the end of the film itself, we would have to judge it too as mythological. But the end of the story is not the end of the film. Slowly, the camera zooms out of the symbolization of fulfilled romantic love until it becomes a mere gray-white speck of light and eventually develops into a star at the night sky. I tried to picture this in my presentation. I hope it's big enough. And this star is a reference to the music video of the song Power of Love, which continues to play in the background. The video starts with an image of the Star over Bethlehem, followed by the three wise men in search of Jesus Christ. In this way, the metaphysics of love depicted in the film are elevated to a Christian theological level. Here, the sky is not only a symbol of the supernatural, it also promises the descent of God, the becoming immanent of the transcendent, and ultimately the realization of the phantasm of love, a promise the protagonists fell for. But the descripted camera work of the final scene subverts the meaning of the projected phantasm and triggers a reflection on the illusory nature of the film's own medium, the act of viewing, and last but not least, the power of cinema itself. When the camera zooms out, it simultaneously distances the viewers from what they are seeing, or more precisely from the content of the projection. This process of distancing gets reinforced by the fact that in its course the scene appears as a mere spot of light on the screen, thereby revealing the starlit sky as a surface for projection. The light projected onto the screen by the projector appears as an appearance or illusion. It is the spectators themselves who gaze longingly at the starry sky that defaces or defigures or deconstructs itself in front of them. But while doing so, they are only able to see the medium in and through which they see, instead of its content. The shown deconstruction of the phantasm of love is contrasted by the background song, whose ambiguity hardly escapes the sharpened, now reflexive senses. With missionary undertones, the band Frankie Goes to Hollywood invokes the power of love with the verses, "Dreams are like angels, they keep bad at bay." And with its closing plea, "Make love your goal," the band sticks to precisely those film contents that are simultaneously vanishing on screen. By contrasting the Dream Factory's appeal, "Make love your goal," with what is happening on screen, the film not only carries out a self-reflection on the effectiveness of the images of the good life it shows, but it also subverts and destitutes them. This is why All of Us Strangers is akin to a fairy tale. Walter Benjamin once specified the fairy tale as a disruption of myth. It gives advice to humankind, he is convinced, on how to free itself from myth. In his essay, The Storyteller, he writes, "The wisest thing, so the fairy tale taught mankind in olden times and teaches children to this day, is to meet the forces of the mythical world with cunning and with high spirits or boldness. The liberating magic which the fairy tale has at its disposal does not bring nature into play in a mythical way, but points to its complicity with liberated man." As I already pointed out, All of Us Strangers too breaks the mythological nexus of guilt and teaches us to confront the violence of the mythical world with cunning and with high spirits. Still, it cannot be classified as a fairy tale in the narrow sense, because its story is more akin to a drama than to a fairy tale. But because of its functioning, one can say that fairy tale-like elements continue to exist in it in authenticated form. If we consider the way how All of Us Strangers' cunning operates, namely through a medial self-reflection, it may be best to call it structural fairy tale. Because unlike a classical fairy tale, its disruption of myth isn't a part of the narration, but emerges out of the interplay between its content and its form, or more precisely between the story and the visual composition of its ending. It disrupts myth through a self-reflection of technology. Thus, the cunning of All of Us Strangers is a technological one. Here, it is technique as second nature, which stands in solidarity with us against myth. In the end of the film, cinema reveals itself to be a liminal image space, somewhere between reality and fantasy. Since the reality of what appears is constantly being withdrawn, the images appear as pure possibility, the power of love as the power of appearance, and cinema as material faculty of the imagination, which famously projects the images of desire not only onto the cinema screen but also into the audience. It is these images of possibility, images of everything that one hopes or fears can be actualized, that All of Us Strangers transforms into images of pure possibility beyond hope and fear. It begins with the depiction of desolation, of actuality haunted by potentiality, and ends with the image of reconciliation as pure possibility. Like that, the film seeks to emancipate us, at least briefly, from the actualizable possibility that suffocates life in the present by contrasting it with pure possibility. And in an unparalleled dialectical vote, the film thus sensitizes us to the impossible situation of having to dismiss the authority, in the sense of a validity claim, in German we would say Geltungsanspruch, of images of the good life, in order to be able to live. Yeah. And with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Jan. Thank you for your eye on the movie. I hope that in the last part of our meeting of this session, we will have time and possibility to talk about this. But I want to move to the third speaker, Melissa Lehaig from the Southern New Hampshire University. Her speech is titled Happily Ever After. Is this the message of the tale being lost in the optimism? So thank you to Melissa. The floor is yours. And if you need to share your PPT, you're free to do it.
Thank you so very much. I'm going to do that now. Oh my goodness. So thank you so much. As Edmondo just said, my thesis was on focusing on the optimism that is found in modern Disney adaptations of some of the lesser known or even not even really fairy tales. I focused on two specifically. My whole thesis was, how is Disney's fixation on the idea of a happily ever after ending affecting the psychological ability to handle reality for audiences both young and old. I was focusing on how they're creating happy endings and sweeping over the original point of a lot of the tales. The balance of characters was changed and shifted, actions were replaced, and it negated the point of a lot of the folk and fairy tales that we know and think of, especially in academic research. I focused, like I said, on two tales. I focused on The Little Mermaid by Hans Christian Andersen and The Hunchback of Notre Dame, which, as we know, is not a fairy tale, nor would it ever be classified as one. But thanks to Disney, it now falls into that range through the gift of animation. One of the first things that was important was focusing on understanding fairy tales, what they were or what they are. Folk and fairy tales, of course, being much older than we originally believed them to be, with evidence coming to us with papyrus dating well over 2000 BC found in Egypt. And then, of course, we have the Greek playwright Aristophanes that wrote Wasps in 422 BC. Those were just some examples to point out how old folk tales and fairy tales are and how long they've been a part of the human evolution. The tales have existed alongside humanity as a means of understanding and expressing the world in a simple balance of good and evil, light, dark. Folklore is an umbrella term, which folk tales, fairy tales, myths, and legends tend to fall. So folk tales, fairy tales, myths, legends, they all come under the umbrella of folklore. Some of the names that I focused on in my research were Vladimir Prop, who created the 31 Functions of Folklore, Madame La Prince de Beaumont, who wrote what is considered the very first fairy tales in 1748, called The Triumph of Truth, Jack Zipes, who is considered an expert and defining scholar on folk and fairy tales, Bruno Bettelheim, and of course the Brothers Grimm, Charles Perrault, Hans Christian Andersen, who are some of the most widely known names in most fairy tales. I did a little background on The Little Mermaid itself and its author, which, of course, The Little Mermaid was written by Hans Christian Andersen in 1837. He himself was not an educated person. He was the son of a shoemaker and a washerwoman. He went to Copenhagen to become an actor, but ended up getting support and received a quick education that allowed him to learn and really grow in his imagination. The Tale of the Little Mermaid came in his third release of fairy tales, and it captured a lot of his personal struggles, being an outsider and finding himself in an unrequited love situation. The big thing about Hans Christian Andersen's original tale was there were no names throughout the entire story, which opened it up for the audience to imagine themselves as part of the tale, however they wanted to put themselves. The story featured the Mer King, the Dowager Queen, and 6 daughters. The grandmother teaches all of the folk that at 15 years, merfolk can swim to the surface and explore. She explains that merfolk have a lifespan of 300 years. They have no immortal soul and can only get one if they are loved by a human. The youngest mermaid of the 6 decorates her garden to represent the sun using bits of shipwreck. When she turns 15, she saves the prince who is turning 16 and brings him to shore. There he is found by a random young girl, and the mermaid goes to the sea witch, who is at the time of the tale a neutral party who tells her she's stupid for doing this and for wanting to trade her voice for a pair of legs. But she does it, she makes the trade, and sea witch is trying to dissuade her the entire time, saying you're going to have intense pain. It's like a sword cutting your tail in two just to get the legs. You're going to constantly be in pain with every step, like you're walking on knives. And at sunrise, after the prince marries another, you will die. All of this to try and dissuade her, which obviously she doesn't. The mermaid makes the bargain, who then, with the sea witch, who then cuts out her tongue so she can no longer talk. From there, she goes to live with the prince as his pet because she could not talk and was considered dumb or mute. The prince takes her everywhere, including to the neighboring kingdom for marriage, but keeps saying that he only wants to marry the girl who found him on the shore after his shipwreck. So when he goes to the neighboring kingdom, he is surprised to find that the marriage is supposed to be with the girl that did find him. He marries her immediately, and the Little Mermaid dances at their weddings despite the immense pain that she's feeling. The night of the wedding, her sisters come to her with a magic knife. They traded all their hair to the Sea Witch as a way to try and save her one last time. She's told that she has to plunge the knife into the prince's heart. His blood on her feet will make her have a tail again, and she can come back to the ocean and live with her family and live out the rest of her years. The Little Mermaid decides to throw the knife over, jumps into the water, and finds out she has become what is called an ethereal being who will travel the world for 300 years to eventually gain an immortal soul. She is told that finding good children reduces her sentence by a year, but bad children add a day for every tear they cry, leaving the audience as part of the ending, which was Anderson's intent. Whereas Disney's version completely changes everything. There's no grandmother. There's 7 daughters instead of 6, and none of them are close. They all have names. The father is basically, the father is in charge. It has now gone from a matriarch to a patriarch, and he forbids anything surface and all things human. Of course, Disney has to add the animal sidekicks and the comic foils. In the Disney version, the Sea Witch has a personal grudge against mermaids and against the king of the ocean, and she actually tricks Ariel, the Little Mermaid, into a deal for legs. And her deal, once again, the Little Mermaid has no voice, but this time instead of no tongue, it's just trapped in a musical seashell. She only has 3 days to get the prince to kiss her. And if she fails, she belongs to the Sea Witch. Ariel almost gets kissed, and the Sea Witch intervenes, so she's cheating. King Triton, her father, tries to save her. Ultimately, it is the prince who does so. There is no random maiden on the beach. Ariel saves him, and he kind of remembers her for her voice. So what happens here is we take a story that went from spanning over many months and a couple of seasons to something that spans several days. So once again, it's condensed. It goes from no names to everybody has a name and everybody has a personality and everybody has a specific role. And now this has become more or less the canon. The original Little Mermaid was considered different or off for being quiet and thoughtful, whereas Disney made her rebellious, secretive, a rule breaker, and outspoken. The original Little Mermaid was when she was a human, was treated as special, considered dumb. Disney's was accepted by everyone and loved by all, despite not being able to talk. They just thought she was a little weird. The original Little Mermaid felt pain with every step. Disney doesn't even touch that. In the original, she had time to fall in love and have the prince fall in love with her. As I said, it took place over a lot more time. Disney, she had from the moment she met him to the moment she had the deal, and then 3 days. So the condensation of that. The original, she would become foam on the waves, basically dying, becoming nothingness if she failed, whereas in the Disney, she became the property of the Sea Witch. The Disney removed all the female camaraderie. There's no more wise grandmother. There's no sisterly bond. There's no random female competition. The father tries to save her instead of the sisters. There is no more grandmother to explain the life of the mermaid, the soul, the lifespan, the differences, the rules. In the Disney version, the prince both has a name and a character. He's no longer just some static figure. And he saves the day rather than the mermaid having to make her sacrifice. The father in the Disney version is heavy-handed and far more involved, but still throws his duties off onto side characters, such as Sebastian the crab. The story suddenly becomes very good versus evil in Disney's version. The Sea Witch is no longer a neutral party, but has planned chaos. And as we all know, it ends happily ever after. Ariel gets to be human, and she still gets to keep her family close. And all of this comes to show that giant difference between what Hans Christian Andersen was trying to say and what Disney interpreted it as. The next one I looked at was Victor Hugo and The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Most of his work was critical of human nature. It always talked about power and politics, xenophobia, corruption. He was a national hero in France, or still is, if I remember correctly. He was a patron of the arts, and he often let his work become operas, such as we know, Les Miserables. He wrote odes, ballads, and poems, and Hunchback of Notre Dame was actually written in about 7 months. He locked himself in a room in July of 1830 and had it finished by January 1831. Obviously, it is not considered a child's book, and under no circumstance would anybody categorize this as a fairy tale or a children's story. It focuses on Notre Dame, the cathedral, as a historic tome of information, and is often considered a scathing remark against the Catholic Church oppression. The story of the original Notre Dame sets place in 1482 Paris, focusing on the cathedral and the life going on around it. It is a massive text, roughly 940 pages, with 3 volumes, broken up into 11 books, and a total of 59 chapters. A tragic comment on city corruption and the turning point of human ingenuity. It discusses both the printing press from a religious conspiratory center and as the gateway to opening humanity to the future. Most of the main characters die. Esmeralda is hung. Frollo is tossed to his death by Quasimodo. Phoebus marries his fiancée and is miserable. Quasimodo dies from self-neglect, wrapped around Esmeralda's body in a criminal's boneyard. Frollo is an archdeacon who uses his power inside the church to get Esmeralda, including nearly raping her in prison. He also defies God and embraces black magic. Frollo and Quasimodo attack Esmeralda after the Festival of Fools, but Frollo escapes. Quasimodo was tortured for 2 hours publicly, but only Esmeralda shows him any compassion, setting his love for her in motion. Esmeralda finds out it's too late that her mother was alive. All this time she thought she was a gypsy, and she thought that her mother was dead. Her mother was a side character named Sister Gildine, and finds out that she is her missing daughter far too late. In the original story, Phoebus tries to get Esmeralda to fool around with him. She refuses because she wants to remain worthy of her missing family. Frollo attempts to kill Phoebus, stabbing him. Phoebus turns away from Esmeralda at her moment of need because he does not want his fiancée to know where he was and why. So Frollo named Quasimodo as he did for 2 suspected reasons, because that was the day he found him, Low Sunday or the second Sunday of Easter, or because it meant half formed. These were just things that were discussed. Quasimodo saved Esmeralda once, swinging down and bringing her to the cathedral crying sanctuary, but was too busy trying to save her a second time to notice Frollo taking her behind his back. Frollo masterminded much of the tragedy. He tricked Quasimodo into thinking the gypsies were attacking to get Esmeralda, and the King's Guard were there to enforce church law. The gypsies were tricked into thinking that the King's Guard were ignoring church law and ransacking the church to force her out for execution. The King's Guard were tricked into thinking that everyone was rioting because they wanted Esmeralda dead. So Frollo masterminded all of that. When found, they tried to separate the 2 bodies in the boneyard, but the disfigured bones turned to dust, and that was the end of the novel. So again, not a cheery fairy tale by any stretch of the imagination. And then there's Disney's version. In Disney's version, Frollo tries to drown.
Just 2 minutes, please.
Oh, sorry. Frollo tries to drown
What?
Quasimodo, killing her on the steps of the cathedral. Frollo is more government than religious in Disney's version. Quasimodo wants to join the people, but Frollo tells him he can't, so he sneaks into the Festival of Fools. He's crowned king until everybody realizes that's his real face. Phoebus returns to Paris on orders and falls in love with Esmeralda. He reports to Frollo and quickly realizes that Frollo is a dark and dangerous man. While searching for her, Phoebus finds her in the cathedral and states she claims sanctuary so no one can touch her. All of this goes against everything that Victor Hugo was working for. Disney, of course, gave us the sidekicks again with the 3 talking gargoyles, Victor, Hugo, and Laverne. Esmeralda tells him that she can't be locked up because that goes against the gypsy feeling. There's I'm running out of time. There's a lot of changes that come from the Disney version because it was such a large thing, but they did try to stay true to a good portion of the story, which explained why there were mixed reviews of the actual movie. Frollo is no longer an agent of the church, which removed the commentary on the church and the corruption. Quasimodo in Disney's version is made less ugly. There's talking gargoyles, there's singing. Phoebus is an upstanding character with no fiance, no hidden agenda. There's no family ties for Esmeralda. Frollo is still obsessed with Esmeralda and still tries to kill Phoebus, but it's still a happy ending at the end of it all. What I found through this was focusing on the ending and forcing it to be happily ever after, distracted from the point of every tale. Adding in comic foils as a way to supplant the lesson only added more distraction. The fairy tales play vital roles in psychologically developing expressions of imagination while balancing reality. Disney tries to keep things both a good versus evil, where good always wins, which does not allow audiences to adapt and adjust. Removing punishment aspects of the tales gives the wrong message. Nothing bad happens. Do what you want. And focusing on a happy ending meant quick fixes and focusing on the end of the journey, not the journey itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melissa, and thank you for your POV, because I think that it's very important to understand that the message of happily ever after sometimes could be a little bit different from the reality of the fairy tale, of the myth, of the movie, and so on. So we have to pay attention at the way we decided to expose, to explain the myth and fairy tales. So thank you, and I have an amazing good news for all of us, because we completed our heroic journey with Zoom. So we created the link for the second group. Thank you to the technical office. As you can see, you can find in the chat the link by Gun Italia. So all the speakers from group section 2 can click on can use that link for their section. So all the people and all the public that want to follow section 2, they have to use that link. You can find the link in the chat. So thank you so much for your patience. Thank you so much for your comprehension. And again, for the last time, speakers from section 2, the link is in the chat. So for the public too. So the people who wants to follow that section, use that link. So thank you to Mikhail. I think that he moved. Thank you. And we can continue with our section, and I'm a little bit more relaxed. So at the end, we have time to talk with all the public and all the people that we are here. So thank you again, Melissa. And I have some questions, but in the Q&A session. And we move to Milan Mazat from the Palaki University Olomouc. Is it correct? I don't know.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. And his speech is titled LGBTQ+ themes in contemporary fairy tales. So thank you, Milan, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can see my presentation. Yeah. Okay. So I'd like to tell you something about LGBTQ+ themes in contemporary fairy tales. The main aim of my presentation is to highlight the portrait of LGBTQ+ themes in contemporary children's stories. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and the plus sign represents other sexual and gender minorities. For example, Alan underlines that the postmodern approach to fairy tales uses metafictive strategies to disrupt and interrogate ideologies around class, race, and gender, further opening the gender to diverse interpretations and inclusivity. These modern interpretations and adaptations of fairy tales reflect the growing trends towards inclusivity and diversity, allowing for a richer exploration of LGBTQ+ themes within the genre. Thus, in this presentation, through content literary analysis, I highlight the way in which this minority lineage is represented in narratives whose recipients are primarily children. The main motivation for this paper is the conviction that fiction has the potential to show young readers a variety of solutions that they can identify with or define themselves against. These aspects in the context of LGBTQ+ issues is very timely, as many teen readers have no one to confide in about their homosexual orientation or other internal motivations. It's reading that can not only provide them with set role modes, but also can provide them with an escape into a world where, in many cases, everything works out to the satisfaction of everyone involved. LGBTQ+ literature can serve as a tool for fostering acceptance and understanding among heterosexual peers, as it broadens their perspectives and encourages empathy. But Cook, for example, emphasizes that despite the benefits, access to LGBTQ+ literature is often limited, with many libraries not prioritizing these resources, which highlights the need for more inclusive collections. In this presentation, I draw attention to the social and psychological potential of such oriented narratives. I am convinced that this is an issue that should be explored within the framework of a scholarly discussion, the results of which should be presented to the implicit readers, those for whom the narratives are intended, so that their potential which I have outlined above, can be fulfilled. A fairy tale is a genre of oral literature characterized by its incorporations of miraculous events and characters, where the real and the fantastical coexist seamlessly without opposition. The concept of the present is a complex and multifaceted topic. For example, Romero argues for a tenseless view of time, suggesting that the present is not a mobile entity, but rather an emergent quality arising from the interaction between self-aware individuals and their environment without an actual flow of time, only an ordered system of events. The research, which was conducted through narrative content analysis and thematic analysis, took place in several phases. Study and reading of contemporary fairy tales with the relevant theme in the context of the Western European treatment of this topic. Explication of the main lines of LGBTQ+ depictions in these books, selections of 3 books for a more detailed analysis, and drawing conclusions. I believe that the chosen methodology is adequate to fulfill the main objective of the study, because through narrative content and thematic analysis, researchers can explore and interpret qualitative data by focusing on both the content and the structure of narratives. Narrative analysis involves examining stories to understand the experiences and perspectives of individuals, often focusing on how these stories are constructed and the meanings they convey. Thematic analysis, according to Neundorf, or on the other hand, is a method for identifying, analyzing, and reporting patterns within data. It's a flexible approach that can be used to analyze a wide range of qualitative data, from interviews to visual materials. As I have already outlined, in this part of my presentation, I present both current trends in the discussion of LGBTQ+ themes in contemporary modern fairy tales, and I will also present the results of the analysis of 3 fairy tales. I consider it important to mention that these fairy tales were chosen intentionally. However, they do not represent a definitive selection or a representative sample. Rather, based on their analysis, I will document current trends in the given area in connection with authorial fairy tales. Tales from Beyond the Rainbow, 10 LGBTQ+ fairy tales proudly reclaimed likely represents a collection of stories that challenge traditional heteronormative narratives by incorporating diverse gender and sexual identities as seen in the broader context of queer fairy tales and literature. Fairy tales have historically been a medium for exploring complex themes, including those related to gender and sexuality, which delve into LGBTQ+ themes and other sensitive issues. The reclamation of fairy tales to include in LGBTQ+ narrative is a part of a broader movement to challenge and expand the representation of non-normative sexualities and genders in literature, a trend that has been gaining momentum in recent years. This movement is not without its challenges, which was perceived as a threatening to the heteronormative status quo. Despite these challenges, there is a growing body of queer literature and scholarship that seeks to provide a more inclusive and diverse representations of LGBTQ+ experiences, moving beyond traditional narratives to include a wide range of identities and stories. This includes children's literature, which is increasingly featuring LGBTQ+ characters and themes, offering young readers a broader understanding of family structures and identities beyond the conventional nuclear family. These unique collections features 10 fairy tales inspired by folklore and legends from around the world, retold to feature LGBTQ+ characters. Author Pete Jordy Wood has sought out original themes that have often been censored, forgotten, or interpreted in heteronormative ways throughout history and restore them to their original diversity and inclusivity. Each story is illustrated by an artist from that culture, adding authenticity and visual diversity to the collection. Francisco states that the concept of rivers in fairy tales and folklore is deeply rooted in the oral traditions and mythologies of various cultures, serving as a significant archetype and mythology. Rivers often symbolize boundaries of transitions between worlds, where they represent mythical and transcendental elements in Western literature. This archetype is not limited to Western narratives. In the prose of indigenous peoples of Siberia, rivers are depicted as a poetic topoi of the homeland and as pathways to the other world, reflecting a shared mythopoetic potential across culture. The river has roots, is a fairy tale fantasy novel set on the border between the human world and the fairy realm. In the town of Trisford, sisters Esther and Isabel Hawthorne live, tending and singing to the magic willows to maintain their magic. Their bond is very strong, but when Esther rejects a suitor and falls in love with a being from the fairy realm, she jeopardizes not only her relationships with her sister, but also the safety of the entire town. The story is a fairy tale meditation on love, family bonds, magic, and the courage to follow your heart, even at the cost of great sacrifice. The book emphasizes the power of sister love, but also the right of everyone to choose their own path in life and love, regardless of the expectations of others. The fairy tale world is a vehicle for exploring queer identity in relationships, with the main message being that true magic lies in the courage to be yourself and in the willingness to fight for your own happiness and of your loved ones. The story also shows that queer love is a natural and beautiful part of every world, even fairy tales. And the last book is entitled The Fox Maidens, and it's written by Robin Ha, and it's a graphic novel that reimagines the Korean legend of Gumiho, a fox demon, through the story of Kai, a young girl of 16th century Korea who aspires to be a warrior despite social to gender restrictions. The narrative explores the theme of identity and transformation as Kai discovers her heritage as the granddaughter of a Gumiho, leading to her own metamorphosis into a fox. This transformation serves as a metaphor for the struggle against patriarchal constraints, echoing the broader culture and historical context of fox spirits in literature, which often symbolize female empowerment and resistance against male-dominated narratives. The main character is Kai Song, a girl who dreams of becoming a warrior and following in her father's footsteps, the commander of the royal legion. However, in the patriarchal society of the 16th century, girls have no place among warriors, and Kai faces prejudice and ridicule. In addition, she is haunted by rumors, and she is the granddaughter of a Gumiho, whom her father allegedly killed. Kei's life changes dramatically when she discovers the secrets about her mother and her origins. She discovers that her mother was indeed Gumiho and that she herself carries for magic. Kai is forced to confront her own identity, deal with her mother's legacy, and find the courage to accept her otherness. On her journey to freedom, acceptance, and self-discovery, she meets other characters who help her understand that love and courage can take many forms, including queer romance, which naturally develops in the story. Kai must fight not only against external enemies, but also against societal prejudice and his own inner demons. The Fox Maidens deals with the struggle for one's own identity in an environment that rejects otherness, whether it is gender, origin, or sexuality. Fairy tale motifs serve as a metaphor for finding the courage to be yourself, even if it means going against traditions and the expectations of those around you. Kai's journey is an inspiration for all who feel different or excluded and shows that true strength lies in accepting yourself and having the courage to live an authentic life. The motif of queer love also plays an important role and is depicted as a natural and valuable part of the fairy tale world. The book also pays tribute to female strength, sisterly solidarity, and the courage to face fate. The representation of LGBTQ+ themes in contemporary fairy tales marks a crucial shift in the evolving landscape of children's literature. Historically, fairy tales have been saturated with heteronormative values, often presented traditional gender roles, binary identities, and heterosexual love as the only imaginable norms. In contrast, recent retellings and original queer-themed fairy tales offer an alternative narrative framework that foregrounds diversity, inclusiveness, and the affirmation of multiple identities. Through the close analysis of tales from beyond the rainbow, the river has roots, and the fox maidens, this study or presentation has demonstrated how these stories reimagine canonical fairy tale elements to embrace LGBTQ plus characters and relationships. These narratives highlight queer love, gender fluidity, and the struggle for identity, often presenting protagonists who must confront social prejudice, internal doubt, or inherited legacies before arriving at a place of self-acceptance and recognition. In doing so, they mirror the real-life challenges faced by many LGBTQ plus individuals, especially youth, and validate their lived experiences within the symbolic realm of fairy tales. Thank you very much.
Milan, thank you to you, and thank you to bringing this perspective, because as we said during at the beginning of the conference, and as we noticed from Emanuela, Jan, Melissa, we need to use other perspective about the focalization about fairy tales, mythology, and so on. So in the past, we didn't have a LGBTQ plus perspective, or better, media decided not to show us this perspective. If we think to the mythology, we have a lot of elements that nowadays we can study from the LGBTQ plus lens. So thank you for your speech. And as I said, we will have the Q&A session at the end. So I move to Diane McPhelim from the Dundalk Institute Technology. Her speech is titled From Fairy Tales to Freedom, Intersexuality in Grimm's Fairy Tales and the Migrant Literature of Hassan Blazim. So thank you, Diane. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, and we can see the PPT too. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to begin with a small disclaimer that this is not my topic of research. My research is in historical diaries, but this is an area that I'm very interested in and I'd like to develop. So basically what I'm saying is I'm not an expert. So, right, before any commercialization of what we now collectively identify as fairy tales, the Brothers Grimm collected and published folklore harvested from oral narratives in the 18th century. From a historical perspective, these texts depicted societal fears of the times: hunger, search for family or home, or violence and loss. This paper proposes that through symbolization, hybridization of identity, and blurring of reality, Grimm's fairy tales directly echo motifs found within contemporary migrant-themed text, The Madman of Freedom Square, hereafter known as Madman, by Hassan Blazim. Establishing parallels between Grimm's source tales and the Iraqi-born Blazim's short stories, we see the texts employ literary tropes such as shape-shifting, abandonment, and identity adaptation, and can be linked by themes of belonging, boundaries, stereotyping, and othering. Definitions of the ambiguous label migrant literature are as obscure as the roots of folk literature, and often employing an all-embracing term, they're not always presumed to be rooted in colonialism, forced movement, or asylum. The genre can be characterized by an assemblage of text, largely referring to authors who have migrated or to texts that talk about experiences of migration. So analysing Blasim's self-described nightmare realism, this reveals texts focusing on the narrative journey of the refugee or exile, employing recognisable metaphors portrayed in fairy tales, particularly those associated with traumatic recollection. Both include the use of nature, forests, weather and food, and the Gothic employment of missing or damaged body parts. Acts of exploitation and violence are strewn throughout both genres, evidenced through manipulation, rape, murder and torture. However, the adaptation of truth to soften trauma is applied equally. Early editions of fairy tales were truthfully raw, and the start tales reflected the brutality of life. Since then, as Grimm's narratives have become somewhat Disneyfied, sanitized for modern sensibilities, all references to fairy tales here will be presumed to mean in their original format. In Madman, it's a collection of 11 stories set during and after the Saddam Hussein era of power in Iraq, in which the author relocates some of his characters to Europe. Blasim's tales, like many authors from war-torn regions, implement new aesthetic modes to narrate the experience of personal or collective trauma. Both sets of texts create a comfortable detachment between the subject and the reader. Blasim through magical realism that occurs in vague districts, and in fairy tales through language to distance the narrative, such as Once Upon a Time or Long, Long Ago. Comparable to fairy tales, each of the stories in Madman is a retelling of truth rooted in horror, made marginally acceptable due to the fantastical elements. Blasim's opening story, The Reality and the Record, reflects the double facet of both genres. As we are informed, everyone staying at the refugee reception centre has two stories. This portrays how texts are adapted to fit a time and a place by the narrators, and it's later reinforced in another text when Blasim writes, "Of course, there are dozens of versions," and fairy tales also have several versions. Via tales involving wicked stepmothers, we can compare this element of modification by observing how original versions of Hansel and Gretel and Little Snow White portrayed biological mothers as responsible for evils against children. In the subsequent versions, the Grimm brothers conceded that children can tolerate the idea of wicked stepmothers easier than of cruel mothers, and substituting them in later editions. Many tales also initially contained themes of ancestral rape, but no trace of this remains in today's readings, possibly because the leading chroniclers of the time were primarily male. And comparably in Madman, the male narrators intentionally distract from concrete truths that are too hard to look directly in the face. Boundaries are key restrictions appearing through both genres. Just as in fairy tales, characters in migrant tales slip between worlds. They're ghost-like figures that stay in the peripheral because to see them would mean to acknowledge their existence. Clandestine or magical transference has been employed similarly in other contemporary refugee-themed literature, notably Mohsin Hamid's Exit West. We see a belief that beyond boundaries there is hope, the belief of a better existence. And the multiplicity of boundary forms encourage investigation under three separate headings: physical, organic, and social. Most visually evident is the physical, a mirroring of hard, militarized borders preventing passage, solid fences mimicking the one encircling Mother Gothel's garden in Rapunzel, over which her father climbs a high wall to steal lettuce. Years later, Mother Gothel holds the teenage Rapunzel prisoner, exhibiting how boundaries not only inhibit access, but prevent exit, as theorized by Foucault. In Madman, the solidity of walls form a seal of fortification only for those with something to protect, but typically they are created to incarcerate. Further man-made barriers referenced include roads along which military patrols. Natural boundaries were common in fairy tales due to the topography of the time, with much of Europe being covered in thick forests. They were viewed as dark, mysterious places where unwanted children were abandoned or lost, such as in Hansel and Gretel. As recorded by the Grimms, people regularly disappeared, often residing on the edges of forests or within were the deprived and desolate, or those shunned by society. This is described in Grimm's account of Jorinda and Jorengel, a haggard old woman, yellow and scrawny, with large red eyes and a crooked red nose that almost touched her chin with its tip. Author John Knott, in his portrayal of forests, suggests that they are given meaning with the metaphors that we choose to represent them. In both migrant and folklore, in both migrant literature and folklore, the forest metaphor is presumed to carry Gothic, dangerous connotations where strange things happened, as Blasim indicated when a character loses his mother's head from his bag while escaping through a dark forest. And in Madman's The Trek to Berlin, a male migrant escaping from horrific scenes of mutilation within a vehicle on the Serbian border runs towards the forest. An eyewitness claims the figure morphs into a grey wolf, a creature perfectly at home within the woodland habitats. This betrays a deliberate misinterpretation of Europe's deciduous forests, which can be read instead as an indication of human rebirth or new beginnings due to their cyclical nature. The lack of forests in the Middle East encouraged Blasim to use the desert to mirror Grimm's shunned woodland dwellers by situating his rejected characters in unappealing geographies such as the Darkness District, a wretched place away from society across a boundary of barren wasteland. The boundary of seasons also influences the narratives. For immigrants, it offers opportunities. As one of Blasim's characters announced, winter is the best season for crossing borders. But in the lead up to the publishing of Grimm's fairy tales, Northern European winters were unusually harsh and prolonged, and cool, wet summers led to crop failures. Many could not support their families, leading to the abandonment of children in dense forests. And as children, it is often fairy tales that we are introduced to social borders in the form of social guidelines or rules, devised to foster a mode of political socialization. Elements of social and cultural control are frequent throughout Madman, as we read the head of the factory sits in an office with glass walls that look onto the factory floor, and so he can see all the women workers. This repressive atmosphere enforces conformity to social and cultural norms. Fairy tales have also been proven to be an ideal method throughout history to indoctrinate cultural norms such as gender roles, beauty standards, and behavioral expectations. In fairy tales, how or why children are punished is determined by their assigned gender role, and the perpetration of this social stereotyping continues in Blasim's The Virgin and the Soldier, where the unmarried Fatime believes she will be killed for accidentally spending the night with a man. A key trope between both genres is the movement between identities. This disguise or camouflage of self allows the character to hide or operate in plain sight, such as when a wicked queen changes into a beggar. Across both genres, this expresses a need for wish fulfillment or a happy ending. In both texts, a connection can be drawn between identity shifts or adjustment to fit within the aforementioned social borders and the theory of hope conceived by Ernest Bloch, who claimed hope was superior to fear, stating everyone lives in the future. Hope or wish fulfillment can be read in Madman's The Nightmares of Carlos Fuentes, which tells of a former migrant who alters identity to match with sense social parameters, even going so far as to criticize his fellow immigrants. Carlos uses food to support this adaptation, and this is also a method portrayed in fairy tales as a vessel for change, as seen in the apple's Little Snow White. The extreme adaptation of identity is Carlos' attempt at a perceived happily ever after. In Grimm's text, two types of changes occur. Firstly, when the threat assumes the form of the harmless, such as in Little Red Cap, where the wolf is disguised as a grandmother. Opposite to this threatening conversion is a change into an insignificant form, such as an amphibian or a vegetable. Interestingly, weaker animals are offered more agency and voice as creatures as humans. As depicted by Blasim, when a change of self does not always involve taking animal form, it is intricately linked with the expectation of a happy outcome. Identity changes depicted as shedding of skin or fur or shape-shifting, so common in fairy tales, are indicated in Madman with the suggestions of people turning into rabid dogs. Wolf metamorphosis, the assumption of the form and characteristics of a wolf by the human, occurs in the final lines of The Trek to Berlin, when a migrant turns into a grey wolf before vanishing. In considering why Blasim chose this form, we acknowledge the wolf as an entity appearing both in Arabic and European literature. It is widely recognized as an archetypal enemy of human company, preying on the boundaries of civilization. In his essay Wolf and Lies, Marcus Sedgwick claimed there has always been a connection with the wolf and the untruth. Throughout literature, the wolf is always portrayed as merciless. This reflects the blurring of realities discussed earlier. Unlike humans, the wolf can operate efficiently as a single entity, supporting Blasim's depiction of the lone wolf who escapes into the protection of the forest. Here, the reader is left with the untruth of the wolf's responsibility for the dead migrants in the truck, and this negative connotation allows for the othering of both migrants and wolves, separating or ostracizing them from the civilized in the same manner as those shunned in the forests of Grimm's tales. Fairy tales are considered to hold meaningful social functions, and migrant literature functions in the same manner, and the stories of Madman employ the same motifs of needs, dreams, and wishes of characters in those fairy tales. From a modern perspective, the use of the short story as an extended metaphor reflects how the format has long been acting as a coping mechanism for those displaced or unwanted. As shown, both Blasim and Grimm's narratives evoke in the reader identical feelings of uncanniness and depict shared use of symbolism and metaphor. Originating from truth, where evil resides, Blasim's contemporary texts depict horror disguised, a theme prevalent throughout Grimm's narratives. Both texts locate spaces of confrontation between representation and reality, supporting Bloch's insistence on the timelessness of fairy tales. The blurring of boundaries between fact and fiction make bearable for the reader the real-life atrocities. Written into the present, the power of the fairy tale remains, its stories serving as influences in migrant literature to represent those shunned by society and their wished for happily ever after. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diane, and thank you for your speech. I have to say that I appreciate the curated dialogue between the Grimm's narrative and Blasim's oeuvre proves generative, yielding innovative, communicative, and analytical pathways. So thank you so much for this perspective. And now I move to another speaker. We have Anane Bessami from the University Mehmed Bugara. Her speech is titled Fairy Tales as a Tool for Political Subversion in Leila Abulela's Bird Summons. So thank you for being here, Anane. The floor is yours, and we are waiting for your speech.
Thank you so much. I'll just try to share my screen. All right, is it visible?
Yes. Perfect.
All right. Okay, now greetings, dear colleagues. I am Dr. Bessami Hanan, an assistant professor of English literature at the University of Mohammed Bouguera University of Algeria, Boumerdès. Now, my presentation is about fairy tales as a tool for political subversion in Leila Abulela's Bird Summons, published initially in 2019. Now, before starting with my presentation, I'd like, first of all, to attribute my serious thanks and gratitude to the organizers of the conference for providing us with the possibility to discuss the incorporation of fairy tales in contemporary scholarship. Now, this being said, this topic in particular is quite, let's say, different from all the ones that have been developed before, because it tackles the representation of the immigrant subject in the Western diaspora. Multiculturalism has proved itself to be the kernel of contemporary society, because multiculturalism, yes, it's providing us with the possibility to explore aspects or to meet with each other, but it's also trying to redefine static notions or myths that we once considered to be unchallenged, including the notion of the pure identity. Now, today, we're not talking of pure identity, we are talking about a self that is in a constant change simply because of its surroundings, simply because of these cultures that we are meeting around us. And migration itself proves to be a pivotal role in deconstructing this purity, because now we are talking about an identity that includes past, present, and future element. We are talking about an identity that is trying to assimilate in a new version, even if once we considered ourselves having purity of identity. Now, even if this kind of attempt to create the melting pot are trying to create a space in which all identities or all cultures can exist with each other, it's still not separated from power dynamics. It's still not separated from the issue of having superior pole representing or being, let's say, in a state of domination to explore its way to dominate the, let's say, subjected other. Now, Layla Abu Layla's narrative, or let's talk a bit about Layla Abu Layla. She's a Sudanese Scottish novelist who tries to explore the representation of Arab female immigrants in the diaspora. And in particular, she tries to explore or to investigate new spaces for them to belong in these foreign lands. So Layla, let's say, her novel, Bird Summons, The Concern of the Present Study, is actually about three characters by the names of Iman, Munia, and Selma, who try to understand or to go throughout a journey to explore new identities and to explore in particular how they can belong through creating alternative spaces of belonging, but which take actually the right shape and the right format of a traditional fairy tale. Now, despite the fact that the novel was published in 2019, there wasn't much critical discussion about the novel itself. Now, Muhammad Kota has investigated the text as a cosmopolitan narrative. He argues that by using narrative techniques to cosmopolitanize the work, Abu Layla instigates the transnational process of empathy, tolerance, and solidarity. Arkan Gan Awad analyzed Abu Layla's narrative by providing a new approach to revisiting the self, focusing on the text reliance on magical realism, which takes us to the understanding of the development of contemporary fairy tale. They contend that the metamorphosis is happening to the trio, to the three female characters, and or the three female characters undergo, offers a possibility of a third space that surpasses national boundaries. Now, Alayda believes that the trio's journey to Evelyn's grave ended up being a journey of self-discovery and fulfillment as they face the challenges of their circumstances, dilemmas, and conflicts. They emerge independent, stronger, and wiser. Raslan finally treats the novel from a psychogeographical point of view in which he mingles nostalgia with the heroic metamorphosis to highlight their lost dreams in the diaspora. Now, being said, the objectives of my presentation are actually twofold. Now, it tries to demonstrate how fairy tales are particularly used to redefine cultural and political colonial ideologies by accentuating a shared history emanating from the journey to visit Lady Evelyn's pilgrimage, let's say, grave, that particularly is related to Lady Evelyn Cabell's pilgrimage to Mecca. She also attempts to subvert the mainstream representation of female characters in fairy tales as subject who require rescue and bestowing them with agency that correct the image of passivity by showing their internal conflicts of faith, trauma, and family domination. Now, the conceptual framework that will be used in particular is to use reterritorialization by Deleuze and Guattari, elaborated in Thousand Plateaus, and also to use Derridian deconstruction to show how these characters deconstruct an existing territory by recreating an imaginary one inspired by, as I have said, the organization of a traditional fairy tale. Now, as I have said, the first part of this dissertation elaborates on how she redefines, let's say, the ideologies, the cultural and political ideologies, by accentuating a shared history. In particular, she tries to say that there is actually a possibility for us to belong to a particular space, not necessarily physical, but rather imaginary through shared humanity. Now, Deleuze and Guattari contend that while territorialization is a movement of parastrata, which ensures the organized form and substance of matters, deterritorialization is a movement or shift of epistrata, which in effect is inseparable from the movement that constitute a parastrata, which means that we are talking about territorialization, deterritorialization, which is initially the deconstruction and the recreation of another territory, which is not necessarily physical, as I have said. Now, the shared history, let's say, of the pilgrimage itself, or the shared history of the British convert, who is Lady Evelyn, and three characters represents a space of solidarity and shared humanity between these characters, in which the characters who initially didn't find themselves in Scotland, they re-territorialize, they deconstruct the first physical territory and re-territorialize another one by providing, let's say, a space, a smooth space that allows these characters to exist through shared humanity. Now, in the novel, the very first page, now Abu Layla states, she still believed, now this is Selma, she still believed in the purpose of the visit on a Lady Evelyn Cabot, the first British woman to perform pilgrimage to Mecca, to educate themselves about the history of Islam in Britain, to integrate better by following the example of those who were of this soil and their faith, those for whom the island was an inherited rather than adopted home, in meaning that this reterritorialization or this imaginary space is particularly inspired by a role model that is initially of British, let's say, of British origins. And this in particular helps the characters to understand more about the space that they are in, which is Britain, in order to take a role model who belongs to a society or an identity that is initially from that place. Now, as I've said already, they also use this territorialization for inspiration. As Abu Layla writes, we might never understand what it's like to be the eldest daughter of 17th Earl of Dunmore, or to have a townhouse in Mayfair and 15,000-acre estates in the Highlands. But Lady Evelyn was a woman like us, a wife and a grandmother. She worshipped as we worshipped, though she kept her own culture, wore Edwardian fashion, shot deer, and left instructions for bagpipes to be played at her funeral. This means despite the differences, there is always something that shares these, or that makes these characters share more or less the same space. Now, another aspect of fairy tales is the fact that the character makes sure that she intermingles Islamic stories, Scottish legends, and Sufi symbolism to accentuate shared human quest for meaning. Now, she uses the hoopoe, for example, known in the Islamic tradition, as a religious symbol, because for Iman, while of course for the two first characters were not able to see the hoopoe, Iman was the only one who was able to, and this hoopoe always provided her with stories about wisdom and stories about reflection, especially the story about Nathan, the story about the fisherman, and they belong to different cultures and to different religions, including Christianity and others. Now, she was reminded, for example, of the hoopoe story about Nathan. They would have understood each other, asked forgiveness from the same God. Another element of the fairy tale is the use of the forest and the Scottish landscapes that allude to Middle Eastern and Celtic mysticism to reflect on universal human themes as guidance, faith, and transformation. As an example, Iman's metamorphosis in the forest, her reconnection with the forest, which makes her actually an active agent to reach both her physical and spiritual rebirth. It is the mystical element of the forest that allows the character to recreate a different image of herself, to exist within another story, and to understand what's her purpose in life after all. Now, the second part, which is a mundane female representation. Now, in the Derridian deconstruction, the center is often dissented, obliterating the myth of absoluteness of interpretation, meaning in the Derridian understanding is not regarded from the approach of totalization, but that of supplement in the signification process. This means that the center is always dissented, therefore there is no totalization in the understanding of meaning. And this is why fairy tales is an important, or the use of fairy tales is quite important to deconstruct the first reality and amend it with the second one. Now, Abu Layla's representation of active female characters subverts the mainstream representation of females in fairy tales as subjects that require rescue, and representing them as characters who are willing not only to reclaim agency in their own life choices, but also correct the image of passivity by showing their internal conflict on faith, trauma, and family domination. How, of course, in Abu Layla's narrative, these characters are even empowered, first of all, to conduct the journey to visit the grave. Now, the fact that, because at the very beginning of the novel, at first, not all of them were interested to go on through the journey simply because they understood that Lady Evelyn was someone who was not scarred. So the fact that these three characters tried to consider the human approach of Lady Evelyn rather than her physical appearance that must be let's say, in adequacy with Muslim principles. So this fact actually represents these characters as ones who are able to decide their own fate, to consider aspects that they are going to do, particularly because it is related to a specific objective. Now, female travel narratives are the genre that focus on female immigrants' search for meaning, testing life choices through Selma's disloyalty, Muni's indecisiveness, and Iman's lack of faith. What I'm trying to say by this is simply that these characters who were once represented in fairy tales as submissive agents are now represented in a way that they are going to have their own hustles in life. They are grappling in finding themselves, in the pursuit of meaning, and in challenging aspects related to their own place in a foreign country, representing round female characters who rebuild their religious faith and social presence or assertion in Britain. In particular, not let's say, by reading about religion or reading about what already was attributed in the past, but reconstructing their own identity, refinding their own space and objectives in life. So as a conclusion, Abu Layla engages in an ongoing discourse that dwells on the true essence of multiculturalism. She uses the female travel narrative as a genre to accentuate her willingness to recreate history through shared human stories to eradicate economies. And this is for the list of references, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much to you, Nana. I think that I'm learning a lot of things, a lot of elements, books, and so on from you all. And I have to say that I really appreciate this perspective because, you know, it's the point is that you are leading us to a different way to read our cultures, our societies. So we need to use a lot of different elements and different tools, if I can use this word, to, as you said, in the end, eradicate the dichotomies. So we don't have to think only through dichotomies, but we have to open our mind and our way to feel the world and other people from a different point of view. So thank you so much. And we have our last speaker, because of Silvia Storti, she cannot be with us today for a problem. So welcome to Sarah Jessica Darley. She is from University of East Anglia, and her speech is titled, "You Royal, You Rebel, Anti-Authoritarianism and the Politics of Play in Mattel's Ever After High Franchise." So thank you to Sarah. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can everyone hear and see? Is that all good?
Yes, perfectly. We can hear you and see the slide.
Brilliant. Considering the transremediation of the tale of Legacy Day across Mattel's Ever After High fashion doll line and franchise, this paper will explore narrative and the negation of authority as necessary playline functions and as validation of social nonconformity for children. Within Sticks and Stones, Jack Zipes... Oh, sorry, I'm trying to change my slide here. Just a second, sorry. There we go. Within Sticks and Stones, Jack Zeit suggests young people are constantly reacting against and defining themselves against a culture that fosters sameness and conformity to corporate systemised beliefs and values. Broadly, this critical engagement with systemised beliefs and values manifests in children's play, with toys offering children opportunities to create new narratives other than those that adults provide. As such, toys can be understood as an ideological site of negotiation and resistance, capable of generating multiple varied narratives and are designed with this purpose. These qualities of children's media and toys offer an interesting interaction with the fairy tale, a narrative type defined by both the stability of its structure and its constant transformation. Ever After High responds to and contends with the tensions between fairy tale stability and transformation, social conformity, and generative play. Notably, in both the fairy tale and play, repetition and variation result in unsuccessful imitation, framing them as inherently disruptive and anarchic modes, meaning even conformity can be considered a rebellious and generative act. A transmedial franchise consisting of a web series, multiple book series, and a graphic novel, Ever After High remediates its own narrative through multiple mediums and perspectives, refusing the authority of a singular text. Following the school adventures of the fairy tale's next generation, Mattel hinges its doll line on the rebellion of a single character, Raven Queen, daughter of the Evil Queen, against the structures and expectations of the fairy tale and very little authority of Headmaster Grimm. When ordered to sign the Storybook of Legends, a magical contract binding each character to the fairy tale legacy of their parents, Raven refuses, knowing, in a metafictive turn, that only misery and defeat await her in the Snow White tale. Raven's refusal proves catalytic, prompting characters on either side of the good and evil divide to reassess their conformity and self-consciously consider their place in the world and the fairy tale. With Raven's disruptive action as the fulcrum of each transmedial text, Ever After High utilises multivocality and textual slippages, tenets of postmodernist revision, to maintain the generative play of the doll line and resist the authority of any governing structure or body within the fairy tale. In the landscape and evolution of Mattel's contemporary doll brands, Ever After High can be considered a response to 3 specific and successful licenses held by Mattel: Barbie, established in 1959, Disney Princess, for which Mattel held the exclusive doll manufacturing rights from 2000 to 2016, and Monster High, an alternative doll line for the tween market launched in 2010. Tellingly, when introducing Ever After High during Mattel's first quarter 2013 earnings conference call, Timothy J. Kilpin first establishes the key purposes of Mattel's existent doll lines, implying both Ever After High's profitability through its similarity to such lines and its distinction, locating the franchise within an untapped white space. As Kilpin suggests, Barbie speaks to the aspirational roles that we know girls like to play out, while Disney Princess allows girls to play out the magic of Disney's classic fairy tales, and Monster High speaks to an older girl through a great story and relevant message. Aesthetically and thematically, Ever After High is undoubtedly more akin to Barbie and Disney Princess, rather than the gothically interned Monster High, as both doll lines have made copious use of fairy tale narratives and iconography. However, the target demographic and transmedia rollout of Ever After High, in addition to the physical sculpting proportions of the dolls themselves, follow the franchise model initiated by Monster High. In 2013, Ever After High's first year, Mattel launched 9 core dolls, each packaged as a storybook, including a bookmark that revealed itself to be a secret signature diary of the character it accompanied. They also released a novel, The Storybook of Legends, the first of a 5-book series by Shannon Hale, 15 animated webisodes upon their website and YouTube, and a 23-minute special feature released on Netflix, the beginning of a 7-season series on the platform. This influx of material proved effective in rapidly asserting the world-building of Ever After High's franchise, with the initiatory narrative of Legacy Day recapitulated to a potentially excessive degree. However, by varying the perspective of and sequence of events during Legacy Day across each doll and platform, Mattel succeeded in maintaining their audience's interest whilst preserving the anti-authoritarian thesis of their franchise. The story of your life begins when you make it your own. You're empowered to choose your own destiny. A thesis born from the dual impetuses of Barbie's projection and Disney Princess's scripted play. The protagonists of Ever After High during this initiatory wave of media, Applewhite and Raven Queen, typify the royals versus rebels dichotomy of the franchise, Sharing a destiny in the Snow White story, these characters' futures and the consequences of their decisions are deeply intertwined. As Apple eagerly anticipates her happily ever after, she struggles to understand why Raven cannot accept her fate as the evil queen. And as Raven refuses to sign her future away, she leaves Apple's story in a state of deconstruction. Though the catchy phrasing of royals and rebels suggests a neat divide between hero and villain, with social and moral conformity guiding each student's identification, the membrane between them proves to be porous. For example, while Briar Beauty, the daughter of Sleeping Beauty, is identified as a royal by her friends and packaging, she frequently expresses her fear of falling asleep and waking to a world where everyone she loves has passed. Equally, Cedarwood, the daughter of Pinocchio, is determined as a rebel, advocating for the pursuit of truth and choice despite her palpable excitement to live through her father's tale and become a real girl. The most accurate simplification of the royal versus rebel divide is one of obedience versus disobedience. However, acutely, as demonstrated by Cedarwood, this disobedience is not intrinsically attached to the following of predestiny or fairy tale structures. Rather, it is understood as obedience and conformity to the will of Headmaster Milton Grimm, who assumes a textual and punitive authorial role as the unofficial and seemingly omniscient ruler of Ever After. Ever After High's refusal of neat character classification, even in a system it has itself established, speaks to and is informed by the ideological negotiation and resistance engendered by play, and the infinite scope of narratives such negotiation can prompt. Though the division of royal and rebel initially appears as a two-pronged mode of clique-based identification, it proves a choice that must be reflected upon and queried through the act of play. This is thematized by a recurrent motif of Hale's Storybook of Legends and Raven Queen's signature diary. The Wonderlandian game of If I Didn't, initiated by Maddie Hatter to lift Raven's spirits. Though Hale's text expands upon the scene leading to Maddie and Raven's game, the pattern and script of the Wonderlandiful rhyming game offers little deviation between Raven's diary and Hale's text. Despite the significant narrative deviation expansion between these texts, the consistency of this interaction highlights its importance in radicalizing Raven, who in turn initiates rebellion as a valid choice for others. Prior to Maddie's game, as Raven herself confesses, she had never considered an alternative to her destiny as the evil queen, no matter how much she dreaded it. As Seth Giddings suggests within Toy Theory, to ask what if is a primal and speculative move, at once simulacral and playful. It has the potential to, at least, to unsettle and decenter established histories. Through this interaction, playing a game, Raven is given an opportunity to reconsider her identity and desires beyond the narratives adults provide. Notably, reflecting Mattel's understanding of imagination and interactions with dolls, formed in the wake of Ruth Handler's iconic Barbie, for whom projection was always the point, the impetus behind Raven's entertaining choice, and thus Ever After High's broader narrative of fairy tale and social upheaval, is generative play. Appearing throughout Hale's text during moments of significant introspection for Raven, If I Didn't Have to Be the Evil Queen offers a break in the narrative flow. In the narrative flow of Hale's free, indirect discourse, as the reader dips into Raven's own consciousness. The sentence's trailing ellipses maintain the openness of Raven's contemplation, inviting the reader to participate in Maddie's game as they imagine alternate narratives and futures for Raven. Futures they can enact and recreate via the representative dolls at the heart of the franchise. Rather than a set goal or a known happily ever after, Raven is motivated by the lack of structure or closure offered beyond her fairy tale script. It is the freedom of making her own choice, in a moment of emphasized identification of the audience of Ever After High, as they hold the doll or text and begin to exert their own authority over the story world, that is framed as the utmost goal and valuable prize of Rebel Raven Queen. Conversely, Applewhite, the royal foil to Raven's Rebel, sharing equal screen time, marketing and narrative privilege, offers an additional, nuanced perspective of generative and scripted play, emphasizing negotiation above resistance. The figurehead of obedience, Apple's motivation for seeking out the familiarity of her mother's tale varies radically across transmedia products. Superficially, as intoned by her royal label, Apple seeks out her Snow White future because a happily ever after awaits her, complete with a true love's kiss and coronation. As such, her comparative privilege to those doomed never after cast her willingness to sacrifice their futures for her own benefit as uncharacteristically selfish, fracturing the archetype of an ideal princess and future queen she wishes to project. However, her genuine belief in Headmaster Grimm and his prophetic assessment that, as Apple paraphrases, if you rebel against the system, you vanish from memory, reorients her desire to follow the story as a heroic act. Rather than cancelling one another out, these desires coexist in Apple's character, culminating in an overarching fear of the unknown. Reading Hale's text, this fear encourages us to view Apple in a sympathetic light, excusing her unwavering devotion to Milton Grimm, a figure determinedly more Orwellian in Hale's remediation than any other text. Reflecting upon Apple's childhood, Hale recounts Apple's formative trauma, contrasting her lack of fear for the scary parts of the Snow White story with her near-death falling down a cold, dark well. The terror felt during her time in the well shadowed Apple's view of the world in paranoia, prompting her to decide that only in her own story would she be safe. The sooner she was in that nice, safe, familiar tale, poison fruit and all, the better. Significantly, Hale's context of Apple's fear validates the comfort afforded by repetitive patterns, narratives, and scripts for Ever After High's audience. While the character of Raven speaks to the infinite generation engendered by transgression, Apple sanctions explorations of and regressions into existent narratives. Rather than narrowing the endorsed scripts of Mattel's playline, the inclusion and expression of Apple's obedience increases the breadth of choice during an interactive play stimulated by Ever After High. By validating both transgression and convention, Ever After High prompts its audience to consider their individual desires, encouraging personal projection on both a play narrative and social scale. Notably, mirroring the act of play, Apple's adherence to these comforting scripts is frequently demonstrated as performative, especially in reference to aspects of the fairy tale seen as stoutly patriarchal or anti-feminist. Despite the unanimous belief that daring Charming, the son of a Prince Charming, will be the hero and thus true love of Apple's story, our first on-screen introduction to the pair suggests there is nothing but amiable friendship between the two. When directly asked about their relationship, Apple replies, "Daring and I are still not a couple. This is high school. We've got forever after to be together," effectively leaving both characters open to alternate romantic entanglements or no romantic entanglements at all, without canonical contradictions. More astutely, despite the abundance of fairy tale princesses in Ever After High and their mandatory enrollment in damsel in distressing class, their capability as active heroines is never questioned. Though they may spend class trapped in a glass towers waiting for heroic 101's male students to save them, each princess, even those descended from the archetypically passive Snow White, Sleeping Beauty and Rapunzel, prove they are creative and ingenious enough to escape the contrived situations of their stories without hesitation or the need for male interference. This emphasis upon performance, in association with fairy tale roles or destiny, allows the comfort and magic of the classic tales to be separated from any restrictive social mores woven amongst their fabric. Ever After High's audience knows, even as they lay their Briar Beauty doll down for her fated sleep, that the princess is far from a passive participant in her own story, and they have the diary, videos, and books to prove it. When surveying the breadth of Ever After High's transremediation, it is essential that we read its various texts through the lens of play. As Giles Brugger suggests, we must not forget that the girl of the toy is to be used in play. Though Mattel's initial pitch for the property emphasizes it's not a doll, it's not a plaything, it's truly a franchise, the company's ethos of empowering generations through play belies this brief, as does Ever After High's very fabrication. The synchronized release of multiple media during Ever After High's year of release, whether packaged with the dolls housed by school libraries or accessible for free online, ensured no narrative prevailed as canon, allowing further speculation, consumption, and narrative mutation. This lack of coherence, fidelity, or indeed authority proves both deliberate on the part of Mattel and essential in encouraging the use of dolls as tools for generative fairy tale remediation. Additionally, as the fairy tale structures the social world of Ever After, Mattel's encouraging of narrative play endorses its audience to question real-world social politics and authority figures. Significantly, as there is no true narrative or closure to be found in Ever After High, there is no prime directive or leaning for its audience to follow. Without a clear script, the doll's function as a site of negotiation and resistance is rendered both salient and sanctioned, allowing each individual who interacts with Ever After High's material to reimagine its characters and the broader fairy tale within their own unique vision. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for this new perspective, different from the others. So very, very interesting, and thank you. When I read your abstract, I was very, very curious, and now, as I said, I learned something very, very new, because I didn't know this, I can say, franchising, these dolls and these books and so on. So thank you, Sarah. As I said before, unfortunately, Silvia Sorti, she is not with us. So we have time for a Q&A session. I don't know if someone of you wants to take the floor and wants to start, because I have some question, but I don't know if from you all want to share your perspective, your questions between speakers and so on. I give you just 1 minute to think about this, or I could start and then we move from one each other. So, okay. Emanuela, you are with us.
Yes, I am.
Okay, yes. So, as I said before, thank you for your speech and to focus your attention on the concept of nostalgia. And I was interested when you showed us the list of the Mediterranean
Contingencies.
yes, contingencies, because you have to know that Emanuela Ferreri, she's a sociologist here in Italian. She is amazing, and she works a lot in the imaginary section of the ICE, the Italian Sociological Association. And this year, our organization decided to focus the attention on the Mediterranean era. So your speech led me to think that maybe we can think to use that kind of list of elements like tools to study the actual political, cultural, economical landscape of the multiplicity of the Mediterranean cultures. So do you think that we can use this, your list has something, how can I say, empirical? So we can use it like a tool to study this very complex landscape.
Yes, of course. In my proposal, the referment, of course, is the sociological and anthropological definition of contingencies that come from Niklas Luhmann. So the double pressure on ego-alter relationship. So is a real nuclear and deep universal condition when you can find particular, vernacular, originality, unicity, but a fundamental condition, spontaneous situation every day. You can find also another definition by Niklas Luhmann is the expectation of expectation. So it's a process of mirroring each other. And of course, of all the element of the identity, like a psychosocial process. So element that made a identity of a single individual and element of the group, of the society, entity in which we are experiment this condition, this situation. But this is also a place of experience, because it's the place of the emergency of a convergencies of these different instances. So to create a new understanding, a new relationships between ego and alter, not the dichotomy, not to cut the polarization of the contingency, but to recreate the process. Maybe is an asymmetrical situation, of course, because ego and alter can be, maybe are, always. They felt the differences, the diversity, the asymmetries of the condition, but they have the chance to restart the relationships, painful, dangerous, or marvelous, or of love, of sentiment, or not. But the chance to go on, to left behind a different ideological predetermination of the situation. This is the richness of the socio-anthropological definition of the contingency. In the ordinary life, as a spontaneous understanding of the relationships among individuals and groups, and in extraordinary time, and when violence enter in the contingency, is the role of the cut the situation, or of empty the richness of the situation, create void, or full of violence itself, the place and the process. This is the challenge of the Mediterranean contingencies. I hope that is clear, this powerful definition in sociological anthropological terms. Thank you, Edmondo, for this underline of the notion.
Thank you to you and your participation. So really, really appreciate it. And there are some questions from the public, or I just one moment, I check the chat. No, okay, it's just thank you, Sarah, for your great perspective. So if you have question, just raise your hand or take voice. But I have a question for John. As I said, I just decided to watch the movie just one time, and it was something like disruptive for myself in a good way, but very, very intense. And I think that your perspective gives us a more mature, more critical vision of the movie. But my question was connected with a specific element, that is the element of depression that we can notice in the movie in a very specific way, and connected to our everyday life. And the question was, according to you, according to your study, do you think that the filmmaker wants to communicate to us that the depression was like like a new pandemia, or it's like a pandemia of this era, and in which way we can connect all these elements of depression to our historical moment, on the moment that we are living, according to the movie and the filmmaker perspective?
Yes, that's a very good question. Thank you very much. To be honest, I don't know. I don't know what the filmmaker was thinking. And I tried not so much to focus on his possible intentions in my interpretation. I mean, he probably, I don't know, but probably he linked the topic of depression more closely in the film to a queer experience that I didn't highlight as much. I mean, I hope I didn't invisibilize it, but it was just not the topic of my talk, but I think I took it for granted. So I'm not completely sure if the film really shows us depression as a phenomenon that is very broadly spread in our contemporary times, or if maybe it did link it closer to a certain experience. But I think there are maybe two elements of the film which underline my interpretation. First, there's this whole biblical background. Of course, I hinted on that, but of course the main character is called Adam. It's like the first man on earth who in the biblical narration is lonely, and therefore Eve gets invented, blah blah blah. And in the film, of course, it's not Eve but Harry, and not God but Adam himself, who invents some version of Harry to comfort himself. And so I think Adam is kind of can represent mankind in a way. And then the second element is there's a scene where he talks with his mother in the 80s, where homophobia was more overt than it is today, and she asked him there in this scene, she asks him if the life he chose is very lonely, and why would you choose such a life? And I don't remember exactly, but he answers somewhere along the lines of, well, no, it is not lonely. I mean, of course, yes, it is, but it's not because I'm gay. So I think this also, if we take this as a true statement, which is not so clear because of the nature of the film, but then I think this also hints at the state of depression being a more general phenomenon than just a part of queer experience.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. And again, I don't know if there are questions from the floor, or because I can continue. I have questions for everybody, but I don't know if you want to share between you all, because I think that there are a lot of interesting intersection. For example, I just moved if Milan. No, he's not with us. No, I'm so okay. Pity, because there's I think a connection between the all of us strangers and the concept of the contemporary fairy tales that we need to express for the LGBTQ plus imaginary, and at the same time the possibility to recognize identities, to recognize a position inside society, inside the imagination. So it could be a very interesting connection. But I have a question for Melissa too. Melissa, you are with us?
Yes, I'm still awake and I'm still here.
Okay, Melissa, thank you for your presence. And it's a kind of a technical question, because you decided to show us a lecture of the Little Mermaid, Tempe, so the Notre Dame manner, and are you continuing to study these differences between, how can I say, classical fairy tales and modern or contemporary fairy tales, or it was just a study case for this conference?
Actually, that was my final thesis for my master's degree.
Yeah.
But it was a recurring theme in a lot of the courses that I took and a lot of the papers that I wrote. And it is something I plan on trying to study and research further. mostly for that psychological aspect of development, and the conflict between what original fairy tales were meant to be and what they've become.
Okay, yeah, yeah, the point was exactly what you said. In the end, the point is why we decided to change the original plot, the original message, the original vision. And we know that behind all the changes in mythology, fairy tales, media narration, there's maybe not only a cultural perspective, but a lot of times there's a marketing vision, a necessity to be manipulative on the people, on societies. So I think that we need studies like yours because we need to focus attention what we have at the beginning and what we have nowadays and how we can retransform all this kind of narration comparing themselves. So
yeah, and that's, you know, like I said, I want to keep studying this. I mean, because changes in fairy tales is not always a bad thing, but when you change it so much that the, you know, the points are either lost or changed in such a way that it doesn't help society as a whole, which is the whole point of most fairy tales, is to help society in general move forward or become better.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with you because we need changes. We need changes, and as Jan showed us, we need maybe other kind of fairy tales, other kind of perspective, and so changing the hero, heroine, if female, male, and so on, it's okay. About the ethnical or gender or sexual orientation, it is okay because we need changes through imagination. So thank you for your speech. And again, when you want to, if you want to say something, raise your hand. I can continue because I want to ask to Diane, because Diane, Diane, you're with us. Okay, yes. So you started with an assumption that this is not your field of research. So, you know, it's like the position of the researcher that is something very important in when we do scientific research. And I want to ask you why you decided to choose this theme to present this speech. Which are the peculiar elements that moved something into you, your maybe curiosity to study something new? So why? Which are the reasons that you moved to you to this speech?
It was kind of a light bulb moment. I think we all have them every now and then, that you just kind of see something very clearly. And when I was doing my master's a year ago, I read Exit West, which is migrant literature, and that led me on to The Madman of Freedom Square, which I loved. And we were discussing it, myself and some colleagues, and it just struck me that it's like fairy tales. It's just the modern equivalent of fairy tales, that the movement of people, the shunning of people, and the movement into Europe, you know, and that connection. And I very much enjoy the Gothic and folklore and things like that. And I just started to kind of to research it myself and pull some ideas together. And it has sat there with me, thinking about it every now and then, but not really developing it. And then when I saw the opportunity, it was a good excuse to make myself take some time to develop it a bit further. And even having delivered this, I can see more that can be added. So I hopefully will be able to develop it.
Good, amazing. Because you know I'm a researcher too. So when we study something, sometimes we have the impression to stuck in something. No, you study every time the same things or something correlated, but then we have like moment of light or movement of like a spark in our mind, and we move in other fields, and we understand that there are a lot of correlation between what we study. So it's very useful to have to declare our position. So I really appreciated that you started with that sentence, because it's like, yeah, I studied something, but then I was totally interesting. That there was like some curiosity inside of me, and I wanted to move towards something new. So thank you for your elements. And I have to confess, for example, for me was something new, this connection between Grimm's and assemblism. So I learned something new from you. Again, thank you. And then I can continue. It's like, if you want to add something of you, no, I can continue. Okay. And Anane, you are with
Yes.
us. Okay. Yes. When I read your abstract, I have to confess that I needed to do a research about Leila Abu Leila's bird summons, because I didn't know the author and then the book. So for me, it was something new, and I appreciated your design of how we can see, for example, the perspective of a growth of women inside society and in different societies, cultures, and so on, as I said before, and the use, for example, of Derrida and Deleuze. And I want to ask you if are you working on other books or other imaginary elements like this, or if it was just one-stand research?
Actually, even my PhD dissertation was about identity. So what I'm trying to explore is the contemporary identity as it is. Now, I have developed the appropriations and the adaptations of William Shakespeare's writings in the Arab world. And I have tried to understand how Hamlet as a figure himself represents the grappling of Arab youth. And then I went to exploring other aspects of identity in relation to other female characters as well. So let's say that the contemporary understanding of my research is identity in particular, and contemporary identity. And this is why, let's say, my interest is everything that is related to either Western narratives, African literature, let's say Arab diasporic novels, let's say even, writings, for example, of John Diaz. This means that the writing of the minority for the time being, especially when it comes to the identity of minorities, I think that the contemporary society really urges us to understand more about this, because we are moving towards it. And we are supposed to understand, I think, how we can preserve our national boundaries, but converging into what was once called by Goethe a world literature. This means that we can attempt to create literature that appeals to all of us. Maybe fairy tale, maybe some perspectives from these writers can be actually the solution for our questions. We never know.
Yes, exactly. Amazing. Fantastic. And I think that you give me the possibility to talk, for example, with Sarah, because I think that, Sarah, you are like an expert of this, because, I was checking your CV, I was checking when we and all the scientific committee, we decided which papers accept and which not, because in a conference we need to choose. We cannot take all the people. So I was looking at your CV, and I'm very interesting, because for me it's something totally new. And the very short question is, Do you think that all the elements that you presented today are just correlated with marketing? So how Mattel, it's, you know, we know it's an industry, so Mattel decided just to sell. They need to sell those, but there's and just to industry, and if you know, or if in your research you had the possibility to talk, to discover, or to read something about like a cultural plan, or maybe a more wide perspective of societies. Because, for example, in one slide, I don't remember, the one with all the dolls, in the beginning we have the classical Barbie, women, very thin, tall, blonde hair, very classical in a kind of way, you know, it's like a stereotype. But in the end, we had a lot of transformation. So we have, lucky us, the possibility to recognize ourselves in one of the dolls. So the point is, this kind of industry, so like Mattel, according to you, they choose this only for marketing, or they have like a cultural office or something like this?
It's a very complex question, because within Mattel, as like an industry, we have the marketing department, we have the creative teams, we have all these different things happening. So a lot of the information that I've kind of dug up from Mattel is on their investors portal, which is open to the public. I haven't done anything nefarious, but you can kind of see how it's being pitched to people as something profitable. So when they identify a white space to fill, having, I think you're on about the slide where it had Barbie, Disney Princess, Monster High, American Girl, which I didn't talk about, and then Ever After High. The idea of a white space is, we know what sells, but we don't want to compete with ourselves in this situation. So when they produced Monster High in 2010, it was for an older girl. So if we think about Barbie as being up to maybe age 9 as a target demographic, then Monster High comes in for like 10 to 13 and onwards. It has a bit of a cult following, does Monster High, and it's had a whole collector called the Skelector community, and they do collectible dolls based on horror movies. So there was one for It, and there's been ones for Beetlejuice, and there's a lot going on. For those who don't know, Monster High, it's the children of kind of amorphous monsters. There's ones from literature and film. The main character is called Frankie Stein. She was originally the daughter made by the monster Frankenstein. In the most recent generation, they are now non-binary because they have parts from many different people, so it is growing as we go. But when they're identifying a white space, it's okay, we know Monster High is sold well, but not everybody likes scary things. Not everybody wants to have a monstrous doll. So we know we can sell in this demographic. So what do we do for the people who don't like gothic and they don't like scary? And how can we market this? But from a creative perspective, a lot of the people who worked on Monster High also worked on Ever After High, so that there is a character from Monster High who is an exchange student who goes through a magic mirror and attends Ever After High because they realised they had a lot of Greek mythology at Monster High. So they had the CA Cupid, the daughter of Eros, and they were like, it might make more sense for her with her magic love arrows to go to the fairy tale place, so we'll send her over there. But there is definitely a labour of love happening at some level with the creative teams, but it's because they knew it could be profitable based off Monster High, which was the base model of kind of how they thought the brand would operate in that demographic. They were able to give more leniency, and then they were kind of faced with the fact that we want to do something with princesses, because we know Disney princesses sell, but these girls are aging out. And it became a bit of a palaver because Ever After High is actually one of the reasons Disney pulled their license from Mattel, and that's why Ever After High is on a hiatus at the moment, because they can't have both the license which they got back from Hasbro and their own princesses effectively. but then they had to kind of figure out, how do we make fairy tales work when they are not attached to a scripted film? So if we think about Disney princess dolls as merchandise that supports the film is the priority. For Mattel as a doll company or a toy company, the dolls have to be the priority. So the like where you have to orient yourself completely shifts. So instead of being like, oh well, the child will be bought this because it's their favorite character, and then it exists as a character, it's scripted to this film. It doesn't kind of have to have a life outside of being attached to this film because it will sell because it's attached to this film. With Monster High and American Girl dolls and Ever After High, they have to create a property that's engaging enough that people will buy not just one doll but multiple dolls to kind of get their perspectives, to get their side of the story so they can interact. And a lot of that now is world building, it's transmedia properties. So there's a lot of different moving parts in that regard happening. And of course, kind of the frontier of everything we think about dolls is Barbie, who you can't avoid talking about Mattel. And I'm sure most people here have seen the Barbie movie that came out in 2023, where it parodied Space Odyssey, with the little girls in like a desert playing with baby dolls, and then a giant Barbie appears and they throw the baby dolls away because they now had a Barbie to play with. And that's where that idea of projection comes in. Barbie was kind of a blank canvas for girls to think about their future outside of motherhood. And as much as we can debate whether or not Barbie is a good role model or body positive or anything, the fact that she gave that potential for projection kind of means she was an inherently subversive and generative figure. And every kind of fashion doll that followed, and every career Barbie has had, has been in the pursuit of being anything, telling girls that they can look outside of this, even if it is within these certain scripts. And that very much informed Mattel's ethos with dolls. And I think as kind of an idea to have, whether or not it's executed perfectly, that's a very important one because it doesn't limit the play. Whereas a baby doll, it kind of is created so that you mother it or father it, but you can get a baby doll for anybody. But the idea is you cradle it because it doesn't really have a capability as a soft body and hard limbs usually. It's there to be held and to be pantomimed with in the act of parenting. It won't sit up on its own. Oftentimes they have crying features. I myself had a baby Annabelle doll that would cry until you fed her, until my parents took the batteries out because they were very, very upset with that doll. But the Barbie could be pulled out continuously. And so these things are all kind of culminating in Ever After High, where you have to have a story that will stand on its own, but one that you can project within. And when you're doing something fairy tale, they want it because of the aesthetics, because there's this iconography, because it's known, because people enjoy fairy tales. But they also have to have them open-ended enough that people can play with them in different matters, in different ways.
Thank you so much for all these interesting elements about this work that I don't practice. So thank you so much. And for the last time, I don't know if you want to add something, but for me, the session was amazing. And we are so sorry for the technical issues at the beginning, but thank you so much for your presentation, your time, your presence. And if you want to, I hope that we will stay in contact. So maybe if you want, you can check what is it, the European fairy tale route. And if you are interested to become part of this European and international network, we are open to add other partners, researchers, independent scholars, and so on. So I think that you have my email, the email of the association. So thank you again so much, and we will see in the afternoon or tomorrow if you want. So goodbye.
Hi, we're feeling that I get here.
Flavia and Sebastiano.
Hello.
Hello, Sebastiano. So I don't know if more people will join, or shall we start, or but there's no speakers.
Not right now, no.
So we have to wait, yeah. So that's
I think so.
So maybe we introduce a little bit, not losing time. We can chat. Where are you from, Flavia?
Italy, University of Bologna. What about
University
you?
of Bologna. No, I love Bologna. I am from Storyteller Museum in Poland, near Warsaw. I go to Bologna for book fair almost every year. Children books fair, yeah. So that's yes. And Sebastiano, where are you from?
I'm from Milan. I
Yeah.
study in Milan. Yeah, I'm doing also my PhD in Lyon. So it's half of the time in Italy and the other half in France.
Okay, so vous parlez français, oui? Donc,
oui.
Français, oui. Can you speak French, Flavia, or English and Italian?
Just a little bit of French, but not so confident in speaking French.
And Safai, where are you from?
Yeah, I think so.
Now we can hear you. Can you introduce yourself? Where are you from?
Okay. My name is Safa Ben Fraiha. I'm 26 years old. I am a PhD student and I am from Morocco, more specifically Casablanca.
Oh, Casablanca, very nice place. I've been to Morocco for several times. I gave workshop in more than 10 schools.
Oh, that's really interesting. Where exactly? Do you remember the name of the cities?
Oh, yes, but it's 10 cities. So, from Fez to Marrakesh and to Rabat, and in Rabat many places there. So
Oh, that's great. That's
Casablanca,
amazing.
but that neighborhood of Casablanca. Yeah, so I love more.
Yeah, that's nice. I'm actually in the University of Hassan too. That is the
Hassan too,
Casablanca
yes.
University.
Wow, very good. Very good. So you're
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, yeah. So we are waiting for our speakers. I don't know if they are.
Yeah.
Or maybe you can start presenting. but I don't know what to do because you are in a program and Sebastiano as well, yeah. So
yeah.
Flavia, so I don't know what.
It seemed there is a message in the chat from someone that tried to come.
Oh, Irene is coming. Yes. Are you writing to the chat, or because now we are in the room and we yeah, and Irene also is presenting. But in the program we have Jeffrey, yeah, so let's wait maybe. For me, it's a very interesting conference because that's the topic of story and folk taste. It's very close to me as I'm running the Storyteller Museum. So now we can meet people from very different places and different perspectives. So that's Irene, we can see you. That's good. Safai, do you have your camera as well or not? Just
I'm just afraid, like, because of the Wi-Fi, if I turn my camera, it's not gonna be as smooth as it is now.
Okay, but during your presentation, you are going to
Okay, yeah, sure.
to turn on, yeah. Okay, let's wait for the next speakers. Jeffrey Grandjean.
Maybe he's still in the other room. Is it
Yeah,
possible?
I think they are in the other room. They didn't move. I saw him in another room.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, but why? But now we cannot come back. Yeah, that's a
it could be a
that's a
little
trap
problem.
of technology. You know,
Yeah.
that's I think they have to modernize this tool that we can switch from one and make it more visual as well, the interface. Yeah, there's a lot of things to improve.
I can try to go back with the old link, but let's see.
And Irene, where are you from? Because we introduce ourselves a little bit.
Yeah, hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I am originally from Greece
Mhm.
and Turkey, and I am now based in the UK.
Oh, perfect. Where in UK?
It is in Southport, which is a small town in the north of Liverpool.
Okay, perfect. Hello, Rosario.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. We are waiting for next, speakers, so we are chatting, just not losing time.
We stay here and
No sitting just in front of camera, which, that's is a surprise. And where are you from, Rosario?
I'm from Potenza. Is a small city between Naples and Bari, just in the middle, in the south of Italy. I work at the Basilicata University, but I'm here like a PhD candidate for University of Salamanca. And so
Okay, Salamanca, but yeah.
a lot of confusion.
No, but I think we are such a amazing potential team. That's so many different perspectives and so many interesting people working on very curious problems. They're very interesting. Let's see how we can share it and what can emerge from our meeting, because that's a goal. That from our meeting, there is some explosion of ideas. Yeah, that we can progress.
Lots of ideas. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm now very much in quantum physics, and then I'm writing the quantum folk tales. So that's to explain children and not only children, but very complex problems from quantum physics, but in an easy way, imaginary way. So I'm creating characters to introduce plasma, quark, gluon plasma, that, and we make games with children. So because very often when I'm talking quantum physics, so the people are afraid it's not for me, especially the people from humanist area, but they say no, we are not. This is kind of framing of our imagination, like in political identities, this is also this frames the systems, the regime quite start to shape, yeah, but I try to promote completely different approach. Yeah. But from
I totally agree.
Same with economics. Yeah. Yeah. That's very important what you mentioned. So do you have any economic tales in mind? Yes, Irene?
Okay, that's part of my research. I mean, my PhD is in economics in reality. So I do research on folk tales and the economic ideas they have. And I, because the narrative of the neoliberal economics is a certain thing and does not help us. And I study the economic ideas of communities and how they see issues like protection of nature or our relationship to nature, the position of women or minorities in the economy, the class struggle in the economy. So we have plenty of material in folk culture about it, and I'm doing this.
Wow, very interesting. And you know, do you know this book?
Yes. Economics is
yeah, narrative economics from the Nobel Prize of that's he got a Nobel Prize for this research on narratives, and economics and combination of both, So Sebastiano, you went to another world, So what do you bring to us? Shall we start
today, in today's presentation, you mean?
No, I don't know, because there is no Jeffrey.
I know. I was looking for him in the other room, but it was there. So I think
he was there, and okay. So I think let's start, because the time is short and we have not a lot of time. And also I have today the very important event because I am a member of as advisor committee for the Ministry of Culture and about intangible heritage, and we have this today, the gala about intangible heritage, and I have to, like, at 1 o'clock to finish, so so let's present our ideas. Irene started already talking, so I don't know, we mix the program or not? What we follow the list. So you see, like always, it's unusual. What is typical for storytelling is that almost always is very different than we predict. So with the storytelling, I am a storyteller, I'm running the Storyteller Museum, and I'm guiding a lot of storytelling sessions, and it's always very different. So we have to be ready for improvisation and for adapting. And also now I give workshop on adaptive thinking with the wooden blocks I developed, and I gave at the university for students as well. I make workshops. So always we have to be ready for these adaptive situations, and we are in these adaptive situations. So we have to change a little bit the maybe the timeline on the list. So if we can start presenting the ideas. So the topic today of our section is political imaginaries, from memory to identity. And this is so important topic, and one of the most important issues now, the identity. I just recently, as I mentioned a little bit before, that I'm interested in quantum physics, and one of the Polish quantum physicists, in his interview, what he said, that this identity is one of the most important things from his perspective. So let's observe how it is in the world of the scholars and studying. But maybe I wanted to just, to start with a topic of explanation of what does it mean, political imaginary, or what does it mean? The political imaginary is like a shared picture of how community is and ought to be, It stitches together myth of origin, maps the thread of hope, and everybody expectations about the power, the fairness, and belonging. Unlike formal ideologies, imaginaries live in stories, symbols, rituals, places, and interfaces. They are carried by moments and memes, passports and playgrounds, school books and songs. They make institutions feel natural, conflict feel meaningful, and identity feel obvious. Let's check what does it mean, this political imaginary, and let's check what does it mean from memory to identity. Let's invite our scholars to present their ideas. So let's start from Irene. Can you go first? Are you ready? Or you turn off your camera?
Should I share my presentation?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. If you can share your presentation, shall I allow you to share, or it's already? I think you should share it. No problem.
Okay, you should be able to see my presentation, isn't it?
Perfectly, we see your presentation.
Okay.
If you can put it full screen, maybe it would be better. It's better for you like that. I can see perfectly, but
yeah, I'm trying to turn it, you know.
Okay, leave it
slide
like that.
presentation.
I can read it. I think other speakers can see it as well.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
So I'm not going to speak about economics today. I'm going to speak about law. So this is a very old project I did when I was studying law. And I was attending a workshop in anthropology of law. So I had many questions at the time. And these are the questions actually that all law theorists have, like how does law function in society? How does it become obligatory? And why we rely on it? Why we are certain that we have a rule even if we disagree about it? And why do we comply? And why we say that this rule is something we have to keep and this rule we have to discard? And why do we think, in Europe, for example, that our legal systems are so good after a long line of evolution in the legal systems that we have? And it's the best we could have at the moment. So this is also a narrative in the legal discipline. So maybe we see in everyday discussions, and not only in that, also in literature, that a lot of people say that law is a lie. Like there is an ideal world where law says what is happening, and the material world where law is not respected or is abused, or it holds only for the weak or the oppressed, and the oppressors can do whatever they want. So the question that I have is, if we want to explore this truth and lie binary, if we could use the concept of myth, what would we get? Like, is it possible that law is connected to that? So I'm using myth in, let's say, in the Greek sense of the word, which means mythos, means logos, which means discourse. So it is something that we say, a story that we say, that we don't have any demand of the story being true. Can be. Or it can be a condensed narrative about events that were true in the past, but we don't have full information about it. So we can't verify what has happened, and we don't care about it because what we need is the story, and not so much to verify that what the story says is true. And of course, if a society has a myth, the myth is accepted as true, like by convention, whether it is a symbolic truth or a historical truth, even if it is not, if someone, let's say, researches the topic, they might not find any proof that the myth is true, which is usually what's happening with myths. So the question is whether the legal systems we have, the law we have in Europe, or some countries, like I was writing this having Greek the Greek legal system in mind, but it holds like in the UK. I'm in the UK. I have worked occasionally in the legal sector in the UK, so it's not so different as we would like it, to think of it. So there are some external structures of a myth that the literature, let's say anthropologists or historians or literature experts, so we know there are some external structures of the myth that we can recognize, and there are some internal structures. So I'm going to be brief about it. So we know this tension between written and oral. We live in a written culture, and writing is perceived as being more truthful, but this is a performance. So especially for us researchers, we know, and also lawyers, we know that what is written is not necessarily the truth. It's what the author says or wants to present as truth. Especially in the legal systems, we have a lot of state authorities that they have to preserve themselves and of bureaucracy. So they write what they have to write, even if does not represent the material reality as all members of the society say it. And we have other external structures, like there are contradictions, antithesis in a story. There are branches of narrative, which means that not only episodes, but there are lines of ideas in the narrative that differentiate in order to convey a message. There are meanings that depend on the story. So the same word or same symbol might have a different function in a different story, just like in a legal system. One word in the Greek legal system does not have the same meaning necessarily in the UK legal system. And of course, everything has primordial origins. So there is some principle from where the myth comes, or the law, or the rule comes. Example is the basis of law. In legal theory, we say this, it might be the will of the people, which is also very abstract. And we have not interviewed everyone in a society to know what they think about the law, but we assume it can be nature for the natural law theorists, or it can be the divine or a metaphysical entity that gives us the rules. And of course, the modern legal systems in everywhere, because we have also colonialism, and this has affected legal systems in most countries. So they have a lot of mythical origins in Europe. Even if we don't want to discuss this, the role of the Holy Inquisition in the interrogation system we have is fundamental. We don't discuss about that. We also have oaths, we have religious symbols in many legal systems that are reproduced even if they are not used as the basis of legal analysis. And of course, they also work in a way to create a contrast with the secular legal, supposedly secular legal systems that we have. That, yeah, of course, this is a relic of the past because we are religious in the past, but now in Europe we are secular, which is, of course, a myth on its own. And what I did when I was working in on this project is that I said, okay, we know the components of a myth from literature, from the researches of the myth genre or the myth activity. And I said, can we find this in a legal system as they describe it? So I found the use of symbols, which is both the word as such, the discursive sound, and also the meaning of the word, which is overloaded, especially in the myth or legal system. And of course, there are symbols outside legal texts that refer to law. So it is there's a lot of communal understanding of law represented in other symbols outside the legislation that we have or the court decisions that we have. But they still affect how the legal system is perceived. And what we know about symbols is that when we talk about, let's say, human rights, for example, or a contract, the use of symbols blocks our causality, let's say causality ability, causality structuring ability when we think about something. So once we talk about this is what the contract says, the discussion of, let's say, power imbalances between two parties is really marginalized, if not raised. And why? Because the symbol is a complete thing. It means that it is self-contained, and this is why it is used. It's very good for making us feel better sometimes, like we don't need to research more about the topic. But it can also create spaces of thought that are not logical. So it can also block our critical ability about the situation. And we see this a lot concerning topics like property. I mean, we take it as given. Freedom, yeah, we say we have a lot of freedoms in the European legal systems, or we have human rights. And Europe also pretends to teach other people about it. However, apart from the symbols are articulated in a system, and this system redefines the function of the symbols, just like it defines itself. It's very common in myths to find antithetical pairs of roles and situations, and the thinking of situations in contradictions or in contrast is very common in many cultures. We have other ways of thinking, but binaries are very common. The legal systems we have are based on binaries because, of course, they're also patriarchal, which is something that we can discuss at some point. The other thing is that when we have this similar structure repeating in all fields of law or in all court hearings, you have, the defendant and the accuser, or you have the two parties in the contract. This creates a perception of every case is the same. We have two sides with, confronting themselves. And this creates a perception of circle the time that this happens again and again. And this really blocks rational thought, at least the way we think of rational thought in Europe, because there are many types of rationality. And in order to achieve this, we use rituals. So there is a huge anthropological body of literature concerning rituals and the normativity of them. So rituals make the myth material, tangible. And in the legal systems, we do this through the parliament voting for legislation, but mostly in the courts, which is really something that anthropologists and also criminologists and legal theorists study together. It is how in, let's say in a court hearing, it is an entire ritual, and how we find a lot of commonalities between rituals of religious type, or let's say metaphysical interest somehow, and the way justice is performed in public. And in the court hearing, anyone who has attended a court hearing, or in a second one and a third one, they will see the similarity of the structure of the ritual, because it has a certain way to be done, certain words to be used, and a certain way of finding a resolution at the end of the ritual that needs to be predetermined in reality. You have options, and you cannot go beyond the options the law gives you, just it in this case. And of course, the question that I had, and I still have, is how this helps a society. So we know that, societies are chaotic, open systems. There is a lot of unpredictability and uncertainty. And if we have a structure of myth like a condensed way of understanding our relationships and our conflicts, that makes things easier, or at least we feel it is easier. And because the myth brings order in nature and in society, or at least we think that nature and society have some order, some predictability, and we can forecast what's going to happen if an X thing happens and a Y thing happens afterwards. And this also brings this cyclical perception of time. It creates coherence for us and for our societies, but it also has negative effects. It can be manipulated by those who know the narrative or control it. It can be, let's say, helping us to deal with our collective desires in a society and how much we censor those the desires and how we negotiate them, what we can do and what we cannot do. It can integrate the contradictions that we have, and we can also give many meanings to the same words or rituals, which means that in the social contested space of society, one group with a certain interest might interpret the same myth in a different way than the other group, and everybody is happy or hopes that their interpretation will be preferred at the end. There are a lot of things that we can say about the patriarchal structure of our societies and how this is reflected on the legal systems that we have. And what I find in literature, it is not very, let's say, very useful in some cases. So there is this cyclical argument situation where, because we have a lot of patriarchy, this is expressed on the legal systems that we have, and then the analysis of the legal systems, if we take them as the default of legal systems, which is not, we think that, yeah, this is what it is. Like, we are all the time in the same way of thinking. There is a lot of psychoanalysis working on how we understand our rule making, our law making, and how we receive the rules, which I would like to discuss. I'm not very much into psychologizing law and political antagonisms, but there is this approach as well, that there is like collective neuroses that we don't talk about in Europe, and we resolve them. One way to resolve them is our legal systems as well. The question is how to think further than that, how to understand ourselves as our legal systems as not the best and not the only thing that we could have. If we think in the terms of myth, because every culture and every community has their own myths, then maybe we are living in a collective myth about how good our legal systems are and how well they work. It does not happen, and we know that there is a lot of critique about them. And we should also explore other myths and other ways of normatively resolving our issues, like what other cultures think of resolving conflicts and how our myths or our legal systems are, let's say, just one way of doing it. So I'm very happy to receive critique, questions and comments, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. And issues are so important, and I think you bring new perspective on law as a people think stereotype way. So I think thank you very much. We discuss later, or we discuss now. What do you prefer?
Because I think that we should not put the people who present later at a disadvantage. Maybe it's better to discuss at the end when we have a better perception of all the presentations.
Okay, that's your prefer. So now maybe let's go ahead with the next speaker. Flavia, are you ready? So you introduce yourself already, so I don't need to introduce you. So you come with a very interesting topic. Next presentation is also tremendously interesting. Flavia is from University of Bologna. Yes, tailored myth, fashions, films, and other politics, and the politics of cultural imagination. Flavia, the floor is yours.
Flavia non si sente.
Now it's okay. I forgot to switch off the mic.
Yes.
So sorry. Again, good morning, everyone. I'm actually not being into fairy tale research, but more into imagination and what about fashion see through the eye of a sociologist. Today I'm going to present a small part, actually like a patchwork of different research that are part of a huge research about cultural sensitivity in fashion, and more specifically on how symbols and references drawn from culture considered distant are reused and reinterpreted by Euro-American fashion brands. So again, even in this presentation, like that of Irina, colonialism came back as a main topic. And in exploring these dynamics, I encountered many intersections, not only with the complex history about the peoples and cultures, but also with other creative industries, as well as myths, stories, collective imaginaries that continue to link fashion to wider system of meaning. Through this connection, fashion emerged not just an aesthetic or a productive system, but as a language that interacts with the history, memories, and cultural symbolism. It is from this perspective that I like to introduce today's reflection. So I have to switch slide. So since its early days, fashion has cultivated a deep and dynamic relationship with the film industry, absorbing cinematic imagery and storytelling technique, while also generating its own original visual and narrative worlds. This relationship has been strengthened not only by the close ties between film celebrities and fashion houses, but also by the continuous and fluid exchange of ideas and imaginary between the two industries. In this study, I explored the cultural origin behind the creative inspiration of fashion collection from a sample of over 100 brands and emerged in a fascinating observation. Certain cultural elements have gradually transitioned from being part of different cultural histories to be features on cinematic performances and screen narratives to become a product of the fashion industry. Over the decades, the meaning of many cultural artifacts belonging to the so-called traditional fashion, even if I avoid this word, has been reworked, decontextualized, and widely disseminated through media. In this process, they have acquired a new connotation within the collective imagination, a phenomenon that can be described as a semantic drift and overlap. In the 70s, fashion, cinema, and music all contributed to a renewed popularity, for example, of the cowboy figure, which had already become a symbol of the American Old West in the 40s. This representation is characterized by the wild setting, garments, and accessories associated with the attire of the American West, such as, for example, the bolo tie, a type of necktie or necklace whose origin remained debate, as they draws inspiration from the cultural and artisanal tradition of Native American peoples, such as Navajo and the Hopi. Before becoming a distinctive feature in all the shop windows nowadays, the bolo tie caught the attention of many public figures such as Winston Churchill, Fred Astaire, and they help to spread the use of this necklace with a new, unique symbolism. Similarly, the cowboy boots have become one of the most iconic symbols of American culture and often regarded as a representation of the spirit of Texas. But despite their ubiquity, tracing their precise origin is very difficult. Various theories suggest that they emerged from contact among different cultures during the exploration and colonization of the American, including the arrival of Spanish in Mexico. And these examples highlight the complexity of determining the authenticity of different cultural elements, since their true origin is often ambiguous. Nevertheless, the perception of authenticity remains deeply rooted in the collective imaginary, continuing to reinforce cultural symbols and narratives. The cowboy representation, in particular, emerges as a means of authentication of a cultural identity that holds profound symbolic value. But this identity is far more complex than it may appear, and fashion creations often fail to fully capture such an intricate cultural exchange, remaining confined within the realm of imagined West. However, this approach in fashion are not without complication. First, it will be advisable to contextualize the evocation of past eras in ways that respect contemporary principles of social and cultural sustainability, reflecting a growing sense of civic responsibility. Likewise, a more critical and conscious approach is needed when paying homage to period that, while considered aesthetical fascinating, also evoke Eurocentric and colonial or imperialistic perspective, and seen, for instance, in the collection referencing colonial or Western style. A striking example are those collections which drew inspiration from the colonial period, indeed, blending a reference from both colonizer and natives, as well as the intensive use of fringe in garments produced by mainstream Western brand. It is interesting to note that for how central certain cultural elements have evolved from being part of the cinematic performance to becoming product of the fashion industry. What was once featured in the Western film later inspired Western cowboy costume until to became a very popular style. But we are talking not about movie only. We are talking about representation in general. And even the concept of made in Italy itself represents an intricate web of symbols deeply rooted in the social imagination. Fashion brands, which play a central role in shaping the idea of Italian identity, act as key agents activating a mechanism that perpetuate imaginaries, contributing to the construction of a kind of prepackaged Italianness. This is achieved through aesthetics that evoke the Dolce Vita imaginary of Fellini and the broader idea of Italian identity popularized since the 60s with the Italian cinema, including the imaginary frequently revisited in contemporary fashion film, including those, for example, directed by Tornatore for the fashion houses. This narrative also recalls an Italian savoir-faire that has defined the fashion system. But the Italian fashion brand, in responding to the international markets, have also contributed to spread an idealized image of the Italian culture, leveraging the Italian ability to use the stereotypes from its own advantage, of course. And Italian brands communicate their know-how through these aesthetics, through cultural symbols and imaginaries, integrated these into the strategy. And a notable example, of course, is that of Dolce & Gabbana that consolidated the aesthetic identity, incorporating image and symbol associated with Sicily, but Sicily intended as a product. In a process of cultural reappropriation, indeed, the creative duo went beyond simply reproducing traditional Sicilian garments and artisanal accessories. Indeed, their narrative expanded to include prints evoking epic scenes from Cavalleria Rusticana, as well as votive imaginary, local legend, strong colors, often sparkling controversy from their provocative characters. This approach brought to the runway a kind of ready-made version of Sicilian tradition, exploiting the same souvenir that fueled the stereotypes tied to the idea of a Sicily as a product. And following this rhetoric, I will here ask you to reflect on those prints depicting the iconic Sicilian symbol and souvenir known as the Testa di Moro, Moor head. This element, emblematic of Caltagirone ceramic and Italian artisan mastery, originates from the ancient Sicilian legend that require historical contextualization. Over the time, the Testa di Moro has acquired a multiple meaning, both positive but especially negative, that go beyond purely racist or colonial connotation, reflecting a complex history of cultural hybridization in Italy. Nevertheless, it remains a controversial symbol. Through rooted in local tradition, it calls for greater awareness in its contemporary use. And here we have to say that to decolonize fashion and avoid the measure of symbol with heavy meanings, it is essential to critically examine the cultural elements selected for new creation, for modern fashion created. And even when tied to local tradition or local identities, these elements may still raise problematic issues. This does not mean condemning Italy or Europe and their tradition to the oblivion, of course, but we encourage critical reflection on how certain cultural symbols may have normalized insensitive behaviors over time. It is therefore crucial to recognize that many cultural elements are the result of an hybridization that have generated new meaning, locally adapted but globally shared. Even more interesting is the way fashion cyclically revisits aesthetic and style in response to the emotional climate of society. If you look at the trends of the 2010, many collections incorporated the Japanese element, for example, and this phenomenon can be interpreted as the revival of Japanism that comprehend not only the use of kimono, aori, but even the use of prints, cherry blossom, dragon motifs. This Japanism was already explored by Paul Poiret, Mariano Fortuny at the beginning of the late 19th century. But the revival nowadays of Japanism invite for several reflections. First of all, integrate Japanese garments like kimonos into the Western fashion collection has altered the original meaning of the garment, but also reinforced the perception of this garment as a high fashion object, admired for the aesthetic and functional perfection. But what is worthy of note about the return of Japanism in 2010, around 2010, may correspond to a broader cultural need to evoke aesthetic ideals born in historical prosperous periods. If we follow the logic of nostalgia during uncertain times, it is worth noting that the revival of Japanese is linked to the aftermath of the global financial crisis of 2007 and 2008. Fashion reintroduced a style in response to social moods. Then the 20s, with their orientalistic influences, are reimagined as a joyful and emblematic of post-war recovery, resonating with the emotional needs of the post-year of the crisis. These nostalgia were amplified by the cinema. During the same years, the Great Gatsby movie reinforced the fascination of the 20s attires and the orientalistic imaginary. The numerous prêt-à-porter, indeed, the collection around 2013, the same year of the movie, revisited orientalistic aesthetic and Japanism, Gucci, Blue Marine, Etro in the picture, and so on. But nowadays, the collection and the reveal of Japanese are a new form of global synergy between trends and fascination, because nowadays the representation of other are connected with a new horizontal and interconnected communication. To conclude, even today, the imaginaries used and presented in the collection often reflect an erotization of dressed body and an exoticization of garment. Many of the exotic setting and dresses evoked through collection, runway design, or advertising campaigns have been mythologized or distorted, evoking a form of macondism. The term macondism, that drawn from Gabriel Garcia Marquez, 100 Years of Solitude, describes the fictional or space that seems detached from reality, but they are real, actually. And macondism offers a useful framework for examining European and North American gaze in representing the other in fashion, but not only, exposing how they perpetuate stereotype tied to specific region and areas. As Ornella Chiripestilli notes, the contemporary notion of the ethnic, the exotic, including the idea of the Orient, not longer refers to a distant place. And indeed, I quote the problem related to Italy. They are now intertwined with the global communication flows and a more cosmopolitan dimension. So the imaginary geography constructed by fashion brands and circulated through the various media industry often remains superficial, stereotyped, and anachronistic. In this sense, authenticity became a challenged concept as a style from diverse culture intersect and merge. And this constant merging calls into question the very notion of originality and authenticity. As a result, many fashion artifacts emerge as hybrid themselves, shaped across geographical, historical, symbolic, and other industry boundaries, situated somewhere between reality and fiction, but simplified by the influence of cinema, legend, and fashion. Thank you. Of course, I tried to cut a lot of huge research. If you can understand Italian, you can find more in my book. So thank you.
Very much thank you for your tremendous presentation. Very interesting topic, and the presentation, the slides from this graphic part also, I love it, you know, how you arrange your slides. It's a really masterpiece. It's yeah. Thank you very much. So we discuss later. And now, Sebastiano, yeah, you are ready to present.
Sure, with pleasure. I can share the document maybe, or it's better the entire screen, probably. A little. No. Sorry, just a moment. No, I needed to change some setting in my computer to share the screen. So if someone else want to go before me.
Okay, so who is ready? Hamza?
No,
Oh, Sapphire, yeah? Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me try to share my presentation.
So Sapphire is connecting from Morocco. Very welcome.
Is it visible to you?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, maybe I reintroduce myself. My name is Safa Ben Fraiha, and I am a student of culture studies in Morocco. I am a doctoral student in the 4th year. And as you see, my presentation is entitled National Narrative of the Green March Among Moroccan Youth, Myth, Memory, and Imagination. And here is basically my outline. I will go ahead and just like give a brief introduction to just situate you in the context. I will go through the study background and context, that is some historical background about the Green March, and how is it transmitted through media, schools, family celebrations maybe. And I will give some theoretical framework about the importance of myth and imagination in national identity. And I will just go to the methodology, findings, discussion, and conclusion. And of course, I will talk about the limitations. Before going ahead and present, I will, to put you in the context, this is a longitudinal study. That is, it started in 2022 in my MA. Back then it was COVID, the end of COVID, and I continued my observations. I continued doing data collection. And with the Gen Z movement, I think you all aware of it, that happened in Morocco and internationally, I can see that there are some changes in the data and the way people see the Green March. But that is still under study, and I can't generalize or say anything about it now. So now I'm just gonna present the before the 2025, that is from 2022 to 2024. 24, yeah, that's right. So basically, the Green March is often remembered as a moment of unity, triumph, but how do Moroccan youth who never lived in it imagine it today? So this is basically the main question that made me very enthusiastic about doing the research and why the Green March. For some historical background for the speaker, for the other attendees here. So following its independence from France, in 1956, Morocco constantly asserted its claim to Spanish Sahara, now known as Western Sahara. This claim was rooted in the historical allegiance of local nomadic population in the region of the Moroccan monarchy. And in 1973, King Hassan II adopted a more assertive stance in advocating post-colonial Morocco's quest for completing its decolonization by reuniting with its southern provinces. To achieve this ambition of national reunification, the Moroccan monarch notably pledged to collaborate closely with the leaders of Algeria and Mauritania. And this shift in policy was well received by the Moroccan public, while the United Nations exerted pressure on Spain to expedite the decolonization of Western Sahara. A series of liberation movement then emerged in the region with the backing of Morocco, Algeria, and Mauritania. And on October, which is important, on October 16, 1975, the International Court of Justice in The Hague, or the Netherlands, issued an advisory judgment that established Sahrawi tribes' historical links to the Moroccan monarchy and declared that the region had the right of self-determination. And as a result, on the same night, King Hassan II of Morocco made the nation-wide radio broadcast in which he declared his intention to organize and lead a Green March with the aim of reclaiming the Western Sahara region as part of Morocco's pre-colonial territory. And this is from his speech. He said, "We have to do one thing, dear people, and that is to undertake a peaceful march." And here I stress on the peaceful. From the north, the east, the west to the south, it behoves us to act as one man in order to join the Sahara. And Morocco, so basically, this is like the speech. And just like to follow up, not to waste not to waste time, the late King Hassan II addressed his people on November 5, the 5th, which is but anyways, 1975, in his renowned speech, "Tomorrow, inshallah," that is, if God is willing, you will break through the borders. Tomorrow, inshallah, the Green March will be launched. Tomorrow, inshallah, you will step on a part of your territory and you will touch the sand of your sons and you will embrace a land of your beloved country. Guided by King Hassan II leadership, we can see that 300,000 Moroccans participated in the Green March along some local and provincial officials. Now that I've introduced to you some of like the historical background, this also shows the significance of the march. The Green March stands as an extraordinary chapter in the history of Morocco and the broader context of North Africa. And this event unfolded in the 1975 and symbolizes determination, unity, and peaceful resolves of the Moroccan people. And more than a historic milestone, the Green March was a testament to Morocco's post-colonial pursuit of self-determination. This historic event, which transpired on November the 6th, is commemorated annually as national holiday in Morocco on the same day. So I will talk about this later, about how it is celebrated each year. And now that we gave like historical background, this is just like basically the national narrative and the importance of myth and imagination in national identity, to just like have some theoretical framework that we can draw on it and make dots together. Following Anderson, which is like a pioneer leader in nationalism studies, definition of the nation, national identity is best conceived as an imaginative identification. And he explains that the nation is an imagined community because members will never know of the other members, but still act as being part of the same community. And this is commonality, sorry. And this is basically one of the interesting definitions, and it's one of the definitions that I use in my research. And in his classical essay, What is a Nation?, Renan explains that imaginative identification by arguing that the essence of nation is that all individuals have many things in common, and also they have forgotten many things. So here we can see that the essence of like national narratives and how they are built is, of course, built on the idea that histories, you will, for example, how the Green March is told to Moroccan students, you wouldn't find the same thing, for example, in Algeria or Spain or like other countries. It depends on how the nation wants that national narrative to serve. Nationalism is best seen as an ideology that justifies the existence of a state by determining a specific population and defines their relationship to the state. Indeed, the mobilization of national consciousness cannot succeed without the deliberate efforts of the state in reinforcing and shaping national identity. And because of multiculturalism and diversity, primordial attachment, that is the primordial thinkers who used to give more importance to language, religion, and ethnicity, those things are not enough to bind a group of people together as a community, especially in nowadays globalized world that we are living in it. That's why national narratives go beyond that and build nations by affirming agreed open experience such as wars of independence, sacrifice, and cultural values. And that's why I choose to work on the Green March, because it goes with the context of today, of our globalized world that we are living in it, and to see the importance of it. So basically, national identity in this sense is not something innate. It is, of course, constructed, and rather it is constructed through the narrative of the nation, how the stories are told and how the words and everything is being retold and reproduced. Through images, myths, symbols, and rituals represent shared meanings of nationhood. And this entails that nations are more than just political entities. They are also cultural representational systems by which discursive action is used to reproduce and maintain national identity. here, like just like 5 elements of how national culture is narrated. They are by Stuart Hall. He mentioned that in his essay, The Question of Cultural Identity, and he basically started with the narrative of the nation, that is how it is told through stories, myths, images, and tradition, and so on and so forth. Emphasis on the origins and continuity, that is the past and the present. Invented traditions. This is like the invented word is also known by Hosbon, who suggested that traditions are often constructed to create a sense of historical continuity and turn disorder into unity. Foundational myths. The nation begins are placed in a mythic time, given legitimacy and emotional depth to its origin. And finally, the idea of the pure people or folk. National identity is often tied to an idealized vision of the origin people, even though they may not hold ideal power. And I just want to mention this. This is also interesting about by Lina Noor, who mentioned the term sites of memory, lieu de mémoire. She introduces the concepts that can be everything from monumental buildings, monuments, and symbols, rituals, and so on and so forth. And she argues that these artificially connect the past and the present. They also create an illusion of continuity that Stuart Hall talked about. She explains that lieu de mémoire arise out of sense that there is no such thing as spontaneous. Memory, hence, that we must create archives, mark anniversaries, organize celebrations, pronounce ologies, and a lot of things that can be seen in how the national narratives are built. Therefore, when studying national narratives, social institutions, and cultural industries, such education, literature, television, newspapers, radio should be taken into account as producers of national culture and as reproducers of national narrative. And here I will go deeply to how, directly to how the national narrative of the Green March is reproduced. Mainly here I've chosen education and media. As I said before, it is celebrated the 6th of November. It is celebrated, and it is celebrated by, for example, the Bank of the Maghreb produces commemorative banknotes that has like the Sahara in it and the king in it. And we have the Green March Day, that is the 6th of November, and this is something that is really celebrated, because especially by youth, because it's a holiday and they have no school. And we have also songs. This song to share with you is something that we learned through school, from primary school, that is from an early age. Sawt al-Hasani Nadi, it's on the Green March, and yeah. And finally, the most important thing through education is how history is being retold. So Tarikh wal Geography, that's just like an example of a textbook that because I was born in 1999, that I had, but there are many. And of course, the Green March is a very important event in all of them. And there is always this constant, and why I shared this with you, there is always this constant reminding and stressing through social institutions on what defines a particular group as a nation. And this is what Billig referred to as flagging of nationhood. That is, every time you go, you see, for example, a flag, you see things, you might think that this is normal, but no, the purpose of that is a reminder of the national narrative for people who didn't live in that period. And this is, by the way, this might be funny for you, but just like to share this with you, I was in the parliament, and this is something like you can find there. It's a basically it describes the Green March and how the people fought there. And this is me who took a picture there, because I wanted to show it to my dad, because my dad was so proud, because he took part in the Green March and he participated in it. And something to move to the systematic, that is the more like academic way of this presentation. I just want to share with you the new approach to the study of national identity. new approaches to nationalism being influenced by what scholars call the cultural turn. The fixed notion of culture as a coherent whole has been replaced by a more dynamic and fluid interpretations in this context. Culture is treated as a concept whose meaning is continually being negotiated, revised, and reinterpreted by different generations of the national societies. So all in all, this is, by the way, by Billig, Banal Nationalism. He is one of the pioneers that nationalism should not be understood from above, but it should be understood from below. You should go to the people and see how they interpret national identity. And in this context, the new approach set the ground for this paper by acknowledging that national narratives and national identity are shaped and reshaped through the individual's self-understanding. So this paper focuses on the dynamic nature of national identity, thus it adopts a bottom-up approach. For the data collection, basically, I did interviews with 50 Moroccan youth aged between 18 and 30, and they were interviewed across diverse regions because Morocco is multicultural, and I can't just generalize data if I don't have like people from different regions. And I also applied the discourse analysis on like to basically enable a critical exploration of how young people reinterpreted and reframed the event symbolism and meaning within contemporary context. That is, I wanted to understand how these narratives have symbolism, myths, memory in them. And the data analysis, basically, all interviews were recorded, transcripts, and all that. I used a Niveau qualitative analysis software, and of course, a thematic analysis approach was employed. The analytic framework, the analysis integrates memory studies, cultural theory, particularly the works of Bennett Anderson, the scholar who I mentioned his definition before, on imagined communities, and Stuart Hall, of course, on national identity and representation. And these theoretical lenses enable an understanding of how the Green March functions simultaneously as a historical narrative, a symbolic myth, and a medium of imagined national belonging. And these are some of the research questions. How do Moroccan youth interpret the symbolic meaning of the Green March in shaping their sense of national identity? Through which social and institutional channels, education, family, media, public celebrations, is the Green March narrative transmitted to younger generation, and how does this influence their national imagination? To what extent do Moroccan youth perceive the values of unity, solidarity associated with the Green March as relevant to today's Moroccan society? So basically, this is just a glimpse of some of the data. This is not everything. I just wanted to share it with you here. So as you can see, for example, participant 1, for me, the Green March represents more than a political event. It's part of who we are as Moroccans. It shows that unity and faith can achieve miracles. Even if it wasn't there, I feel it's a chapter in my identity that connects me to something bigger. The second one, when I see the Green March images, I feel proud, but also nostalgic for Morocco I never knew. People then seemed, and here I stress on this, people then seemed more connected, more patriotic. Now we are connected online, but not emotionally. I think our challenge is to find ways to create the same spirit. My parents talk about the Green March with emotions. For them, it's sacred. For me, it's part of our story, but I want to give it a new meaning, not just remembering the past, but asking how we can live that solidarity today. And finally, at school, we learned about the Green March as a victory story, people talking peacefully with, walking peacefully with flags and Quran. That's the Holy Book. But what really shaped my view was my grandfather's story. He told me how people cried from emotions that made it personal, not just a school lesson. And this is basically the same for me because I grew up hearing it from my father. And going to the analysis, these are some Emergent themes, basically the Green March as symbol of a collective identity. Across participants, the Green March emerged as a symbolic anchor of Moroccan identity, even among those born decades after 1975. And youth articulates a sense of inherited pride, describing the event as part of their collective DNA. This demonstrates how national myths functions as transgenerational connectors, and take into consideration the things I showed, how it is flagged, how it is always flagged through songs, through celebrations, through money, and all that. Intergenerational, the second theme is intergenerational national narrative. That is basically the role of the family and education, because that's was one of the main questions in my research, to know how it is transmitted. The data reveal that family storytelling and formal education serve as primary mediators of national memory. School curriculum present the Green March as triumph of faith and unity, while familiar narratives infuse it with the emotional authenticity. So basically, it's like theory and practice. That is the emotions and the history. As one participant noted, it became personal through my grandfather's story. This interplay between institutional and familiar narratives enforces both patriotic attachment and the mythic aura of the event. And this is why I set stress on that participant who said that we can't really feel the emotional. This is the third theme, mediated memory and digital representation. In line with contemporary shifts that we are living today, many youth encountered the Green March primarily through media and digital platforms, national television, YouTube, and so on and so forth. So basically, because I remember some of the participants mentioned the word performative. So basically, the event and how it is celebrated some days through media and songs and so on and so forth is seen by some people. I'm not saying all of the participants, but some of the participants as performative. That is, they feel like it is too much and there is no sense of emotions there. It is just as I said again, performative, pointing to a generational distance from the event's lived meanings. This indicates that while media sustain the Green March as a shared symbol, they also risk transforming it into spectacle of memory rather than an evolving civic narrative. And this is something that nation states should be aware of. And finally, which is important, the fourth theme is nostalgia and the myth of the lost community. And this is what led me to keep doing to keep observing those participants and to see how their emotions towards the Green March and their national narrative will change over time. So basically, emotional experiences of nostalgia surfaced repeatedly in the interviews. Participants normaticized the collective energy of the Green March generation, embracing it with fragmentation and individualism of modern life. This nostalgia is not merely for the past itself, but for a methodologized social harmony. So, and following Anderson's notions of imagined communities, this longing suggests that national belonging remains emotionally sustained, even when its social manifestation evolve. So basically what I encountered through the participants' discourse is that most of the participants in 2022, it was at the end of COVID, they longed for that community. They feel that the community is lost. They can't find it in today's Morocco, which shows it goes against how the states want sometimes the national narrative to act, because the main reasons, the purpose of the national narrative is to show continuity, but this one shows that there is a break between the past and the present. Just a glimpse of the discussion. Taken together, these insights illustrate that the Green March continues to operate as a living narrative in Moroccan national consciousness. For youth, it is a historical memory, a symbolic myth, a mirror reflecting today's anxieties about unity and purpose. Education, family, and media together form a scaffolding through which this national narrative is reimagined, yet the meanings attached to it are fluid, shaped by generational experiences, digital mediation, and shift in civic values. And I stress on this shift in civic values. Ultimately, the Green March endures not simply a commemoration of the past, but a discursive space through which Moroccan youth negotiate their place within the nation's imagined community. And as a conclusion, before showing you the limitation, Green March remains symbolic but contested youth imagination both preserves and critique national myths. And the Green March tells us not only about the past, but also how you today imagine Morocco and what they hope it could become. As for the limitation, as I told you before, this is a study that I started in 2022. So while this qualitative study provides in-depth insights into symbolic dimensions of national memory, its findings are not statistically generalizable. Moreover, the research is still ongoing, having begun in 2022 before the COVID-19 period, during the COVID-19 period, when youth, and please focus on this, when youth were largely influenced by isolation and digital participation. That maybe explains why when I talked to them and I asked them, they were like, oh, a sense of community, a sense of patriotism. As the study continues in 2025, the emergence of Gen Z, the Generation Z-led movement and online national discourse reveals noticeable shifts in how young Moroccans articulate belongings and national identity. And these evolving perspectives require continued observation and analysis as data collection progresses. That's why I said that I can't generalize now, because I'm still doing my interpretation and doing my collection of data. And but what I can tell is that there is a reinterpretation, a new reinterpretation of values of unity and solidarity compared to 2022, when the participants were influenced by the isolation of COVID-19. And consequently, the current findings should be viewed as preliminary within a broader longitudinal investigation of Morocco's post-pandemic youth identity landscape. These are just like
1 minute left.
Yeah, I finished. No worries. This is just of some of the references like I used. And thank you so much. Wait, how can I stop the sharing?
It's a wonderful presentation. However, we have to keep the timeline.
Yes. Do I have to stop the sharing?
How to stop? I think the next speaker can. I don't know. How to,
Can I go after her, please?
Wait.
Thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
Presentation. Congratulations. And let's pass to the next speaker.
Can I go after her?
For the next.
Can I go after her?
Who is ready? Hamza or Rosario?
Yeah, Hamza. Yeah. Can I go after her?
Hamza, are you ready for presentation?
Yes, I'm ready. Yeah.
Okay, so
I share my screen. Okay.
Ibotofile University.
Yes.
From Morocco.
Yeah. Well. I am from Morocco too.
Okay.
Do you see my screen? Is the screen clear?
We can see. Yes. So please keep 15 minutes. Is it okay?
Yeah, I will try to keep it to 10 minutes. So this is the title of my presentation, is about the myth of return and the architecture of absence, the Amazigh house as a political narrative in contemporary Morocco. I don't know if you are familiar with the word Amazigh, because in the Western literature, what is common is the Berber, is the Berber name. So here I'm using a more human word, which is the Amazigh. So just to make it clear for those who are not familiar with the word. So let me first introduce myself. My name is Hamza Azawi. I'm a doctoral student at Ibn Tufayl University. And this is the presentation. I'm really proud to be part of this conference. So I will start with the kind of like context that is the way for this presentation. So in 2023, I think you are familiar with this, Morocco was hit by an earthquake in El Haouz region, which is an Amazigh region in Morocco. So there is a public debate spread across Morocco. How should the destroyed Amazigh villages be rebuilt? Should we use modern earthquake-resistant materials or restore them in the same traditional earthen style, fragile yet deeply symbolic of who are these people? This was more than an engineering question. It wasn't just an architectural question. It was a cultural and political dilemma about what it means to rebuild home. Many insisted on rebuilding as before. I mean, keep it as it was, arguing that the Amazigh house, its geometry, its materials, and its communal layout is inseparable from the collective identity. This tension between safety and symbolism captures the paradox. I explore today the Amazigh village functions less as a sociological reality and more as a mythic construct, a narrative site through which memory, belonging, and legitimacy circulate. The Amazigh village, to borrow Claude Lévi-Strauss, I think one of the presenters have mentioned Claude Lévi-Strauss, has long been, he used a very revealing quote when he said that the Amazigh village is good to think. Because for over a century, it has been represented and reimagined across colonial, anthropological, and even activist or indigenous discourses, the indigenous of the locals themselves. Each of these discourses detached the village from everyday life, turning it into a symbol of culture, authenticity, a space imagined to be timeless, communal, and pure, frozen in time and in space. The result, unfortunately, is a village that exists as much in the imagination and discourse as it does on the ground. So there is now a kind of shifting signifier. Under colonial ethnography, the village was portrayed as authentic Morocco, an open-air museum of origins. Later on, anthropologists described it as self-contained and changing organism. It didn't change over time and over space. In contrast, however, Amazigh activists and even their indigenous artists reclaimed the image, transforming it into a symbol of resistance and of heritage. Across these traditions, however, the village remains as a kind of holographic image. A holographic image. It changes depending on who looks at it. It's like a kind of mirror, so it depends on which angle you are looking to that space. From one angle, it is idealized as rooted and as harmonious. From another, it was lamented, especially by the activists, as a lost or a decade. So both nostalgia and critique depend on one another, two faces of the same mythic construct. During the 60s and the 70s, preserving tradition wasn't a concern for most rural Amazigh families because they were thinking about how can they modernize themselves. These were years of modernization and aspiration. People replaced their wooden dishes with plastic. They changed their clay jars with metal canes, and even they traded their handmade silver with imported gold. But over time, however, as migration and urbanization expanded, this same generation began to look back with nostalgia. What had once been dismissed as backward became imagined as heritage, especially through the cultural revival led by Amazigh artists like Idi, for example, in Algeria, and many Moroccan artists in the regions known to be Amazigh population, and also with the revival of the Amazigh movement in diaspora. So there is some kind of revival to what is heritage and to what is Amazigh legacy. Discovering the everyday as heritage. So I tried to choose this title because during my field work, I saw and I observed how younger activists, Amazigh activists, began to rediscover tradition through everyday objects. They searched their homes for old pottery, clothing, and tools to display in new culture exhibitions. This movement encouraged elders to look differently. Even their parents, they started to look differently at their things that were familiar to them. Items once considered outdated and suddenly even became symbols of collective identity. I remember I interviewed an elder woman. She was proudly showing to me clay jars she had carefully labeled and stored, and she presented them to a local cultural association. At this moment, the domestic, the familiar became historical, and the ordinary has become heritage. I would like to use as a theoretical background. I wanted to focus more on Mitchell Hertzfeld when he said that communities often create what he calls cultural or structural nostalgia, a longing for an imagined moral order that seems to have been lost. The Amazigh village as a whole is organized by this sentiment, yet within it there are competing voices, those who idealize the past and those who question it. Nostalgia here is not simply about the past, it is a negotiation in the present, where memory and critique coexist all together in one space called the Amazigh village. The Amazigh house among the many spaces of the village is the Amazigh house. It stands out as the most powerful symbol of both memory and contradiction. On the one hand, it embodies continuity. It anchors family, identity, preserves ancestral ties. Many migrants invest heavily in building or restoring their homes, even while living abroad. One interlocutor I interviewed, she said that when you are not in the village, she said this, and I find it very revealing. She said, when you are not in the village, when you are immigrating or living abroad, it's your home that speaks for you. It's like this house is speaking to you and to your title and to the origins of your family. Yet these houses often, and this is so paradoxical, these houses often stand empty for most of the year. What appears as permanence is in fact sustained by mobility, by the labor and the remittances of those who have left these places. The Amazigh house then exists between memory and movement. Between presence and absence, it's both a home and a monument. The next slide that I wanted to focus on is the trans-Mediterranean house. I call it this way. Today, the Amazigh village exists far beyond its physical boundaries. Large segments of its population live in European cities or in urban cities in their countries like in Morocco. And most of the time, they were driven by the lack of local employment, or because of the structural marginalization that the government have done to these regions all over the history of the country. So they were forced to leave. So despite their dispersion, despite their departure, these communities remain deeply connected to their homes, to their villages, through remittances first, through the social networks, and through the periodic returns they pay to these villages. What emerges then is a trans-Mediterranean village, a living network that stretches between Morocco and Europe, or between the Amazigh village and the urban cities in Morocco, binding together mobility, nostalgia, and belonging. So I think the architecture of absence, and this is basically what my research invests in, is that my research actually tries to suggest that the Amazigh village has become a repository of tradition, not because it resists change, but because it helps communities manage this change. Houses built by migrants, and also the seasonal rituals they perform, and also the festivals they do perform during the seasons when they come back to these villages, shape an ongoing Mediterranean circulation. They make visible what might otherwise remain invisible. By calling these things heritage, I think these people stabilize the uncertainty produced by migration. They momentarily balance the tension between being here and being there. So this is what I describe as an architecture of absence, the set of practices through which absence itself becomes a form of presence. So when I talked about the village as a narrative, I meant that the Amazigh village unsettles the old division between the rural and the urban life. It's not a static remnant of tradition. The Amazigh village is not a remnant, is not a static, is not a frozen remnant of tradition, but a dynamic formation in motion, continually producing through migration and imagination. Many accounts that speak of loss or of decline depend on the fiction of a pure original village that never truly existed. And I'm referring to the colonial and to the anthropological accounts that have described these villages as frozen and static and detached from modernity, apolitical spaces. The village that I argue about is best understood as a narrative device, a space where the contradictions of modern Amazigh life are condensed and reimagined and constructed. As a conclusion, I think the empty house that speaks both to these changes and to these contradictions and to these nuances. I think that the Amazigh village and the Amazigh house in particular has become architectures of memory. They express the tension between loss and endurance, between movement and rootedness and embeddedness as well. They express that the tension between loss and endurance is not or should not be expressed through the colonial anthropological lens, but through how these local people, their visions and their way of life, this is what matters, I think. They express that these villages, no matter how detached we are from them, we still belong to them. There is still a continuity. There is still a kind of attachment that is not physical, by the way, but it's emotional, and it represents part of who we are. Identity here, I'm speaking about these villages, is not preserved by freezing time, but by negotiating change, by turning displacement into a kind of continuity. The empty house, I believe, is not a sign of disappearance. It's a monument to the desire to remain. It's a monument of the desire to remain attached to a local place you are forced to leave. Because as I said before, these people, most of them, I mean, historically speaking, these people were forced to leave their houses, first of all, because of colonialism and because of the effects of modernization. And part of them is immigration that forced some kind of mobility of these people. And also because of the structural marginalization that the government have imposed over these people. Because as we know, this marginalization is somehow structural.
Time.
I think I have finished. And I just would like to insist on one thing, that the Amazigh village is not, despite the fact that it looks decayed and it looks backward somehow in how it's built. Still, these people feel intimacy about it. And I would like just to give you a last anecdote I've heard about one immigrant. He said that he tried his best to secure a house in his hometown. And when I asked him, did you secure the same house in Europe, in France, where you live in? He said, no, I'm still just living on rent. So he's living on a rent in Europe. Still, he's tried his best to build a house he wouldn't live in his hometown. So this dichotomy, or this some kind of paradox, is revealing, and it paves the way for more research about the psychological motives that push these people to really invest much in their hometowns, much more than in the places where they settled and where they have life, which is in Europe. So thank you very much, and I'm sorry if I didn't respect the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So next speaker, let's go ahead. So Rosario or Sebastiano, who is ready? Rosario. Okay.
Yes, I'm ready.
So go ahead.
Just a few seconds for organize my presentation. Okay. There is. Let's start. First of all, thank you very much. It's a big pleasure to be here with you. A warm greeting to all the speakers, and sincere thanks to the organizers. Mirror, mirror on the wall. You know this line. the evil queen's magic mirror doesn't just reflect reality, it transforms it, simplify it, make it performative. My argument today is simple. Social media platform function exactly like the magic mirror. And the European populist movement have mastered how to exploit them by structuring their communication through fairy tale archetypes like heroes, villains, victims, dragons, existential battles, and so on. This isn't a metaphor. It's a systematic narrative structure that can be mapped and analyzed and as a concrete consequence for a democracy. Let me show. In the 1928, Vladimir Prop analyzed hundreds of Russian fairy tales and discovered something remarkable. Beneath a apparent variety, there are 31 recurring narrative functions and 7 universal character roles. The hero embarking on a quest, the villain causing harms, the magical helper, the victim to be saved. Joseph Campbell in the 40s extended this to the hero's journey monomyth found across world mythologies. And Greimas in the 60s refined this into his actual model. 6 roles in relation: subject, object, helper, opponent, sender, and receiver. The populist leader becomes the hero. The elite becomes the villain. The people become the victim to be saved. The movement becomes the helper in the quest to restore proper order. This isn't coincidence. It's strategic deployment of archetypal structure that resonate with the deep layer and of a collective imagination. Let me focus on the 3 critical cases. Italy's Matteo Salvini and Lega. Boba's 2019 quantitative study proves that Salvini's Facebook posts employing emotional communication, especially anger, and receive significantly more like than informational content. But this emotional isn't chaotic. It follows narrative patterns. Is a strategy. Constant Facebook live broadcast from the car, from the supermarket, by home. He presents himself as one of us. The Propian hero as an ordinary person called to extraordinary mission. Immigrants and Europe becomes the invaders. True Italians are victims and is the defender. The narrative flexibility is crucial. Albertazzi and Borasinga, 2023, document how Lega shift from regional movement, Padania versus Rome, to national party, Italy versus Europe versus immigration versus global elite. The hero-victim villain structure remain constant. Only the actants get reconfigured. The second case, Spain's Vox. Here the archetype is explicit. The medieval Reconquista, Christians versus Muslim, and gets reactivated as a frame for interpreting immigration, Catalan separatism, even feminism, gender ideology, leaving Spain versus anti-Spain, battle of good versus evil, literally. Olivas Osasuna 2021 analysis of Vox Twitter during COVID-19 identifies significant increases in antagonism and moralism, key populism indicators. But Vox's specificity lies is anchoring to historical mythologies that activate centuries of Spanish narrative tradition. The last one is Germany AFD. The most sophisticated case of populism algorithm in synergy. Medina Serrano et al. 2019 analyzed 30 million data points across platform, documenting AFD's digital dominance over the other German parties, with evidence and coordinated both network amplified the messages. Recent studies show that on TikTok, 78% of algorithmic recommendation for neutral users interested in the German politics are pro-AFD content. Clear example of algorithmic populism. In this case, crucially, this content's massive use AI-generated imaginary idea of traditional Germany, synthetic voice narrating invasion and betrayals. The central AFD narrative, remigration, forced returns presented as a cultural protection, same fairy tale structure, German victim under siege, AFD hero proposing solution, establishment villain eating the truth. In this case, the cross-national analysis reveals systematic patterns. And we can see hero like a charismatic leader plus the people as a collective hero. Victim, citizen forgotten, betrayed, and replaced. Villain, elite, political, financial, cultural, and European. False hero, traditional politician serving the system. And the plots repeat. Cast, take back control, Italian first, Reconquista, restoration, make X something great again. This pattern is literally translational. Battle, defense of European civilization against invasion. Betrayal, revenge. Traitors elite must be punished or removed. If we apply Props 31 narrative function, we find recurring sequences. Absence of elite distant from people, interdiction violated, open borders, sovereignty ceded, villainy, insecurity, mediation, moved make crisis no, struggle against establishment, promise of victory and restoration. The critical section is the operationalization. These archetypes have precise linguistic indicators: we fight, caste, forgotten, take back control. Visual indicators, flags, national colors, image of the real people versus image of Brussels or the palace. Behavioral indicators, obsessive communication frequency, daily Facebook lives, performed urgency. And if we if we this what makes this narrative so powerful. They operate simultaneously on rational, emotional, and deeply archetypal levels. For example, the Salvini post: "We defend our borders," is not make a policy statement, is activating the hero defender archetype against the invader. The tweet, this Vox tweet, Reconquista, one word activating centuries of Spanish mythology. The AFD TikTok video, AI-generated idealized the image of traditional German families with epic music, restoration narrative in 15 seconds. And someone
1 minute.
might 1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, then I jump to the conclusion. Okay. Someone might ask, fine, good stories. What's the problem? The problem, and here's my core argument, is that fairy tale narrative have peculiar epistemological characteristic than threaten deliberative democracy. The first risk, post-truth. Fairy tales aren't evaluable or as a true or false, but emotionally resonant. When Trump say crocodilery or Salvini talks about invasion, they're not making empirically verifiable claim. They're creating narrative frames. Second, polarization. Fairy tales archetype are inherently Manichaean, good versus evil, heroes versus villain, no nuances. Social media algorithm amplify polarizing content because it generates engagement. The results, echo chambers, where different people don't just see different information, they see the same information through incompatible archetypal narrative lenses. Third, institutional erosion. This is perhaps not dangerous. In fairy tales, the hero must defeat the dragons, for example, not negotiation with it. The logic, this logic transferred to politics, the legitimized compromise, check and balances, institutional mediation. If the elite has a hijacked democracy, the concentration power in the hero leader becomes narratively coherent restoration, not democratic violation. The last one, the evil queen magic mirror reflects what she wants to see, but in the Snow White tale, that mirror lies, or rather tells partial, simplified trust that lead to catastrophe. Social media are our contemporary magic mirrors. They reflect simplified and polarized version of political reality that acquire performative power, shaping perception, mobilization of the emotion, and structuring identities. But we can learn to see beyond the mirror. We can recognize patterns, we can deconstruct frames, we can develop critical antibodies without falling into the temptation of authoritarian counterspells. Beyond the Magic Mirror isn't just the conference title, it's a political and intellectual program. Going beyond without the illusion of a completely escaping narrative mediation, but with critical awareness that enables democratic agency. Our challenge is to learning to more complex, truer, yet equally engaging story. It's difficult, yes. Necessary, absolutely. Because if we let the magic mirror dictate our politics, the fairy tale might end very badly indeed. Thank you for your attention, and I'm open to your question.
Okay, let's wait with questions because Sebastiano is still waiting, yeah, to present.
Yes.
It's amazing presentation, Rosario. Thank you very much. But Sebastiano, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, thank you for having me. I'll start immediately to save time. For a long time, the science of myth has conceived its object of study as an instrument for preserving the memory of past events. In this perspective, myths would function as a kind of condenser of what has taken place. By condensing and assembling past events within the fabric of a myth, a civilization would be able to preserve its own history for a much longer time. Now, it is certainly true that myth has the power to preserve and transmit a certain kind of historical memory, but perhaps its power does not end there. On the contrary, at times, this power is exercised in quite the opposite direction. And it was Roland Barthes, more than anyone else, who made us aware of this. Next slide. Okay. Barthes dealt with myth throughout his entire career. For this reason, in this brief talk, I will focus only on a small portion of his work, specifically on the first phase of his career, ranging from the 1940 to the 1960. For example, during this period, the two fundamental works, fundamental for our question, of course, were published, Writing Degree Zero and Michelet. But the list of works in which Barthes discusses the relationship between myth and history could go on, reaching even his famous essay, The Discourse of History, where he poses a central question that we can read here in the quote. Does the narration of past events, which in our culture, from the time of the Greek onwards, has generally been subjected to the sanction of historical science, bound to the unbounding standards of the real and justified by the principle of rational exposition, does this form of narration really differ in some specific trait, in some indubitably distinctive feature from imaginary narration as we find it epic in the novel and in the drama? Then it becomes clear how, throughout Barthes' reflection, the relationship between myth and history remains deeply problematic. However, to avoid dispersing our focus, I will concentrate today on the idea developed in one of Barthes' most famous essays, Mythologies, where he deals directly with the problem of myth. So to begin, first of all, what kind of book is Mythologies? Mythology is a book that gathers together a serious journal article that Barthes had written about mythology of contemporary civilization. The journal was Les Lettres Nouvelles, and Barthes had there a column entitled Mythology of the Month. Before to consider the subject of these articles, I think that also the medium, as Marshall McLuhan would say, used by Barthes, is relevant, no? The brief journal article. Normally, indeed, mythology is exposed by holy books or scientific treatises, and that's because myth, both in religious and scientific perspective, is considered a very massive object, theoretically and emotionally speaking. The Barthes' use of journal articles suggests us that maybe myth has also another dimension, a thinner one, a subtler one. With a metaphor, according to Barthes, myth resembles more to the sand, which a lot of small grains are able to go everywhere, instead of a huge and solid rock mountain. So, starting from this conception of myth as something diffused, widespread within the whole society and not just in holy spaces, Barthes selects the subject for his column. And they are not heroes or gods, but instead cars, actors, politicians, and advertisement.
It's quite revolutionary in this field of study. I think this is the first big change that Barthes made in mythological studies, beginning to consider myth as an ordinary companion in everyday life and not something extraordinary and rare. Oh, no, sorry. And from this first change derives the second one. That is, myth is not something ancient, past, distant, or primitive, but myth is atemporal. It lives in every era. If the great mythologists of the 20th century had tended to consider myth as a remnant of the past, with some exemption as Ernst Cassirer or Giorgio Sorel, and if the anthropologists did the same, Barthes had the great merit of showing that myth is perfectly integrated into contemporary society. His mythology is focused on the present and not on the past. Let's go deeper into Barthes' conception of myth. Barthes tried immediately to propose a definition of myth in his book. We can read it. Myth is a type of speech. Myth is a system of communication, a message. This allows one to perceive that myth cannot possibly be an object, a concept, or an idea. It is a mode of signification, a form. Everything then can be a myth. Of course, it may seem a very generical and vague definition, but actually we have to understand that this ambiguity reflects the undetermined nature of myth itself. Indeed, according to Barthes, myth is not tied to a specific content. It does not necessarily speak of heroes or gods, as we have already said. It is wrong to give a definition of myth starting from its object. Rather, myth is a dynamic, a specific way of presenting a content. It's not a thing, it is a mode. As a structuralist thinker, Barthes attacks those who claim the existence of fixed archetypes through which humans produce myth. It's not a deep structure of the human unconscious to determine what can become a myth. It is an historical and political intention that decide what can become a myth. And it means that everything can become a myth, yesterday as much as today. Barthes provides immediately also an example of how any object can pass through the mythical form of communication and be transfigured by it. We can read it. A tree is a tree. Yes, of course. But a tree, as expressed by Minou Drouet, is no longer quite a tree. It is a tree which is decorated, adapted to a certain type of consumption, laden with literally self-indulgence, revolt images. In short, with a type of social usage which is added to pure matter. Here lies the key, according to me. Myth does not modify its object. It rather presents it under a new light, not as an inert thing, but as something endowed with a social meaning, with an ideological direction. According to Barthes, this operation can be performed with any object, even the most innocent or the most natural. And we will see soon why this question of naturalness is fundamental in our talk. Now, for reason of time, we cannot linger on the whole semiological theory that Barthes develops to lay the foundation of his theory of myth. Here, what matters most is to understand what myth does, its function and its effect. Then let us read this passage, this quote. What the world supplied to myth is an historical reality by the way in which men have produced it or used it. And what myth gives in return is a natural image of this reality. Myth is constituted by the loss of the historical quality of things. In it, things lose the memory that they once were made. Now, despite the complexity of Barthes' language, here is remarkably clear, I think. Myth is what transforms contingency into necessity, history into nature. Quoting the title of our conference, myth works like a magic mirror that presents historical and contingent products as natural and eternal entities. The myth makers takes a historical object, whether a material thing, an event, a discourse, or an idea, and present it as something natural, absolute, and devoid of origin, as something eternal stemming from the very nature of things, not from human decision or institutional construction. This, I believe, is one of Barthes' greatest contribution to the study of mythology. In general, we could say that he radically questioned the relationship between myth and temporality for two main reasons. As we already partially seen, the first reason lies in his attention to myth within contemporary society. In doing so, Barthes emphasized that myth has no fixed or necessary temporal dwelling. It can inhabit any time under the right condition. This is an important recognition because it compels us to remain vigilant against the temptation of the myth makers of every age. In this direction, Barthes seems to follow Ernst Cassirer's warning expressed in a very powerful book, The Myth of the State. Here, Cassirer analyzed attentively the myth dynamic in 20th century Europe, when the civilized nation, so to say, believe had reached such an advanced stage of progress that no barbarism could ever appear again. And according to Cassirer, these European opinions, by lowering their critical guard, paved the way for the great mass enchanters Cassirer called social wizards. Now Barthes warns in the same way, but in the second half of the 20th century. The great ideology have disappeared with the end of the world, and society seemed definitely free from myth. But it is exactly in this seemingly neutral context that Barthes exercises suspect. And indeed, he goes on Cassirer's perspective, remarking, and here is the quote, "If I keep here to a synchronic sketch of contemporary myth, it is for an objective reason. Our society is the privileged field of mythical signification." But Barthes also redefined the relationship between myth and temporality in another sense, equally important. In mythology, he demonstrates that myth does not preserve historical temporality, but rather neutralize it. For Barthes, the relationship between myth and time is not complementary, but exclusive. This intuition had already appeared in different ways in the works of Mircea Eliade and Ernesto de Martino, for example, with their notion of in illo tempore and the historicization of the negative. But no one reached Barthes' mythology radicality, according to whom myth is the exact opposite of the time. As the French critic writes, and here the quote, "Myth has turned reality inside out. It has emptied it of history and has filled it with nature. It has removed from things their human meaning so as to make them signify a human insignificance. The function of myth is to empty reality." And now I'm going to conclude. Perfect. As Barthes says, it is now possible to complete the semiological definition of myth in a bourgeois society. Myth is depolicized speech, where depolicized means, in a larger sense, deprived of the memory of its political, human, practical, concrete, and historical origin. So finally, if myth is a form of speech deprived of its historical and political substance, a type of speech that shows as eternal and immutable an order that is in fact contingent and free, what can be done to reclaim this alienated freedom? This is the very central question. The Barthes study of mythology is indeed political. Not by chance, the final paragraph of Le Mythe aujourd'hui is titled "The Necessity of Mythology." Here, mythology does not mean the ensemble of mythical tales, but rather the science that study them, the analytical and critical practice that place them under scrutiny. The aim of mythology as a science is to diffuse the hypnotic power of myth, especially in the political realm. Mythology is necessary precisely to perform this unmasking and to reopen for human beings the possibility of freedom that myth sought to close off. Thus appears the emancipatory value of mythology. Without mythology, for Barthes, there can be no authentic politics, where politics is understood as the capacity to grasp reality in its potential to be otherwise, rather than as a naturalized, immutable block. It should now be clear that for Barthes, there can be no emancipation within myth. It matters little what ideology the myth serves, whether progressive or conservative. In this sense, it would be interesting to compare Barthes' position with that of another great mythologist of his time, Furio Iesi, who in Spartacus explored socialist myth and their revolutionary failure. Anyway, there can be neither emancipation nor revolution within myth because regardless of its political color, the mythical mechanism function by eternalizing and closing off the possibility open to human freedom and to its capacity to intervene in the real. Therefore, we may conclude with Barth's own words. If myth is depoliticized speech, there is at least one type of speech which is the opposite of myth, that which remains political. And it is this kind of speech that is beautiful and important to let alive in our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sebastiano. Thank you very much, all speakers. We have now, I don't know, a little bit time for discussion, or we are out of time completely, half an hour. Who is ready for discussion, for questions, for sharing? There are so many topics, so many issues within our today's presentations. I don't know who would like to ask questions, who would like to answer, share some reflections. Hamza, Rosario. All of presentations were brilliant. I think but they transport a lot of topics from this memory of Moroccan youth who are remembering that some march, yeah, for Rosario presenting very amazing topics. Sebastiano finishing with myth, yeah. So Iran, are you still there, Flavia? Sapphire, who would like to ask questions, you know? I have many questions, but I don't want to start the discussion because, you know, I have to go soon. So,
excuse me.
Yes.
I have a class at 1 o'clock. Would it be a problem if I leave the conference a bit early?
No, of course, you know, except of you, because we're half an hour out of time and I have a meeting with the ministry also. So I don't know, you want to end or you want to discuss? Because maybe, yeah, I have some also obligations. So no, just a few comments, everybody, how we can end up with our topics, you know, on myth and this beyond the mirror and the magic mirror, and Flavia presentation on fashion. There's so many issues, you know, we can discuss. We have to gather for few days to discuss, really. Yeah.
Yeah, we appreciate a lot of different perspective on similar subject, and I think also for my own research, for example, I find a lot of important and interesting things because I was more focused on the conservative character of myth, and today I've discovered also a lot of potentiality. We can say that in the political usage of myth in order to get free people and fight in the political arena. So I think that was very formative in this perspective to have so much different point of view on the same subject.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, if someone wants to go on with this kind of work, I'm always available to discuss, to exchange ideas, because it's my own philosophical aim of study. I know that maybe the most part of you are more sociological, but if anyone want to exchange idea, I'm always available.
Okay, Sebastiano, because yeah, I think we are end of time and everybody's maybe busy, yeah, to go for the next activities. So I don't know if we can set up some meeting maybe with you, with Irene. I have also topics with Irene to discuss, to share. Maybe I organize a conference and I invite you also, because I think all topics are really very well presented, very interesting. And so maybe let's conclude now, and congratulations to everybody. And yeah, and let's see within the today and tomorrow conference. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a great day.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
J'espère. Je vous vois tout petit, mais nous voilà. Eh bien, d'abord, seulement un mot pour me présenter. Toute la vie, j'ai été et je suis professeur comme mon vrai métier d'université. Et je parle votre langue parce que j'ai donné des cours à Paris 5, à Paris 8, à Paris 4. Et la France est dans mon cœur à cause de mes études de doctorat d'État avec Raymond Aron. Donc, vraiment, j'ai eu la chance de travailler avec un grand maître à penser. Et alors, quand je suis allée à la retraite, et il mérite tout ce qu'il faut avec, je me suis dit que j'avais encore un rêve. Et le rêve, c'était celui de contribuer à prédisposer, de faire un effort, d'organiser depuis la petite enfance, de remettre aux enfants l'idée que les gens habitent dans les valeurs et qui se conduisent à cause des valeurs dont ils croient. Et voilà, l'idée de la route européenne des contes et fées est venue parce que je me suis dit que nous appartenons tous à la même civilisation universelle à cause de nos valeurs, mais que la plupart du monde continue bien sûr à combattre, pas seulement au niveau politique et social, un peu partout. Mais si on recommence à réfléchir et à donner la possibilité, depuis la petite enfance, que les humains habitent le même univers symbolique qui a des traits de comportement très différents, mais qui a au fond les mêmes valeurs universelles, attitudes sans racines. Eh bien, aujourd'hui, je suis heureuse. Je lis ce que vous m'avez envoyé et je suis heureuse de pouvoir soutenir, écouter, faire écouter et échanger vos idées. Et je commence en vous demandant un grand plaisir. Il faut se tenir au maximum dans les 15 minutes. Et voilà, je donne la parole d'abord à Madame Anaïs Tevio de l'Université catholique de l'Ouest. Elle nous parlera, elle nous introduira un argument très important: mobiliser les mythes autour du numérique pour construire une expertise politique. Tevio, c'est à vous la parole. Et je prends des
Bonjour.
notes. Bonjour, bonjour.
Bonjour, merci beaucoup. Je suis ravie d'être avec vous à distance. Donc, je vais entamer, je vais essayer de partager mon diaporama. Je pense que là, vous devez le voir,
Oui.
j'imagine.
Très bien, on le voit.
Voilà. Alors, je vais le mettre en diaporama, ça sera mieux.
Non, on
Voilà.
le voit, c'est bien.
C'est bon?
Oui, c'est très bien.
Parfait. Donc, moi, je voulais vous parler, me présenter rapidement. Donc, je suis maître de conférence en sciences politiques à l'Université catholique de l'Ouest. Je travaille sur généralement l'usage du numérique en campagne électorale.
Ah,
Voilà, je vous ai mis quelques ouvrages que j'ai publiés qui portent sur l'usage des réseaux sociaux, l'usage des données massives aussi, sur les questions autour de la gouvernance par les données.
oui.
Et pour cette communication, mon envie était de porter le regard sur la construction de la croyance dans l'efficacité des données massives, donc tout ce qu'on appelle les big data en fait. Comment on en est arrivé à utiliser ces données et comment ceux qui vendent ces données sont arrivés à faire croire aux candidats, aux élus, aux hommes politiques et aux femmes politiques que c'était nécessaire. Donc voilà, cette question du mythe qui est aussi vraiment mobilisée pour ces travailleurs des données.
Oui.
Alors, ça a commencé en France au niveau de l'élection présidentielle de 2012, où là, il y a eu un usage des données lors du porte-à-porte, ou porte-à-porte qui est une technique de campagne habituelle, mais là qui a été pensée un peu à l'américaine, c'est-à-dire qu'on l'a rationalisé en ciblant les portes à frapper. Donc c'était notamment lors de la campagne de François Hollande, qui est devenu président de la République ensuite, qui était au sein du Parti socialiste, qui est un parti de gauche en France. Il y avait des observateurs qui lui ont proposé, des observateurs des campagnes américaines, qui lui ont proposé de mettre en place un porte-à-porte qui ciblerait les abstentionnistes de gauche. Donc ceux qui seraient a priori pour le candidat François Hollande, mais qui ne s'intéressent pas beaucoup à la politique et donc qui ne vont pas voter. Donc là, c'est un premier usage du ciblage en politique. Et en même temps, même si ça a été un vrai succès, cette technique, l'équipe de campagne, donc là c'est ce que je vous ai mis dans cette diapo, avec un extrait d'entretien, l'équipe de campagne est très peu soutenue, elle est dénigrée, dévalorisée, l'équipe de campagne qui se charge des outils numériques. Donc à la fois on a un outil qui est censé très bien marcher et en même temps ce service-là dédié au numérique est dévalorisé par rapport aux autres services. Donc il y a un besoin de recréer, de redorer un petit peu le travail de ces communicants numériques et notamment des travailleurs des données. Alors un petit point sur mes méthodes d'enquête. Là, je vais vous parler d'une partie de mon travail qui correspond à mon HDR. L'HDR, c'est un peu comme une seconde thèse qu'on fait pour devenir en France professeur des universités, pour passer du grade de maître de conférence à professeur des universités. Donc, je l'ai soutenu l'an dernier et ça s'appuie sur des entretiens avec les travailleurs politiques des données en France et aux États-Unis, des observations au sein de l'équipe de campagne, dans les salons professionnels, des analyses de design, de logiciels, de micro-ciblage électoral, des analyses de contenu, etc. Moi, je m'intéresse beaucoup aux coulisses des campagnes électorales parce que le travail des données, le travail sur les données massives, ça se passe dans les coulisses. Et ça n'a pas été si facile d'accéder aux coulisses parce que ce sont des éléments un peu confidentiels. Donc, je vous ai mis des extraits d'entretien qui montrent que c'est pas toujours facile de rentrer que par les entretiens avec les enquêtés. Là, il a indiqué, on entre dans des sujets, c'est un peu confidentiel. Un autre qui me dit, voilà, je peux vous dire quelques généralités, mais le problème, c'est que c'est très compliqué pour moi de rentrer dans le secret de la fabrique, mais même quelques mois après. Donc voilà, avoir des éléments, il y a un peu un mythe et un brouillard qui entoure tout ce travail des données parce que c'est confidentiel, parce que c'est le secret, parce que c'est la fabrique des campagnes électorales. Et d'où mon envie et mon besoin et mon positionnement qui est d'enquêter sur le long terme. C'est-à-dire que moi, je travaille beaucoup sur le numérique, qui est un objet mouvement, un objet changeant. Ça change tout le temps dès qu'on travaille sur Internet parce qu'il y a à chaque fois des nouveautés, des innovations. Mais il faut aussi, comme le proposent des collègues comme Florence Lecam et Denis Ruellan, que je vous ai mis là en diaporama, il faut aussi étudier, il est vrai, les innovations, mais aussi étudier les permanences, ce qui reste, ce qui permet aussi de voir ce qui, au-delà du discours des enquêtés qui, eux, ont envie de dire que tout est nouveau dans la construction de cette croyance, tout est nouveau, tout serait de l'innovation, et en même temps, il y a beaucoup de résistance et il y a beaucoup de permanence. Et moi, j'accorde aussi beaucoup de place aux acteurs, le discours des acteurs, il est vrai, parce que j'ai fait beaucoup d'entretiens, mais aussi en le pensant vraiment comme une construction de leur pensée. Je vous ai mis là des articles, celui de Didier de Mazières, par exemple, à qui peut-on se fier, les sociologues et la parole des interviewés, qui montre bien que l'entretien est toujours le récit de segments d'un point de vue sur le passé. Et ce qui est intéressant, c'est le récit de segments qui font sens pour l'enquêté. Et c'est comme ça que je les analyse. C'est-à-dire que je n'analyse pas comme des éléments qui sont la vérité, du vrai, mais bien comme quelque chose qui fait sens pour l'enquêté. Dans une première partie, j'ai bien en tête les 15 minutes, vous inquiétez pas. Mais dans une première partie, je voulais revenir sur la campagne présidentielle de 2012 en France, où dans la construction de ce mythe dans le pouvoir des données, il y a beaucoup de prestataires qui ont fait appel à l'étranger, qui ont fait appel au modèle américain. Et après, sur la campagne présidentielle de 2017, dans cette partie toujours, je reviendrai sur l'argument de la victoire pour vendre ces logiciels en micro-ciblage électoral et construire ce mythe de leur efficacité. Donc, il y a bien une inspiration américaine. Il y a, comme pour toutes les campagnes électorales, des observateurs français qui vont observer ce qui se passe aux États-Unis. Ça a été le cas, par exemple, pour la campagne de Barack Obama en 2008. Il y a des rapports, notamment le rapport du think tank Terra Nova, qui a mis en place une leçon numéro 5 sur les bases de données, en indiquant que voilà, c'était vraiment un outil qui pouvait faire la différence. Et quand on discute et on s'entretient avec les prestataires en micro-ciblage électoral en France, il y a un travail de mise en scène sur ce modèle américain pour créer leur expertise. Ils se réfèrent toujours à leur expérience passée aux États-Unis, que ce soit en participant à une campagne électorale, comme dans le cas des responsables du porte-à-porte qui mentionnent leur participation au porte-à-porte d'Obama en 2008, ou le cas de la campagne de François Fillon, où là, on va avoir les prestataires qui vont dire, je vous ai mis cet extrait d'entretien, je suis ingénieur de formation, diplômé d'Harvard, où j'ai eu toutes les formations sur la stratégie électorale. Donc, il y a ce besoin de toujours se référer au modèle américain pour se légitimer. Et pourtant, les données, ce n'est pas quelque chose de nouveau, hein. Là, je vous ai mis des éléments pour montrer que il y a des travaux socio-historiques qui ont montré que le ciblage par les données, ça a toujours existé, même si ce ciblage, il s'est vraiment intensifié, massifié, parce qu'il s'est automatisé. Et maintenant, avec le numérique, on brasse vraiment une quantité énorme de données. En 2017, ce qui a été mis en avant dans la construction de la croyance dans l'efficacité des données, ça a été surtout la mise en scène de l'usage des données comme un enjeu d'image, un enjeu pour communiquer dessus. En gros, dire on est innovant, on n'est pas en retard par rapport à d'autres partis politiques. Nous aussi, on utilise les données. Et il y a eu aussi, par les prestataires, un discours autour de la normalisation des données, de leur usage, pour qu'il y ait un effet de mimétisme et que tous les partis politiques, finalement, utilisent aussi les données. Et la croyance dans l'efficacité des données, elle a été consacrée aussi par la victoire de François Hollande, puisque ceux qui ont participé au porte-à-porte ciblé de la campagne de François Hollande n'ont eu de cesse de dire que c'est ça qui a fait la différence, le porte-à-porte ciblé dans sa réussite. Autrement dit, il n'aurait pas gagné sans ça, ça a fait la différence en lui donnant 1 ou 2 points en plus. Une dernière partie, ce qui fait une focale sur la campagne présidentielle de 2002, en montrant un autre argument utilisé pour construire ce mythe dans le pouvoir des données. Utiliser des logiciels de données amènerait plus de participation politique. On va avoir un changement en 2022 par rapport à ce que je vous ai dit précédemment, la volonté de se démarquer par rapport au modèle américain, et enfin, une petite focale rapide sur les travailleurs des données. Donc en France, lors de la campagne présidentielle de 2022, il y a eu beaucoup de partis politiques, la plupart, qui se sont appuyés sur des logiciels de micro-ciblage électoral et des prestataires ou des équipes de campagne qui l'ont proposé en interne au sein de leur équipe. Le point commun de ces sociétés éditrices de produits, c'est qu'elles ont un discours sur le fait que utiliser ces outils, ce seraient des armes anti-abstention qui permettraient de faire la différence dans les urnes. En gros, ils ont un discours de bienfaiteur de la démocratie pour se montrer comme utile à la démocratie pour éviter d'avoir trop d'abstention. Ça permettrait d'attirer les abstentionnistes et d'avoir une participation politique magnifiée. Autre élément, je vous ai parlé du modèle américain qui est beaucoup mis en avant. En 2022, c'est plus le cas parce qu'il y a eu le scandale Cambridge Analytica qui a été beaucoup médiatisé en France. Et donc, on se démarque des manières de faire quasi habituelles aux États-Unis pour dire dans le discours des prestataires, nous, on ne fait pas ça. Nous, on respecte les données personnelles, la protection des données personnelles. On respecte bien le RGPD, le règlement européen, la CNIL, etc. Je vais un petit peu vite pour rester dans mon temps de 15 parce que la fin approche. Et 2022, on a aussi un discours beaucoup plus technique, c'est-à-dire qu'avant, on avait, comme je vous l'ai montré, l'argument de la victoire qui était systématiquement mis en avant, comme je vous l'ai mis dans l'extrait d'entretien de 2017, où elle dit, en fait, cette prestataire, en gros, que tout le monde pourrait être président de la République. Elle dit c'est l'histoire d'En Marche. On a l'impression que ça permet à qui que ce soit d'être président de la République, d'avoir un parti politique, c'est ce qu'elle dit à la dernière phrase. Alors qu'en 2022, on a un discours moins mythifié, beaucoup plus pragmatique, puisque finalement, il y a une normalisation de l'usage de ces outils, et on sait très bien que tout le monde ne peut pas gagner, même s'ils utilisent ces outils. Donc, on est dans une vision et un discours beaucoup plus technique et moins mythifié. Il y a une volonté aussi de se dégager d'autres professions pour légitimer sa profession. Donc, il y a une construction d'imaginaire aussi enchanté autour de l'entrepreneuriat technologique. Mais mes travaux ont montré aussi que vivre de la technologie n'est pas forcément synonyme de réussite pécuniaire et que les statuts des travailleurs de la donnée sont multiples, mais ils sont souvent aussi très précaires. C'est plutôt des travailleurs indépendants, en contrat à durée déterminée, des auto-entrepreneurs, des bénévoles. Donc, on reste quand même dans ce discours des prestataires de la donnée qui voudraient dire qu'on est encore à l'aube de ce qui pourrait être fait, mais en même temps, il y a la pratique qui fait face aux fantasmes et aux imaginaires sur l'usage des données. Merci beaucoup.
C'est moi qui vous remercie, je crois, au nom de tous les autres, et je dirais pourquoi votre sujet est particulièrement intéressant. Je pourrais poser une question, mais je fais une petite réflexion. Ce qui est très intéressant dans la première partie, quand j'ai trouvé que le pouvoir du secret a toujours un grand pouvoir. Les gens en coulisses ne disent pas. Et là, c'est vraiment difficile d'y arriver avec des sondages. C'est vraiment le bouche à bouche façon d'y arriver. Mais ce qui est très intéressant, c'est que vous m'avez fait comprendre un peu mieux comment tout est organisé et comment peut-être c'est même la façon dont on fait des sondages qui exprime pas seulement la volonté, presque toute la volonté de celui qui veut gagner. Va chercher ce qu'il veut dans son intime pour essayer d'arriver aux gens qui ne peuvent pas. Moi, ça m'intéresse énormément, votre travail, car j'avais suivi les élections, pas seulement en Italie, mais en Ukraine, par exemple, où tout a été fait par Internet. Les gens qui ont voté, ce n'étaient pas les gens de mon âge, puisqu'ils n'avaient pas le social. Et ça sera une donnée très intéressante pour comprendre qui a poussé tout ça, pourquoi et dans quelle façon. Mais je vous remercie vraiment, et ce qui m'a frappé, c'est vraiment la possibilité de gérer, d'inventer ainsi les données pour un intérêt qui est celui de la personne, les partis ou n'importe qui se propose comme chercheur, entre guillemets, arriver à être dans l'esprit du chercheur pour saisir la volonté des autres. J'espère d'avoir d'autres rencontres avec vous et je vous remercie énormément. Et maintenant, vraiment, on parlera après tous ensemble, mais maintenant, je passe la parole à Malia Islam, qui nous parlera qui vient de et qui nous parlera mais c'est pas ça là que j'ai, non, c'est pas mon truc. Non, je dois passer, ça c'est après, je devrais gérer notre groupe. Je vais passer la parole à Siam El Boutakmanti. Je demande pardon pour la prononciation de son prénom et son nom de famille, de l'université Mohamed Ier, qui nous parlera de Les contes amazing au Maroc, entre transmission morale et préservation culturelle. Je vous en prie et je vous donne la parole, très gentil.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Donc, je vous remercie tout d'abord d'avoir accepté ma proposition d'article ou bien ma proposition de communication. Et donc, j'aimerais bien sûr, me mettre dans le contexte un petit peu par rapport au sujet de cette conférence. Donc, premièrement, j'ai eu mon doctorat en littérature française. C'était bien sûr en avril 2025. Et bien sûr, ma thèse avait comme sujet l'étude narratologique du roman Riffin. Mais quand j'avais vu votre argumentaire sur Internet, je me suis dit pourquoi pas se pencher et faire des études supplémentaires sur la littérature amazigh au Maroc, mais cette fois-ci, bien sûr, en ce qui concerne le conte, puisque le conte, en termes de contexte de la littérature amazigh, il présente, on peut dire, 50% de cet héritage immatériel. Et donc, je me suis dit, pourquoi pas, peut-être changer un petit peu de parcours et bien sûr, au lieu d'étudier le roman Riffin, mais plutôt cette fois-ci se pencher bien sûr sur le conte amazigh. Et donc, pour cette raison, bien sûr, j'avais choisi cette thématique, à savoir l'étude du conte amazigh, bien sûr en tant qu'un système de valeurs, ou bien un véhicule de transmission de valeurs, de morale et bien sûr un régulateur de comportement, pourquoi pas. Alors, ce que je vais partager avec vous aujourd'hui, bien sûr, en termes de présentation, c'est uniquement un petit plan, bien sûr, de cette conférence, là où il y a bien sûr les points essentiels de ce que je vais aller présenter, mais le reste, bien sûr, a été développé sous forme d'un article et j'aimerais bien sûr le publier après. Je vais le partager, bien sûr, avec la comité d'organisation de la conférence. Je vais l'envoyer via mail. Donc, voilà. Donc, j'espère que c'est un peu visible pour vous.
Oui,
Oui, ça se voit?
oui,
D'accord?
oui.
D'accord. Donc, comme j'ai déjà dit, c'est pas une présentation PowerPoint, c'est juste ce que j'avais bien sûr résumé à partir de l'article que j'avais fait, que j'avais
Oui, la
rédigé.
première phrase. Ah, voilà. OK, OK.
D'accord, c'est bon?
Oui.
Je veux juste.
On y était.
Alors, bien sûr, comme c'est déjà clair au niveau du titre, le conte amazigh au Maroc, entre transmission morale et préservation culturelle. Donc, quand on dit conte, en général, on parle de ce qu'on appelle la littérature orale. Et au niveau de la langue amazigh, bien sûr, qui se situe dans tous les pays plutôt du Nord-Afrique, à savoir le Maroc, l'Algérie, la Tunisie et la Libye. Mais au Maroc, nous avons cette valeur favorable du conte en tant qu'un outil d'enseignement, surtout dans les familles classiques, là où il y a encore la grand-mère qui s'occupe de ce poste de conteuse, qui rassemble bien sûr les petits de la famille et qui essaye de raconter les histoires. Donc c'est un outil qui préserve l'identité et la culture amazigh en général. Donc, ce conte-là, ou bien cette oralité, il façonne l'identité et la transmission du savoir. Au corps de cette oralité se trouve le conte populaire amazigh, un genre qui dépasse bien sûr le simple divertissement pour s'ériger au pilier de la mémoire collective et de l'éducation morale. Bien sûr, ce que je vais essayer de faire, c'est de ne pas chercher une définition simple du conte, puisque bien sûr, la définition, on peut la trouver partout, mais j'aimerais bien mettre le conte dans le contexte de la littérature amazigh. Pour cette raison, notre intervention s'inscrit dans la perspective de se proposer, d'explorer plutôt la puissance du conte amazigh. On l'appelle ici, dans la région du Rif du Maroc, on l'appelle Hajit. Mais généralement, on utilise le terme au pluriel, Fihouja, puisque par exemple, quand nous avons un rassemblement en famille, on raconte pas uniquement un seul conte, mais plutôt un ensemble de contes. Donc, on l'appelle Fihouja, c'est-à-dire le pluriel du mot Hajit. Dans la région de l'Atlas ou bien dans la région du sud du Maroc, il est appelé Sinfes, puisque le dialecte, bien sûr, ça change. La langue amazigh, comme on peut la définir, c'est une langue avec plusieurs, bien sûr, variantes, à savoir le tarifit, le tashlhit, le tasusit. Donc, dans chaque dialecte, il y a une appellation qui est différente. Donc, ce que plutôt je vais essayer de faire ici, c'est de montrer que ce conte-là, ou bien Tikhouja en général, sont un outil de transmission morale et de préservation culturelle au Maroc. Je vais appuyer mon analyse sur un conte rifin, emblématique. Il est appelé Les Sept Frères et leurs sœurs. Donc, bien sûr, le conte il a été accueilli et traduit par Monsieur Mohamed Yacoubi. Lui, en fait, c'est un fondateur de ce genre d'études. Donc, je me suis dit, je vais me baser sur ce conte-là, puisqu'il est déjà traduit, pour montrer, bien sûr, cette portée culturelle et cette portée pédagogique et éducative du conte. Donc, le conte, il est appelé Les Sept Frères et leurs sœurs. En mazir on dit Sb'an wa umathin douch mathin. D'accord? C'est en dialecte du tarifite pour illustrer comment, bien sûr, ces récits opèrent comme des régulateurs sociaux ou bien de conservateurs identitaires et culturels. Donc, notre problématique, elle est la suivante. Comment le conte amazigh, à travers ses personnages et bien sûr ses dynamiques narratives dans ce conte-là, parvient-il à inculquer des valeurs fondamentales et à assurer la pérennité d'une culture et d'une langue face aux défis de la modernité? Bien sûr que la langue amazigh, on la considère ici au Maroc en tant qu'une langue minoritaire, puisqu'il n'y a pas vraiment un système linguistique qui la défend, ou bien il n'y a pas vraiment par exemple, des ouvrages littéraires qui peuvent donner une valeur de plus pour cette littérature. Et donc, nous, en tant que chercheurs, on essaie bien sûr de donner un plus à cette littérature et on met des études dans la littérature amazigh pour, bien sûr, aider cette littérature à se faire naître. Donc, premièrement, pour le conte, dans le contexte de la littérature amazigh, il dépend de ses occurrences dans ce qu'on appelle la littérature amazigh en général. Ce type de discours, bien sûr, il rapporte sur lui-même. Ça veut dire quoi? Il rapporte sur lui-même, c'est-à-dire les analyses retient comme angle auquel il tente de la ramener. Et bien sûr, Tikhouja est peut-être un exemple frappant de la complexité, même de la définition du conte en premier lieu. Donc, en effet, ces tentatives de définir le conte dans le contexte de la littérature amazigh, elle est plus spécifiquement a un rapport avec la tentative de définir les circonstances de ce genre, les circonstances de la naissance de ce genre. Et pour cette raison plutôt, le conte amazigh constitue un pilier fondamental de la littérature orale et de la communauté amazirophone au Maroc, et sa spécificité réside dans un mode de transmission quasi exclusivement oral. Pour cette raison, la littérature amazigh, elle est plus ou moins faible puisque nous n'avons pas un corpus écrit qui peut la défendre. Assurément, cette permanence culturelle et linguistique à travers des générations et pour nous, les amazirophones, bien sûr, ce poste-là, elle est, en fait, c'est un poste de femme. Donc, nous n'avons pas des hommes qui comptent un conteur, mais plutôt nous avons des conteuses qui assurent cette fonction de, bien sûr, de transmettre les contes à travers les générations différentes. Donc, Tikhouja en général ou bien le conte, pour nous, en tant qu'amazirophones, ne présente pas uniquement une simple tradition orale, mais plutôt aussi un ensemble de valeurs, un ensemble de critères culturels qu'on essaye bien sûr de garder et de préserver à travers le temps. Donc, pour les Rifins, c'est-à-dire nous, les Rifins, dans la région du Rif, le conte s'associe directement à la femme, comme j'ai déjà dit. En effet, la femme se considère comme le moyen de transmission et de la tradition orale, et les conteuses ont préservé les récits pendant des périodes d'instabilité, de guerre, à travers bien sûr des histoires qui peuvent être réelles ou bien mythiques. Mais en fait, le recueil de contes à travers lequel j'avais préparé cette communication, c'était un recueil présenté par une certaine conteuse qui s'appelle Fatima Bouhber et il est bien sûr issu de la ville d'El Husseima. D'accord, au nord du Maroc. Et il a bien sûr essayé à travers, bien sûr, à l'aide de Mohamed Yacoubi, d'accueillir et de traduire ses contes, et sur lequel, bien sûr, j'avais tiré le conte des sept frères et leurs sœurs, sur lequel mon étude se base. Donc, on va commencer avec la première valeur, à savoir la valeur, la dimension pédagogique de ce conte. Donc, j'aimerais bien partager avec vous le début du conte. Voilà. C'est la traduction française, donc je ne vais pas partager avec vous la version originale, c'est la traduction française. Mais avant tout, j'aimerais présenter le résumé du conte, à savoir ce conte-là. Donc, le conte, les sept frères et leurs sœurs, il commence par quoi? Il commence par une femme, une mère qui va donner naissance à une fille, d'accord? Il a déjà sept garçons avant cette fille-là, avant la naissance de cette fille. Et donc, les sept garçons, ils ont décidé de faire un contrat avec la maman. Si c'était un garçon, il doit bien sûr lever un drapeau rouge. Et si c'était une fille, il doit lever un drapeau blanc. Donc, c'est quoi le symbole du blanc et du rouge? Le blanc, c'est-à-dire que les garçons, ils vont pas partir, ils vont pas laisser leur foyer. Et si c'était bien sûr un drapeau rouge, ils vont quitter la maison une fois pour toutes parce qu'ils veulent avoir une fille au lieu d'un garçon comme frère. Mais ici, nous avons bien sûr la naissance de la fille. Mais la femme de l'oncle, il va trahir ce contrat puisqu'il va lever le drapeau rouge au lieu, bien sûr, du drapeau blanc. Et donc, les garçons, ils vont voir de loin le drapeau rouge qui s'était levé et ils vont quitter la maison. Et après, bien sûr, la fille, elle a été née, elle a été grandie, elle est devenue une jeune fille. Elle a décidé, bien sûr, de se demander pourquoi mes propres frères ont quitté la maison lors de ma naissance. Et là, la femme de l'oncle, il va bien sûr avouer que il a trahi le contrat, elle a été tellement jalouse de la maman de la fille, donc elle a décidé bien sûr de participer à la destruction de cette famille-là. Et donc il a levé bien sûr le drapeau rouge. Et la fille, elle est tellement consciente de la valeur de la famille, donc il a décidé bien sûr de faire une quête pour rechercher ces sept garçons. Et lors de cette recherche, nous aurons bien sûr un ensemble de conflits, un ensemble de combats menés par la fille et son compagnonne. Donc, la compagnonne, la vérité, elle a été traduite en tant qu'esclave dans le texte, mais j'aimerais bien l'appeler compagnonne ou bien servante au lieu d'esclave. Il y aura plusieurs péripéties, il y aura plusieurs événements qui vont accompagner la quête de sept frères, mais finalement, bien sûr, comme tout conte, il va finir par trouver ses filles et il va rentrer à la maison pour célébrer, bien sûr, ses retrouvailles. Donc, à travers, bien sûr, tous les événements qui vont être produits lors de ce conte-là, on peut dire que parmi les valeurs ou bien parmi les principales valeurs présentées ou bien projetées dans ce conte-là, premièrement, la trahison et la jalousie, mais non pas en tant que valeur, mais plutôt en tant qu'un acte que nous devons bien sûr refuser dans la société, que nous ne devons pas accepter en tant qu'acte et en tant que comportement. Donc, ce qui est bien sûr renforcé dans ce conte-là, il condamne implicitement l'acte de la jalousie et de la trahison. Ça, c'est d'un côté. D'un autre côté, la persévérance et la quête de la vérité. Bien sûr, ceci se présente dans la fille et dans son personnage, comment il a été tellement ambitieuse de trouver ses sept frères, et aussi comment il valorise la vérité à travers ses actes dans tout bien sûr, l'avancement, ou bien dans tout l'axe chronologique des événements de ce conte. Et puis, nous avons bien sûr la justice sociale qui se réalise finalement. Le conte, bien sûr, il fait appel à ce qu'on appelle la justice sociale, parce que finalement, même si nous avons le mal de la femme de l'oncle, mais finalement, quand on est tellement honnête, quand on aime sa famille, quand on aime les valeurs de la famille, donc finalement, on y arrive à réaliser ce qu'on appelle la justice sociale. Et bien sûr, aussi, j'aimerais bien parler du symbolique au service plutôt de la morale. Et bien sûr, le symbolique ici, il se fait à travers quoi? À travers les personnages. Donc, premièrement, nous avons le personnage de l'héroïne, qui est bien sûr la sœur, la fille. D'accord?
Il manque 2 minutes.
Une minute, d'accord.
Ah,
Alors,
c'est bien, c'est tellement intéressant, allez-y.
oui, alors l'héroïne, il incarne, comme j'ai déjà dit, la vérité, l'innocence, le rejet de tout ce qui est mal, de tout ce qui est maléfique par rapport à ce que s'était passé avec elle. Nous avons les antagonistes, à savoir la femme de l'oncle. Et entre deux parenthèses, je souligne le terme l'esclave, je l'accepte pas, mais malheureusement, j'ai trouvé cette traduction, donc je l'ai gardée. Et bien sûr, les antagonistes qui, bien sûr, incarnent le mal avec la stupidité, avec plutôt la jalousie, avec la malignité, avec la tradition. Vous avez bien sûr les protecteurs qui se présentent dans les sept frères, les garants de l'ordre, on peut dire aussi les protecteurs de cette fille-là. Et nous avons l'ogresse que j'avais pas en fait signalé au début. Alors l'ogresse, c'est une poupée de la petite fille, d'accord, mais qui va se transformer en une ogresse à la fin, qui va mordre la fille finalement, d'accord. Donc j'avais pas le temps de citer ce détail-là. Alors, aussi, nous avons les dilemmes. Pour les dilemmes éthiques, au cours du récit, bien sûr, le bien, le mal, l'entêté aussi contre le mensonge. Nous avons la jalousie, nous avons aussi la justice sociale et ainsi de suite. Donc, puisque j'ai une seule minute, donc j'aimerais bien faire la synthèse, bien sûr, de ce que je viens de dire. Donc ce conte-là, il illustre parfaitement comment, bien sûr, le conte amazigh, bien au-delà d'un simple récit oral ou bien d'un simple produit littéraire, mais c'est pour moi essentiellement, à travers bien sûr mon expérience personnelle avec mes deux grands-mères, j'avais toujours plaisir de les écouter et en fait, mon système de valeurs était d'une manière indirecte et d'une manière directe, les deux, implicitement et explicitement, c'était influencé bien sûr à travers ces histoires. Et je crois que je vais, euh, je vais prendre la responsabilité de faire transmettre ces contes-là, puisque je suis en train de préparer un recueil de contes. Je suis en train de rédiger ce que mes grands-mères m'ont raconté auparavant. Donc pour cette raison, nous, les amazigophones en général, soit au Maroc, en Tunisie ou bien en Algérie, on considère que le conte, c'est en fait c'est le témoin de la culture amazigh et c'est un outil là où on peut bien sûr à travers lequel on peut préserver notre culture, notre langue et notre identité amazigh. Et je vous remercie infiniment et je m'excuse pour le retard.
Je vous remercie. Vous nous avez donné des tas d'idées et j'espère qu'on aura quelques minutes pour débattre tous ensemble. Moi, ce qui m'a frappé, c'est deux choses, que dans pas mal de contes dans la planète, il existe une dame et 7 frères. Ça, c'était dans les petits, là, comme on dit, là, Biancaneve, Blanche-Neige et d'autres, mais je pense aussi le conte de Andersen, les cygnes qui étaient sauvages, qu'elle coud toute la nuit des choses pour sauver ses frères.
Ouais.
Universel sur lequel il faut réfléchir. La
Exactement, c'est
capacité.
l'universalité du conte. On les trouve
Non,
partout.
non, pas seulement l'universalité du conte, mais dans votre cas, puisque vous prenez en analyse aujourd'hui pour nous ces contes, mais pour ce que vous faites, la présence de la figure d'une femme sœur. D'habitude, c'est une mère, mais les sœurs ont un rôle important et universel aussi, ainsi que ce que j'ai remarqué, les valeurs universelles qui sont à la base, la solidarité, la justice et le respect. Ça, c'est comme je disais au début, les contes, parce que vraiment, c'est l'union de la planète. Et j'espère que vous feriez ce travail sur les contes que vous êtes en train de faire, là, de votre monde magique, parce que je viens d'aboutir un bouquin sur les contes européens pour démontrer que tous les pays d'Europe ont les mêmes valeurs. Mais je voudrais en faire dans tous les continents. Et aujourd'hui, ma présence ici, c'est pas seulement de vous accueillir, mais de créer un réseau d'intérêt. Et on pourra s'écrire et se parler encore, je l'espère.
Merci.
Vraiment très intéressant et je vous remercie. Tant qu'il nous reste, je donne la parole à, et je m'excuse avec tout le monde parce que Jean-Luc, je sais le prononcer, mais ou Adio, je ne sais pas, et Nyamnyen Kess de l'université Alassane Ouattara de Bouaké. Son titre, c'est les mythes de la sorcellerie et images du pouvoir, un contexte africain entre le culte et l'occultisme. Déjà, le jeu de mots est très intéressant. Eh bien, on vous écoute, Jean-Luc. Je vous appelle Jean-Luc parce que... À vous la parole. Vous êtes là? Jean-Luc, vous êtes présent? Vous n'êtes pas là? Et alors, j'espère que vous reviendrez. Et je donne alors la parole à un autre collègue qui s'appelle de l'Université de Marois, qu'il parlera de la reconfiguration du pouvoir en Afrique centrale et postcoloniale. Oh, vous êtes là dans un champ, dans une cour de... Vous nous écoutez? Monsieur Jean-Luc, c'est vous? J'espère qu'il puisse se connecter. Autrement, j'aimerais bien écouter monsieur de l'Université de Marois. À propos, je répète, en Afrique centrale et postcoloniale, entre l'imaginaire politique, la légitimation symbolique et la pensée politique émergente. Ça a vraiment l'air d'être un réseau très intéressant. À vous la parole. Vous êtes là, monsieur? Oh, quel dommage. C'est deux thèmes.
Oui, je suis là.
Que je n'en sais. Eh bien, bienvenue. Eh bien, je vous en prie, prenez la parole et on vous écoute. Bien arrivé. Présentez-vous un instant, comme ça on vous connaît.
Ok, merci de me passer la parole.
Oui.
Je suis le docteur Tombruma Medji, de l'université de Marois,
oui,
à l'extrême nord du Cameroun. Et mon sujet,
oui, je l'ai raconté.
Oui, alors?
Oui, on vous écoute, allez-y.
Oui, mon sujet, je veux aborder l'aspect des rapports africains,
oui,
relatifs à la reconfiguration du pouvoir en Afrique centrale postcoloniale entre imaginaire politique, légitimation symbolique et pensée politique émergente.
Bien.
Je me positionne en tant qu'expert des questions de sécurité dans le bassin du lac Tchad et aussi en tant qu'intervenant journaliste qui travaille sur les thématiques liées aux questions de développement local dans les régions du lac Tchad. Ma communication, l'idée centrale de ma réflexion est simple mais lourde de sens. Si le pouvoir a changé de visage depuis les indépendances, il n'a pas nécessairement changé de nature. C'est ce que je cherche à développer. Autrement dit, les logiques du commandement colonial se sont souvent réinstallées au cœur des politiques africaines sous des formes nouvelles, parfois plus subtiles, mais tout aussi efficaces. À partir de mathématiques, je pars de l'hypothèse que la reconfiguration du pouvoir en Afrique centrale ne s'opère pas seulement dans les institutions visibles, c'est-à-dire qu'elles ne sont pas seulement dans les constitutions, dans les élections, dans les partis, mais on les voit dans le champ visible, celui des imaginaires, donc celui des symboles, des croyances, et puis surtout des récits politiques. Donc, pour comprendre ce processus, j'imagine trois axes complémentaires. Le premier axe est relatif à l'imaginaire politique postcolonial. Le deuxième axe, il est relatif aux logiques de légitimation symbolique du pouvoir. Et le troisième axe parle de l'émergence d'une pensée politique endogène, un renouveau charismatique qui s'impose au sein des communautés africaines. En Afrique centrale aujourd'hui, particulièrement quand je parle de l'Afrique centrale, je parle du Cameroun, du Tchad, du Gabon, du Congo, de la Centrafrique. Donc, ces pays ont hérité des appareils d'État conçus pour dominer, pas pour émanciper. Si on va sur les concepts de Jean-Jacques Rousseau, où un contrat social permet à une entité autonome qu'on place au-dessus des communautés et qui repartissent les libertés de façon équitable. Les indépendances en Afrique ont transféré les symboles de la souveraineté, mais rarement sa substance. Je m'appuie sur les pensées de Jean-François Bayard ici, qui pense que l'État africain est un État importé, qu'on a greffé sur des sociétés qu'on ne comprend pas toujours. Achille Bembe aussi, cet écrivain camerounais, nous a parlé d'un espace de commandement, c'est-à-dire d'un dispositif de pouvoir où le contrôle, la peur et la mise en scène l'emportent sur la participation. Donc, dans cet imaginaire que je décris ici, hérité, le chef n'est pas seulement un dirigeant politique, il est une figure quasi mystique. Vous constaterez que dans les pays comme le Cameroun, où on a Paul Biya, en Guinée équatoriale, où on a Obiang Nguema, au Congo, où on a Sassou Nguesso, on a des personnalités qui incarnent la prospérité, qui incarnent un aspect mystique du pouvoir qui ne se décrit pas. Donc, l'autorité relève moins d'un contrat social, mais plus du sacré. Donc, c'est ce que j'appelle une liturgie du pouvoir. Donc, le politique n'est pas seulement exercé, il est célébré par des rites et il est même parfois sacralisé, si je peux me permettre le terme. Donc, les cérémonies officielles, les portraits omniprésents des chefs d'État qu'on a dans les bureaux, dans les institutions publiques, les médias d'État et les grands rassemblements traduisent cette sacralité. Donc, le pouvoir se montre et se théâtralise facilement. On a toujours l'impression que les cérémonies d'investiture, les cérémonies relatives aux fêtes d'indépendance se célèbrent plus dans un contexte de sacralisation où le chef est considéré pratiquement, il est déifié, il est considéré comme un dieu. Et la distance entre les gouvernants et les gouvernés se creuse de plus en plus. Mais cet imaginaire a un prix, puisqu'il produit une société de la soumission et du silence. On a peur, on ne veut pas parler, on a peur d'être considéré de rebelle. Et la peur de trahir le pouvoir remplace le débat. Donc, difficilement, on retrouve des communautés où des hommes sont susceptibles de discuter, de parler. Et le deuxième cas de légitimation ici, c'est la légitimation symbolique du pouvoir que je veux soulever à partir de la thématique que je développe. Donc, pour durer, tout pouvoir a besoin de se légitimer. En Afrique centrale, cette légitimation repose sur une économie symbolique complexe qui mobilise plusieurs aspects. Et ces aspects, c'est généralement le religieux, la tradition et puis le spectacle. Bon, je ne sais pas, je crois que je n'aurai pas assez de temps pour développer les aspects religieux, les aspects traditionnels et l'aspect du spectacle. Mais je me permets déjà de vous dire ici que à cette dimension visuelle s'ajoute aussi une dimension matérielle. Et je veux parler des dons et des redistributions de tous les archétypes qui vont avec le pouvoir. Dans ce qu'on appelle la politique du ventre, bien cher à un auteur qu'on connaît, Jean-François Bayard, la loyauté s'achète par des avantages, des nominations, des cadeaux, parfois même des sacs de riz. Celui qui devient chef, le chef de l'État est considéré comme le père. C'est celui qui considère les autres, dont les populations, les administrés, comme des enfants. Et cette économie symbolique et matérielle construit une légitimité paradoxale. Le chef reste fort, non parce qu'il convainc, mais parce qu'il distribue, il protège et il inspire la crainte. Le pouvoir devient donc un théâtre dans lequel se mêlent parfois la peur, la foi et puis surtout la dépendance. Bon, je vais rapidement aller à l'introduction parce que je veux aussi me permettre rapidement de soulever que de plus en plus aujourd'hui, il y a une nouvelle pensée africaine qui se crée, une pensée qui repense autrement les rapports de domination entre les administrés et les administrateurs. De plus en plus, Frantz Fanon et Boussi Boulaga, Pelouine Sarr, Achille Bembe, beaucoup d'autres parlent des traditions locales africaines qui doivent être ancrées dans les réalités modernes, des médiations africaines qui doivent être de plus en plus valorisées. Et aujourd'hui, en Afrique centrale, ces nouvelles formes de pratiques font émerger une autre conception du pouvoir. Donc, la nouvelle génération ne considère pas le pouvoir comme un instrument de domination, mais plutôt comme une responsabilité partagée. De plus en plus, les chefs d'État en Afrique centrale sont pas, je ne dirais pas contestés, mais de plus en plus décriés pour leur façon autocratique de gérer. Le chef n'est plus celui qui détient automatiquement la vérité. Certes, il est celui qu'on écoute, c'est lui qui coordonne, c'est lui qui rend des comptes. Dans ces mouvements fragiles mais qui sont réels, de plus en plus se dessine une future modernité politique africaine, une modernité qui ne copie pas, mais qui invente à partir des réalités africaines. Donc, je vais arrêter mon développement à ce niveau, mais permettez-moi de le conclure en disant que, en définitive, la reconfiguration du pouvoir en Afrique centrale ne peut se réduire à une question de réforme institutionnelle. Elle est d'abord une question de représentation, d'imaginaire, de la parole. Décoloniser le pouvoir, c'est d'abord décoloniser nos imaginaires. Ça, il faut qu'on le sache. C'est refuser aussi de voir le politique comme une domination sacrée et le reconstruire comme un espace de responsabilité partagée. La reconfiguration donc du pouvoir en Afrique centrale sur la base de la thématique que je développe passera pour les générations futures par une révolution silencieuse, celle des consciences. Donc, elle ne pourra se faire que dans les écoles, dans les villages, dans les radios communautaires, dans les espaces de parole, où l'Afrique se réinvente tous les jours. Donc, si nous arrivons à penser le pouvoir autrement, aujourd'hui en Afrique centrale, pas sur la base des anciennes conceptions, je crois que nous pourrons enfin habiter le politique au lieu de le subir. Je vous remercie.
C'est moi d'abord qui vous remercie parce que pouvoir dire combien ça a été intéressant, si brièvement, vous m'avez, et je pense vous nous avez fait comprendre, pour ceux qui ne sont pas des gens qui travaillent sur ces thèmes, le passage entre une leadership, pour employer Max Weber, plutôt charismatique, vers une leadership qui s'occupera différemment en posant dans ce que vous avez appelé la responsabilité partagée. Et vous nous donnez aussi la possibilité de réfléchir sur un aspect qui, dans l'Europe du Nord, de plus en plus, enfin là où j'habite, en Italie, mais un peu partout, je vois, on perd l'espace de parole, c'est-à-dire la base qui doit se mettre elle-même, depuis les tout petits, mais jusqu'aux grandes personnes et les gens adultes et anciens, à se considérer l'élément central d'une nouvelle forme démocratique. C'est pour remercier vraiment de cette synthèse d'une histoire qui passe d'une leadership charismatique à un leadership de plus en plus, entre guillemets, démocratique, dans le sens que c'est le peuple de la base qui va entrejeter par l'imaginaire cette nouvelle formule que vous nous avez tracée de l'imaginaire. c'est très important ce que vous nous laissez dans l'esprit. Et maintenant, je prends la parole aussi pour dire à tout le monde que chaque année, quand je fais ce colloque, je publie les actes du colloque dans un bouquin. Mais j'espère qu'entre nous, on créera ceux qui, entendant les autres, ont envie de faire quelque chose avec. Donc, ça sera ma responsabilité de vous renvoyer toutes les adresses et les coordonnées. Et maintenant, je suis heureuse d'écouter monsieur qui tout à l'heure ne pouvait pas nous rejoindre, Jean-Luc Kouadio Gnanmien Kess, qui travaille à l'université Alassane de Ouattara de Bouquet. Je vous en prie, messieurs, à vous la parole.
Ok, merci beaucoup, madame. Vous m'entendez?
Oui, très
Ok, tout à
merci
l'heure,
d'avoir
j'avais un souci
attendu.
technique.
Ouais.
Ok, dans toutes mes
Bon,
excuses.
on est là.
Ok,
Avec nos visages et notre envie de savoir toujours plus, parce que la technologie, comme vous voyez, a fait faillite ce matin, a fait faillite l'après-midi. Heureusement, nous sommes des humains et souriants même si on ne se voit pas. Merci, à vous la parole.
ok, merci beaucoup. Voilà, d'abord, je remercie les organisateurs de cette conférence qui me donnent l'opportunité d'aborder la question de l'imaginaire en contexte africain. Cette question étant complexe, je vais structurer ma communication autour de l'une de ces manifestations les plus récurrentes dans le contexte choisi, la sorcellerie. Bien que des auteurs comme Boitemele Ramsès aient démontré que la sorcellerie n'existe pas, cette croyance demeure encore une réalité vivante en Afrique selon Gadou Dakouri. Mais qu'elle existe ou qu'elle soit une pure fiction, il est évident que les croyances en la sorcellerie génèrent et véhiculent encore fortement des mythes qui participent à alimenter l'imaginaire et les attitudes des élites et de la masse. C'est dit que la sorcellerie...
C'est dit que on ne vous entend plus. Vous ne devez pas bouger. Dommage, car l'intervention pour nous est très intéressante de discuter des mythes de la sorcellerie et images du pouvoir dans un contexte africain, entre culte et occultisme. J'espère de vous rattraper. Non. Eh bien, je suis obligée de continuer. Et alors maintenant, je donne la parole en espérant qu'il puisse aboutir à son argument, le Jean-Luc Maniousseau de l'Université de Dakar, qui nous parlera de l'influence des récits mythiques sur les normes éthiques et sociales contemporaines. Je vous en prie, Saliou, vous êtes là? Est-ce que vous êtes présent ou vous ne pouvez pas? Moi, je continue par un visage que je vois présent. Et alors, je donne la parole à Carla Beatrice Lomi, de notre chaîne des contes et fées, qui nous parlera de l'éthique du soin dans les contes de Andersen, entre la tension utopique et la réflexion sur la réalité. Beatrice, se parli italiano, io ti posso tradurre se vuoi. Beatrice, a te la parola, ci sei? Mi sentite? Non sento più nessuno. Non sento più nessuno. Gaia, non sento più nessuno. Ma non... anch'io, ma non parla. E invece non sento più quello che stava parlando, questo Jean-Luc. Va bene.
Vous m'entendez? Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Oui, on vous entend.
Oui, oui, on vous entend très bien. Et alors, finalement, merci, vous pouvez aboutir.
Ok, merci beaucoup à vous.
Voilà.
Euh,
On a écouté seulement l'annoncement de votre argument. Donc, si vous voulez reprendre du début, c'est très gentil.
Ok, donc merci beaucoup à vous. Donc, je disais que la sorcellerie existe ou qu'elle soit une pure fiction, il est évident que les croyances en la sorcellerie génèrent et véhiculent encore fortement des mythes qui participent à alimenter l'imaginaire et les attitudes des élites et de la masse africaine. C'est dit que la sorcellerie fait partie des paradigmes féconds pour analyser les choix de vie d'une majorité importante des individus et des peuples. Cela se révèle plus intéressant dans les champs les plus vitaux pour l'existence d'un peuple, c'est-à-dire la politique. Pour illustration, on pourrait citer l'ouvrage « Sorcellerie et politique en Afrique » de Peter Guicher ou la sorcellerie face à l'État de Bazaré Nebier. Mais ces travaux ne permettent pas de percevoir en profondeur l'impact des croyances sorcières sur la configuration de l'imaginaire collectif du pouvoir. Cela a certes été perçu par Michael Schadberg dans son article « La sorcellerie comme mode de causalité politique ». Mais ces analyses glissent facilement du terrain politique vers le terrain de football, alors que c'est le premier terrain, c'est-à-dire la politique, qui nous intéresse ici, surtout dans ses liens avec les mythes de la sorcellerie. En quoi consistent donc ces mythes? Quelle est leur contribution dans la configuration des images de pouvoir en Afrique? Dans quelle mesure favorisent-ils le culte de la personnalité et l'occultisme dans la gestion des affaires publiques? En répondant à ces questions à travers une approche herméneutique et critique, l'objectif est de souligner le pouvoir des croyances occultes sur le pouvoir politique afin de contribuer à la rationalisation de l'espace politique africain. Pour répondre à la première question, il faut dire que l'expression « mythe de la sorcellerie » est constituée de deux termes qui renvoient chacun à une manifestation pratique de l'imaginaire. Le mot « mythe » d'une part et le mot « sorcellerie » de l'autre. Au sens général et classique, le mythe est un récit imagé qui met en scène des êtres surnaturels pour expliquer, interpréter ou légitimer un ensemble de discours, de faits ou de finalités. Le mythe permet ainsi de conférer du sens à ceux dont l'origine, la signification, la finalité semblent a priori échapper à l'homme. Mais le sens du mythe ne se limite pas à cet aspect qu'on pourrait qualifier d'épistémologique. En effet, des récits, le mythe peut aussi devenir un fondateur d'actions sociales. C'est en ce sens que Philippe Labouteura et Jean-Pierre Vanier affirment que les mythes sont des récits fondateurs. Produit de l'imaginaire, le mythe ne peut atteindre cette puissance fondatrice que lorsqu'il s'impose comme un paradigme structurant non seulement l'imaginaire collectif, mais aussi le vécu réel des individus. Selon Kamana, quand le mythe atteint un tel niveau, on pourrait parler du passage de l'inconscient mythologique à la conscience mythologique. Selon ces explications, par inconscient mythologique, il faut entendre la zone de l'être que certaines narrations et certains récits fondamentaux formatent sans que l'individu ou la société s'en rende compte, qui les font agir et rêver d'une certaine manière et selon certaines croyances. Cet inconscient, poursuit-il, devient conscience mythologique quand l'individu et le peuple assument clairement les récits de profondeur et en font un mode de vie et une ambiance sociale dans une seule d'air du temps que tout le monde respire. Ces propos permettent de mieux cerner les statuts de la sorcellerie dans l'Afrique contemporaine, qui semble relever à la fois de l'inconscient mythologique et de la conscience mythologique de la plupart des individus et communautés. En effet, d'une part, la sorcellerie est incrustée dans l'inconscient collectif des individus, et d'autre part, ces derniers y recourent consciemment pour se donner des raisons de croire, de penser et d'agir. Mais en quoi consiste-t-elle au juste? Selon l'opinion populaire, la sorcellerie serait un pouvoir surnaturel, inné ou acquis, que détiendra certains individus pour nuire à leurs proches en compagnie d'autres sorciers agissant en confrérie dans le monde invisible. Les sorciers seraient capables de tuer, de rendre malades, de causer des accidents et des échecs à l'aide de pouvoirs magiques. il agirait dans le monde invisible réservé aux initiés et aux élus. C'est cette approche populaire de la sorcellerie que déconstruit le philosophe ivoirien Boitemile Ramsès dans La sorcellerie n'existe pas. Dans les mêmes sillage que cet auteur, je pense que la sorcellerie n'a point de réalité objective. Au fond, elle se révèle comme une croyance, une idéologie et une herméneutique servant à interpréter, expliquer et gérer certaines situations limites. La sorcellerie est donc un mythe qui véhicule d'autres mythes. Les mythes de la sorcellerie désignent alors l'ensemble des croyances, récits, contes, discours, représentations, pratiques qui fondent la sorcellerie, lui donnent forme et contenu en essayant de l'incarner à travers des êtres et événements réels. Parmi ces mythes figure la croyance selon laquelle il est possible pour un individu de détenir des pouvoirs surhumains, magiques ou surnaturels qui lui permettraient d'atteindre ses objectifs sans faire usage des méthodes rationnelles connues. Comme mythe, cette croyance relève de l'imaginaire, puisqu'elle introduit le surnaturel dans la gestion du monde afin de justifier ou légitimer certaines attitudes que l'on pourrait qualifier d'irrationnelles. Mais dans quelle mesure ces mythes participent-ils à la construction des images de pouvoir en Afrique? Cette question nous conduit à la deuxième étape de notre communication qui porte sur les mythes de la sorcellerie et la construction des images de pouvoir. Par image du pouvoir, il faut entendre l'ensemble des représentations relatives au pouvoir, à ses fondements, à sa finalité, à sa signification, à sa gestion et à ses détenteurs. Ces images ne sont point universelles ni statiques. Elles sont dynamiques et varient dans le temps et dans l'espace selon les cultures et les peuples. Le contenu de l'imaginaire de chaque société détermine donc la signification de son pouvoir. Le pouvoir étant un champ qui s'étend ou peut s'étendre à tous les domaines de l'existence, il s'agit ici du pouvoir au sens politique du terme. Le pouvoir comme l'art de diriger une communauté et qui s'acquiert au terme d'une lutte entre plusieurs individus selon des normes plus ou moins démocratiques. Comme le dit Max Weber dans Économie et Société, le pouvoir est toute chance de faire triompher au sein d'une relation sociale sa propre volonté, même contre des résistances, peu importe sur quoi repose cette chance. Dans les régimes mus par l'imaginaire démocratique, le pouvoir est censé être fondé de manière rationnelle et objective sur des lois et des pratiques connues de tous. La transparence, la concurrence, l'alternance feraient partie de celles-ci. Mais il arrive qu'à côté et en plus de ces dernières, d'autres entités et croyances qui seraient issues d'un monde surnaturel invisible contribuent à configurer l'imaginaire, les discours et les attitudes des hommes du pouvoir. Les mythes de la sorcellerie tirent toute la signification de ce monde, dont la prégnance influence la construction des images de pouvoir selon les contextes. D'abord, la sorcellerie étant perçue comme la possession en soi d'un pouvoir surnaturel, l'homme politique est aussi perçu comme détenteur d'un pouvoir surnaturel qui lui aurait permis d'accéder exceptionnellement au pouvoir. Selon cette conception, le pouvoir aurait une origine divine, surnaturelle, qui échappe au contenu des mortels et à la masse. La possession de la sorcellerie serait donc un atout majeur pour y accéder, l'exercer et le conserver. Dans ses travaux, l'anthropologue Julien Bonhomme a constaté cette réalité au niveau de l'Afrique centrale. Selon ses propres termes, en Afrique centrale, le roi, les chefs, les big men ont toujours été crédités d'un organe de sorcellerie particulièrement fort. Pouvoir, puissance et sorcellerie vont de concert. Ensuite, quand l'homme politique n'est lui-même pas considéré comme un sorcier, il est supposé recourir au service de ces derniers et des marabouts. Dans un dossier intitulé « La sorcellerie au cœur du pouvoir, petit secret des palais », Jeune Afrique fait justement référence à la plupart des hommes politiques africains qui se servent de la sorcellerie comme fondement ou allié de leur pouvoir. Concernant l'histoire récente de la Côte d'Ivoire, Jeune Afrique rapporte ce qui fut l'un des premiers gestes des forces pro-Ouattara, détruire les fétiches de Laurent Gbagbo, en démolissant les statues qu'il a construites à Abidjan et qui les rendraient d'une certaine manière invincibles. Dans cette perspective, l'invincibilité de l'homme politique ne dériverait plus de la souveraineté populaire ou de sa légitimité en tant qu'un bon dirigeant, mais plutôt de sa proximité avec le monde invisible de la sorcellerie. Les principes de cette conception du pouvoir ont été largement intériorisés par Frédéric Dako-Nyantala, homme politique et personnage du roman La Bête Noire de l'écrivain ivoirien Isaïe Buton Koulibaly. Pour lui, le pouvoir étant par essence occulte, il est difficile de l'acquérir, de l'exercer et de le conserver sans recourir à des forces occultes. Selon son témoignage, l'homme politique africain véritable doit confier son destin à un thaumaturge doublé d'un occultus très proche de Lucifer, la seule voie pour sa réussite et son élévation dans la société. Ces propos qui trahissent une conception purement irrationnelle magique du pouvoir permet d'aborder la dernière partie de notre communication, c'est-à-dire le culte de la personnalité et la gestion occulte des affaires publiques comme résultant d'une image du pouvoir fondée sur les mythes de la sorcellerie. Pour aborder cet aspect, il faut continuer avec l'expérience de Darko Nyantala que nous venons de citer. Fidèle à sa théorie, il a confié la gestion de son ministère à des sorciers. Sur prescription de ces derniers, il va procéder à des sacrifices humains, généralement des membres de sa famille et certains de ses proches collaborateurs. Dans le même sillage, il va adopter chez lui un chat noir dont les faits et gestes vont commander et déterminer ses prises de décision dans l'espace public. Le destin collectif du peuple est ainsi suspendu à l'interprétation des caprices d'un animal supposé posséder des pouvoirs mystiques surnaturels. Selon l'article de Jeune Afrique cité plus haut, certains politiques ne peuvent rien décider ni faire sans voir leurs féticheurs. Félix Houphouët-Boigny, dans les années 1950, envoya régulièrement un de ses émissaires, Ladi Sidibé, pour consulter lorsqu'il avait une rencontre importante. On peut aussi citer le cas du célèbre féticheur malien Daouda Yattara, qui, de son vivant, était constamment sollicité par des hommes politiques de tout horizon, dans l'espoir d'être mieux éclairés dans leur prise de décision. Le sorcier devient ainsi le véritable conseiller, jugé plus compétent que les conseillers officiels. Ces exemples révèlent la gestion occulte des affaires publiques, gestion qui débouche généralement sur le culte de la personnalité, comme on le constate dans la plupart des démocraties africaines contemporaines. Le pouvoir, parce que divinisé, est confondu avec la personne de son détenteur qui n'a de compte à rendre qu'à lui-même et à ses puissances occultes. L'une des conséquences de cette situation est inévitablement la personnalisation de l'État. Ce culte de la personnalité transparaît actuellement à travers les discours de certains présidents qui arriment la stabilité de leur pays à leur personnalité. Pour illustration, le président ivoirien actuel, Alassane Ouattara, justifie sa candidature en cours comme l'unique garantie du développement et de la stabilité de son pays. Il en est de même du président camerounais, Paul Biya, qui, après 40 ans de règne, continue à lier la survie du Cameroun à sa seule personne. Ces manières de penser renvoient essentiellement à ce que nous avons appelé les mythes ou l'imaginaire de la sorcellerie. Dans ces conditions, comment la démocratie peut-elle s'enraciner durablement si le pouvoir qui en dérive est déterminé par l'occultisme? Cette interrogation nous conduit à mesurer une partie des raisons du balbutiement de la démocratie dans la plupart des pays africains. L'une de ces raisons étant l'illusion de la souveraineté populaire, un paravent pour voiler l'origine réelle du pouvoir. Car derrière le pouvoir, il existerait d'autres pouvoirs occultes qui communiqueraient la vision du monde aux détenteurs du pouvoir, trahissant ainsi l'impact du monde imaginaire sur le monde du vécu quotidien. Je pense pouvoir contribuer à la compréhension de cette réalité pour la rationalisation de l'espace politique africain. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
C'est moi qui, même en nom de tout le monde, je vous remercie, puisque j'ai appris beaucoup de choses. Ce qui m'a fort intéressé, je ne sais pas si vous avez déjà eu l'occasion de travailler ensemble, que ce qu'a dit notre collègue auparavant, ça nous explique des choses que vous avez dit et vice-versa. Ce pouvoir dont vous parlez de l'occultisme qui arrive dans la personnalisation, c'est vraiment un enjeu très intéressant à explorer et très compliqué à rendre évident et même dangereux, j'imagine, pour quelques évidences, mais qui est très fascinant au point de vue sociologique. Et pendant que vous parliez, je pensais par exemple à un État que je connais, j'ai fait des séjours longtemps, Haïti, là où et c'est pas l'Afrique, mais c'est une culture qui vient d'Afrique et l'occultisme est employé par tous les chefs d'État qui se tuent l'un l'autre pour avoir la prise du pouvoir. Donc, vous m'avez éclairci personnellement à une dimension du pouvoir dont j'avais pas les paradigmes en étudiant les pays de la sociologie, là, et en étudiant nos sociologues depuis Auguste Comte, eh bien, on n'arrive pas à saisir très puissantes seulement par des chercheurs qui savent les saisir, comme vous avez fait, et votre collègue tout à l'heure, dans les pays où ils surgissent, ces phénomènes. Donc, vraiment, je vous remercie beaucoup. Et après, je donnerai la parole à tout le monde pour s'échanger puisque nous aurions le temps. Maintenant, je continue pour définir notre groupe de travail avec l'intervention de Madame Carla Lomi, Carla Beatrice Lomi, qui fait partie de l'association, comme je disais, des contes et fées, que je préside, et qui nous parlera, je vais traduire son titre de l'italien en français, de l'éthique de soins dans les contes de Andersen entre la tension utopique et la réflexion sur la réalité. Carla, vuoi che ti traduca di volta in volta o parli francese?
No, io ho preparato un PowerPoint
Basta,
che
allora,
spero di
basta.
poter condividere, molto semplice.
Se hai
con la
bisogno mi metto a
traduzione.
tua disposizione.
Grazie, gentilissima.
Vai,
Con la
ti ascoltiamo.
traduzione del testo in inglese.
Benissimo, ti ascoltiamo allora, ti leggiamo, bene?
Allora, non so se lo vedete.
Aspetta. Sì, sì, benissimo.
Però io in effetti avevo preparato un PowerPoint, vediamo se leggete
Questo
anche...
lo leggi? Devi parlare in una lingua straniera,
No,
lo leggi tu?
Io lo leggo in italiano, d'accordo? Per chi vuole seguirlo in inglese, non so se riuscite a vedere lo schermo, se è
Allora, je
sufficientemente
vais traduire
grande.
perché loro parlano tutti francese. Madame dit qu'elle parlera en italien et que nous pourrions le lire en anglais. Ou si vous préférez, je peux traduire les mots de Carla Lomi en français. Je pose la question à tout le monde.
Dunque, ripeto, io volevo condividere...
Ça va aller pour l'anglais sur le diaporama.
Ok.
Pareil pour moi.
Merci.
L'anglais, ça va, ça marche.
Et en anglais?
Oui, en anglais, ça marche parfaitement.
Très bien, très bien. Pour moi, c'est plus facile, hein? Merci, hein?
Allora, vediamo, un attimo solo. Riuscite a vedere lo schermo? Chiedo se
No, vediamo
riuscite a
solo
vedere
te.
lo schermo, no? Ok.
Vediamo solo te.
Allora, condividi schermo. In questo momento trovo difficoltà a condividere il mio schermo.
Alors, entre-temps, je réponds a ceux qui ont envoyé. Tu fallo, io rispondo ad altre domande che sono arrivate, ma cerca il modo di darcelo. E allora, nous sommes en train d'enregistrer tout ce que nous faisons. Donc, on pourra avoir la registration d'aujourd'hui et j'espère de créer un lien entre nous. Aspetta Carla che si muove.
Sì. No, mi dispiace, non riesco in questo momento, preferisco allora proseguire in italiano, d'accordo?
E non ci monti, facci vedere il testo in inglese così lo leggono.
Ripeto, prima avevo fatto una prova ed era stato semplicissimo per me condividere. Vedevo appunto il mio PowerPoint, in questo momento non ci riesco, per cui o riproviamo tra un po' oppure vediamo, un attimo solo.
Dibattito?
Un attimo
Carla.
solo, chiedo scusa, forse ora ci siamo.
Bene, bene, bene.
Benissimo, ok. Riuscite a vederlo? No.
No.
Mm-hmm. Allora. Ecco. Ora lo vedete?
Aspetta. Sì, vediamo l'immagine del convegno.
Bene. Questo è il titolo appunto della mia relazione. Vi parlerò dell'etica della cura nelle fiabe di Andersen.
Metticelo in grande così loro leggono. Ecco. Ecco, ora si legge bene, vai.
Benissimo,
No, più
grazie.
grande.
Chiedo scusa per questa attesa. Al centro della vita e dell'opera di Hans Christian Andersen vi è un sogno originario, il suo mito fondativo. Lo rivela lui stesso scrivendo la propria autobiografia come una fiaba, che unisce il desiderio alla realtà, il trauma alla riparazione. Partendo da una condizione di abbandono e di povertà a tutti nota, su cui non mi soffermo, e affascinato fin da piccolo dal teatro e dalla poesia, si impegnò sempre ad ottenere quei beni di cui aveva bisogno per fare lo scrittore, dovendo sempre scegliere tra sottomissione e libertà, per crearsi una nicchia consona alla sua condizione, scissa, cito, tra l'io dominante dell'immaginazione e l'io dominato della realtà. Secondo autorevoli critici...
Cambia pagina.
No, è ancora qui.
Sì, ma non si legge, noi non lo vediamo più.
Lo vedete?
Solo fino alla parola realtà, per cui se per favore ci fai leggere il resto.
Certo.
Ti sto aiutando così.
Allora.
Bene, ci stiamo arrivando. No.
E invece no.
No.
Vediamo, eh. No, qua. Allora, perché? Perché questo problema? Non so bene che dire. Dunque, vedete ora?
Tranquilla perché non lo vediamo ancora. È così interessante che ce lo darai, dai.
Lo vedete?
No.
Io direi di rinunciare perché
E
altrimenti...
allora tu parla, traduco in consecutiva. Facciamo così?
Bene, grazie, chiedo
Ma
scusa.
figurati, dai. Ma di
Allora,
che?
secondo autorevoli critici, Andersen non riuscì
C'est non pas
ad
mal du
essere...
monde. Andersen ne réussit pas.
Secondo autorevoli critici,
L'ho già detto.
Andersen non riuscì ad essere fedele alla propria classe di origine.
À être fidèle à sa propre origine pauvre.
Tanto che, cito Rodari, non sentiva più la povertà con la disperazione dei poveri, né l'ingiustizia con la rabbia dell'oppresso.
Parce que elle est en train de s'appelle Rodari, il n'était plus capable de percevoir ni la pauvreté dans laquelle il avait été vécu, ni il râlait contre le monde qui lui avait permis d'être un pauvre. Vai avanti.
Per Zipes, cito perché mi sembrano affermazioni molto forti, Andersen desiderava un'identificazione con la classe dominante che umilia i soggetti, piuttosto che l'opposizione all'autorità, per porre fine allo sfruttamento attraverso il potere. La vita di Andersen fu basata sul servilismo e le sue fiabe, ancora, furono tentativi di giustificare una falsa coscienza.
Alors, dans tous ces contes, on peut remarquer qu'il a une fausse conscience parce que dans sa vie, il avait voulu oublier ses origines pauvres, mais il grimpait et voulait être comme dans la classe sociale dans laquelle il aurait voulu vivre réellement.
Credo che su questa interpretazione, che pesi su questa interpretazione una cultura che conserva il sigillo di un'eredità marxista e deve essere riconosciuta nella sua profondità incalcolabile, ma al tempo stesso ripensata a partire da altre prospettive ermeneutiche, post-marxiste e psicanalitiche, che valorizzano invece la fecondità di questa sua condizione sociale e anche di quel suo sentimento ambiguo, l'essere un po' scisso tra due sentimenti opposti, per coglierne l'incidenza che ha avuto questa dimensione intima e sociale anche nella sua scrittura, per vederne le connessioni con la critica sociale.
Eh bien, je dois obligatoirement résumer. Il dit que cette ambiguïté, donc d'une tension vers le haut, mais d'une appartenance vers le bas, est très importante pour comprendre ce qu'il écrit et ce qu'il veut être même au point de vue politique et comme écrivain. Devo sintetizzare, Carla, perché...
Certo. In effetti le fiabe di Andersen non scavano nell'analisi delle cause dell'ingiustizia, non propongono l'indignazione che sfocia nella lotta collettiva, non prospettano neppure la ribellione o tantomeno la rivoluzione. Sembrano indifferenti ai sistemi politici vigenti.
En effet, ce qu'on remarque dans tous ces contes, c'est qu'il n'y a pas une recherche sur les causes de l'injustice sociale, ni jamais une révolte contre les différences sociales.
Probabilmente non redimono, tuttavia continuano a manifestare il loro potere formativo nella costruzione del sé, secondo una concezione del soggetto che esalta l'intrinseca relazionalità, dimensione relazionale così densa di possibilità e di sviluppi.
Eh bien, si au point de vue social, ça c'est vraiment une intuition importante, si au point de vue social, il n'est pas un chercheur, entre guillemets, équilibré, on peut comprendre mieux son attitude par rapport à la construction intime du soi, c'est-à-dire une idée idéale qu'il a de soi-même et qui se reflète sur ses personnages.
Bene, le sue fiabe, nascendo dal lato oscuro e più autentico della psiche umana, dall'area perturbante, che alimenta sogni e paure, ossessioni e fantasie, si collocano all'interno del perimetro di una letteratura del desiderio, espresso e rimosso al contempo, che ricerca e indaga quanto è percepito come assenza e perdita, ciò che è stato messo sotto silenzio, reso invisibile o assente dalla nostra cultura, per dare voce agli stessi bisogni sociali soffocati dalla storia.
Alors, ce qu'on peut comprendre des contes de fées, pour les comprendre, il faut chercher dans obscur de notre intime, là où il réside les rêves et les peurs. Et dans toute la littérature qui se rapproche à la recherche et à l'analyse du désir. Parce que ce qui n'est pas dans la nature des choses peut être vrai dans un conte.
Convinta con Mario Valeri, un pedagogista fiorentino, che, cito, virgolette, la rappresentazione dei mali del mondo dovrebbe stimolare esigenze di modifica, di mutamento e non di commiserazione e di rassegnazione. Ritengo, partendo da questo assunto, che un ipotetico carattere sovversivo delle fiabe di Andersen, che però sia fedele all'intenzionalità dell'autore e all'orientamento emotivo che alimentano le sue fiabe nel lettore, sia da individuare nella radicalità della sua etica sociale.
Eh bien, elle cite un collègue pédagogiste florentin qui observe, comme dans les contes de Andersen, le malheur qui est dans le monde ne devrait pas rattraper la compassion et susciter une sorte d'alliance pour la désespération des autres, mais devrait plutôt être le rébellion contre les différences sociales et tout ce qui vient, tous les éléments qui rappresentent la pauvreté et les malheurs.
L'attenzione per gli aspetti che la civiltà ha prevaricato, negato, lo porta a rappresentare gli aspetti problematici della moderna vita sociale, spesso risolti con effetti straordinari, mediante narrazioni soggettivanti che restituiscono l'intimità delle esperienze, creando un profondo coinvolgimento nel lettore.
Alors là, il pousse pour que l'intimité de ce qui arrive devienne un élément qui attache le lecteur, ou celui, le storyteller qui raconte, à l'individu qui écoute. Et c'est par l'émotion qui arrive cette possibilité d'échange.
L'autore, sollecitando la molla dell'immaginazione, fondamentale alla formazione di una mente aperta in tutte le direzioni del possibile, ho citato Rodari, conduce il lettore a conoscere con l'intelligenza del cuore storie di sofferenza e di emarginazione, spesso connesse alle dinamiche conflittuali legate alla sfera del potere, riuscendo a sviluppare una zona viva del desiderio, un'area generativa del pensiero che può consentire di superare la datità del presente.
Eh bien, l'argument est philosophique et j'essaye de... Dans le conte, il faut saisir la possibilité qu'ils ont de donner une représentation du présent qui est proposée par des éléments qui n'existent pas. Donc une réalisation à l'inverse de la réalité. Senti, devi sintetizzare però perché
Bene,
è troppo
benissimo.
complesso non fare le citazioni.
Benissimo, sì. Allora, le sue
Intelligente,
storie,
ma non riesci a dimostrarcelo in inglese, no?
no, non
Non ci
ci
riesci.
provo perché non voglio
Basta
ancora
allora, vai avanti
perdere
allora.
tempo. Le sue storie aiutano a ripensare le grandi questioni che attengono il farsi del destino individuale entro un quadro che contempla la realizzazione di sé con l'apertura all'altro. Assumono in
Dans ces
sostanza
histoires,
il tema della relazionalità e della cura come fondamento dell'essere. Perseguire il proprio bisogno e il proprio desiderio più profondo nel rispetto del desiderio dell'altro, dell'altrui libertà, porta a concepire e realizzare sviluppi per la propria storia che sembravano impossibili sostanzialmente.
Alors, elle met en évidence comme organiser les contes à propos qui exprime le soin, c'est la possibilité de raconter au monde entier l'aspect plus important d'une relation et qui est la seule façon de vivre en société et de donner un destin à sa propre existence.
Grazie. Inoltre, la condizione e anche il sentimento della vulnerabilità, che sono così importanti nell'ambito dell'etica della cura e che emergono in primissimo piano in tante storie di Andersen, sono dall'autore, queste condizioni di vulnerabilità, convertite in valore.
Allora,
Sono
ce
un
qui
invito
arrive
all'umiltà, al riconoscimento dei limiti umani, sono l'habitat propizio allo sviluppo di uno sguardo olistico sul mondo, che non nega le differenze e riconosce che, di nuovo, l'essenza del mondo è relazione. Quindi il prendere coscienza, consapevolezza della nostra vulnerabilità, che è la condizione di tutti i viventi, è un invito all'umiltà, è un invito a riconoscersi una fibra nel tessuto dell'universo e quindi a disporsi con un atteggiamento di rispetto et di cura.
Alors, l'argument important devient celui de la vulnérabilité, c'est-à-dire dans la faiblesse, l'individu se retrouve dans une intimité de sa conscience qui appartient à tous les gens du monde. Donc, il ramène pas seulement la compassion, mais cette capacité d'être proche au malheur fait partie et démontre l'universalité de l'humain.
Ecco, mi soffermerei ora un attimo sul senso dell'etica della cura, no? E anche sull'importanza di riscoprire il pensiero utopico, che certamente trova un ampio spazio nelle fiabe e nelle storie di Andersen. Nel nostro tempo, segnato dalla fine delle narrazioni ideologiche, ma ancora dominato dagli effetti nefasti della globalizzazione, torna attuale la necessità di rivalutare il pensiero utopico, capace di proiettarsi responsabilmente verso il futuro.
Alors, à partir de cette vulnérabilité, on retrouve la possibilité pour l'humain de réorganiser une pensée utopique qui, dans cette société contemporaine qui a oublié l'utopie par les idéologies et par la société, eh bien, pourrait être une solution, ou du moins un désir partagé de changer le monde.
Dopo la pandemia, che ha imposto la questione della vulnerabilità dell'umano di fronte alla potenza della natura, sottovalutata o a lungo ignorata, l'etica della cura ha assunto una nuova centralità, in virtù della necessità di ridefinire modalità relazionali tra gli individui e tra gli umani e l'ambiente che siano all'altezza delle sfide radicali del nostro presente, sia da un punto di vista ecologico che politico.
Eh bien, après la pandémie que nous tous avons vécue, on a une nouvelle façon de se rapporter puisque le monde a connu cette faiblesse et nous oblige à avoir des comportements qu'auparavant on n'avait jamais essayé.
Questo orizzonte su cui si stagliano scenari di guerra ha fatto emergere in superficie una sana paura per il mondo e per le sue sorti, che dovrebbe mobilitare l'intelligenza delle relazioni e riattualizzare il valore della stessa fantasia, per dare un volto e dare fiducia in nuovi possibili inizi che rispetto ad un presente ritenuto assoluto.
Carla, io traduco questo, ma abbiamo strapassato i limiti.
Bene,
Quanti
allora,
altri minuti?
la nostra Andersen invita a cercare nuovi orizzonti attraverso sostanzialmente due vie. L'una che si basa sulla metis, una intelligenza pronta che aderisce alle situazioni del momento, che non disdegna neppure l'astuzia e l'inganno, e che è la via praticata da coloro che sostanzialmente non hanno altre possibilità per poter affermare la propria dignità sociale ed un proprio miglioramento delle condizioni di vita. Quindi, da un lato, far appello al desiderio di riuscita personale basata
non si
sulla
sente.
propria intelligenza.
Ti
Non
sei
avete
mossa?
sentito?
No, ti sei mossa. Da un lato fa appello a che cosa? Che devo...
Alla metis, all'astuzia.
Vabbè, questo l'ho capito. Poi?
Bene. Dall'altra invece l'importanza della stessa bontà, di perseguire il proprio desiderio più profondo, ma nel rispetto e nell'aiuto dell'altro. La bontà, come rappresentata in tante fiabe attraverso personaggi memorabili, diviene una forza che sprigiona possibilità inedite. Faccio un esempio. Il compagno di viaggio. Chi è? È un giovane che abbandona la sua casa, è povero, ha pochi denari con sé, è rimasto orfano. Destina tutti i suoi averi per estinguere il debito di un morto che sta per essere profanato dai suoi debitori che non hanno visto in vita, non hanno avuto la possibilità di avere soddisfazione di questo loro danno. Destina tutti i propri averi e riprenderà il proprio viaggio in compagnia di un compagno sconosciuto. Il compagno altri non è che il morto che vuole appunto onorare il debito contratto verso questo giovane. E lì si aprono scenari veramente sorprendenti perché mettendosi l'uno al servizio dell'altro riusciranno entrambi a realizzare il loro sogno più alto, più grande, ma al tempo stesso a sconfiggere la crudeltà della principessa di cui era innamorato il nostro giovane protagonista, che sottoponeva tutti i suoi pretendenti a delle prove che nessuno era mai riuscito a risolvere, destinandoli alla morte. Il giovane appunto Giovanni, aiutato dal suo compagno misterioso, riesce a superare le prove e nello stesso tempo a coronare questo suo sogno portando una nuova pace nel regno. Quindi la bontà emerge in primo piano non soltanto come via da privilegiare per realizzare i propri desideri in una forma piena, ma anche proprio per portare e creare un nuovo tipo di ordine e di sovranità basato sul rispetto di tutti. Sono fiabe queste che sono così ricche di valori che possono certamente trovare una attualizzazione anche pensando al nostro tempo. Ad esempio, questa fiaba che riporta...
Carla, è tempo di finire, sei fuori ogni limite.
Bene,
Non ci puoi fare degli esempi, li scriverai e li tradurremo.
volentieri, volentieri, io vi ringrazio e Andersen
Grazie.
credo che sia ancora un autore davvero fecondo e che unisce una grande fantasia a valori che sono davvero importanti per il nostro tempo.
Ti ringrazio
Grazie.
molto, ti
Grazie
ringrazio
molto.
molto. Et maintenant, nous avons pour essayer de faire un échange entre nous, même pas un quart d'heure. Donc, s'il y a des questions à poser, s'il y a des arguments que nous voulons imaginer, puisque à partir de ça, on ne peut pas seulement écrire les actes d'un colloque en faisant un bouquin, mais on peut s'imaginer même une recherche commune ou d'autres choses. Mais d'abord, si par rapport à tout ce qui a été dit, il y a des intérêts à vouloir faire un commentaire, je vous écoute. Personne? Eh bien, s'il n'y a personne, je remercie tout le monde pour la contribution que vous avez eue, vraiment la générosité de nous offrir. On se reverra après ou demain et une charge importante, celle que vous m'avez donné le plaisir d'avoir, en mettant en valeur vos travaux. Et j'espère qu'on se reverra bientôt dans une autre possibilité d'analyse. Eh bien, je vous souhaite une bonne après-midi et une bonne continuation de ces arguments tout à l'heure. Au revoir et merci.
On vous remercie
merci beaucoup
également,
à vous.
Madame Marina.
Merci, merci
Merci
beaucoup.
beaucoup.
Merci, c'est très gentil.
Grazie, grazie di cuore per anche il servizio di traduzione, davvero.
Eh beh, è stato un
Oui,
momento
c'est
un po' di tensione, ma l'abbiamo superato anche questa volta.
Bene,
Bene,
grazie,
ci
grazie.
sentiamo e continuiamo a stare insieme. Grazie a te e a tutti.
Grazie.
Bye bye.
Au revoir.
Au revoir, hein. J'aurais envie de vous écouter encore.
Au
C'était une
revoir.
belle rencontre.
Merci à vous également, Madame. Ça
Eh
m'a
bien,
fait énormément plaisir. Merci.
oui, j'ai beaucoup travaillé sur les questions électorales à une époque. Il y a en Italie un observatoire qui fait ça. Et si jamais vous continuez dans ce chemin et je peux être utile, les métiers de vieux prof, c'est ça. Et par rapport à vos comptes, là, je pense que c'est tellement important de trouver les racines pour ne pas perdre nos héritages. D'où vient l'identité de base, comme disent les anthropologues? Vous savez, j'ai essayé de faire dans mon petit pour l'Union européenne. Vous savez bien qu'on est européen, mais personne ne se sent. Tous nos 47 pays du Conseil d'Europe, si vous demandez à n'importe qui, vous dit qu'il est italien plutôt que belge ou français. Personne ne vous dit « je suis européenne ». Voilà.
Ouais.
Et alors, je me suis dit que là où on a fait un référendum il y a quelques années en Italie, et un peu partout en Europe, pour établir quels étaient les éléments qui sont à la base de la culture. Eh bien, le premier effet, si la religion judaïco-chrétienne pouvait être le tissu cognitif, entre guillemets, de nos imaginaires, ou plutôt les droits romains. Et dans le deux, donc une plutôt rationnelle, bien sûr. Les droits romains, c'est éparpillé dans la planète après. Mais ni l'un rationnel, ni l'autre, entre guillemets, idéal religieux a pu marcher. Et alors là, je me suis dit une fois, en regardant les étoiles, il y a 5 ans, je me suis dit, mais si je regarde les étoiles et je connais les mythes qui ont été, entre guillemets, inventés par... J'ai fait une étude à partir des mythes qui sont devenus des légendes, des contes, des histoires, et pour finir, des contes de fées.
Oui,
Ce qu'il y
exactement.
avait dans mon bureau est tombé par terre. Eh bien là, je me suis dit, mais c'est très simple. Si je repère dans chaque pays les contes et fées, qui est emblématique de la culture, entre guillemets, nationale, puisque je devais quand même avoir un lieu où poser ces personnages, eh bien, je vous fais un exemple très évident. L'italien est Pinocchio, qui est à la fois un peu quelqu'un qui triche, mais à la fois très gentil, qui a les mythes de sa maman qui n'est pas là, mais il a une fée qui le protège. Enfin, je vous dis l'italianité. Et alors là, j'ai cherché la belgité, la francité, j'ai cherché partout. Et l'Union européenne m'a demandé d'écrire ce bouquin. Et maintenant, il existe, il a été proposé du livre à Guadalajara, au Mexique, il y a 4 ans, pour représenter le pays et était bien sûr adressé aux enfants, parce qu'on devrait faire connaître les gens par les mythes originaires qui sont le fondament de la culture. C'est pour ça que vous m'aviez particulièrement touché parce que je suis maintenant étudié ces choses, vous voyez. Mais là, il me semble très important que, enfin, après ces livres, j'ai dû ajouter les contes du Japon, qui est une culture tout à fait différente, puisque le confucianisme, plutôt que le shintoïsme ou la péculiarité de la culture européenne. Et là, je voudrais vraiment, avec votre aide et d'autres, imaginer que nous pourrions faire les contes pour ne pas perdre nos cultures et pour faire comprendre que les valeurs sont pareilles.
Exactement, sont universels. Est-ce que je peux intervenir en ce qui concerne, dans la même continuité de votre
Oui,
intervention, madame? Alors, je suis prof au lycée, au
oui,
secondaire qualifiant, depuis presque 10 ans, d'accord?
bien,
Et nous avons, en fait, nous avons comme programme au niveau du lycée des œuvres intégrales, des
ah,
romans, des pièces de théâtre, des contes, des nouvelles,
mhm,
afin d'enseigner la langue à travers la littérature, et non pas le contraire,
oui,
d'accord? Alors, vous avez indiqué les étoiles,
des
les
mythes.
religions. D'accord? Alors, au niveau du tronc commun, alors le tronc commun au Maroc, c'est la première année au lycée. D'accord? Au
Mhm,
niveau du tronc commun, parmi, bien sûr, les supports à travers lesquels on travaille la langue française, nous avons un conte qui s'appelle Le Chevalier double de Théophile Gautier.
voilà, je
Voilà.
connais,
Alors là, l'origine, en fait, l'origine de ce conte, il est venu, bien sûr, des pays scandinaves.
bien
D'accord?
sûr,
Du Norvège exactement.
oui,
Oui, donc ici, bien sûr, on remarque cette universalité, même si le récit, il est écrit en français, mais il raconte une histoire qui est venue du Norvège. Et les
absolument,
valeurs véhiculées dans ce conte-là, on peut bien sûr les trouver partout,
oui.
puisque l'éthique, ça n'a pas un rapport avec une religion.
Non, du
Plutôt,
tout.
c'est universel,
Dès
c'est humain.
l'humain, dès
C'est
l'humain.
l'humain, exactement, c'est
Voilà.
l'humain.
Alors ça, c'est mon but dans les prochaines années que j'ai
Exactement,
à
ouais.
vivre, puisque je suis vieille, mais c'est ça sur
C'est ça,
l'argument
c'est les...
sur
Voilà.
lequel
Donc,
je voudrais.
j'insiste toujours en
C'est
fait,
l'humain,
dans mon cours avec mes élèves, j'insiste sur ce point-là. C'est
oui.
que l'éthique, les valeurs, ça n'a rien à voir ni avec la religion, ni la culture, ni rien du tout. C'est humain. Par exemple, tu peux
Rien
trouver
du
une
tout.
personne
C'est
qui
l'humain.
habite en Chine ou bien au Japon, qui a un
Absolument.
arrière-plan différent, mais qui a les mêmes
Oui,
valeurs. Il est honnête, il peut être honnête, il peut être
oui. Mais
juste.
c'est ça, non, il n'y a
Voilà.
que ça. On a sur la même identique ligne
Et,
de
ouais,
réflexion.
exactement.
Et de quoi? Des croyances aussi, puisque moi, je crois qu'il existe l'humain universel. Ça, je pense vraiment.
Non,
Et
moi
là,
aussi.
par exemple, je peux vous dire qu'en faisant ces recherches, je ne savais pas que Cendrillon, qui est quand même l'emblème de la beauté, de la séduction, vrai, eh bien, vient d'Inde, vous savez. Et c'est un conte que la première fois qui a été écrit, c'était euh, 750. Donc, ça existe
Depuis
depuis
très
que...
longtemps. Depuis très
Voilà,
longtemps. Ouais,
voilà. Eh
ouais.
bien, j'espère que nous aurions encore des possibilités d'échange.
Oui, merci. Oui,
On
j'aimerais.
a
Oui.
réciproquement nos mails et je serais très intéressée, vraiment maintenant, vous voulez vous inscrire, c'est une inscription et puis c'est tout, à la route des contes faits. J'avais inventé ce chemin en me disant qu'il faudrait proposer l'imaginaire avec les buts que vous venez de m'avouer, qui est le mien, pour l'universalité des valeurs humaines. Et alors, une inscription, vous trouverez dans le site, c'est en anglais le site.
Si c'est possible de le partager dans le panel de chat.
Route. Oui, mais vous trouverez European Fairy Tale Route pour vous inscrire. Comme ça, on pourra continuer à avoir des rapports. Maintenant, j'ai un peu délégué Monsieur Grassi, qui a été très longtemps mon assistant et qui s'intéresse aussi à ces questions, mais il est plutôt sur des arguments nouveaux comme l'intelligence artificielle et la dimension éthique qui la concerne. Mais moi, j'ai toujours étudié l'imaginaire et je voudrais avoir des collègues de d'autres pays qui sont... Si vous êtes intéressé, par exemple, le 11 novembre, j'aurai un colloque à Rome, mais on le fera en ligne pour ceux qui sont intéressés, qui est un projet européen qu'on a gagné il y a 2 ans pour enseigner aux petits le droit de voir par rapport à l'environnement, mais l'instrument pour l'enseigner, c'est de construire un objet artistique. Donc, il y a eu dans 8 pays européens quelqu'un, un peintre, un sculpteur, un metteur en scène, un cinéaste, etc. Ils ont appris une question imaginaire, vous voyez. Et alors, si jamais vous êtes intéressé à travailler avec l'Europe du Nord sur ces thèmes, bienvenue à tout le monde.
Oui, oui, bien sûr, ça
Je voulais
me
faire
fera
cet
énormément
appel même à les autres collègues qui m'ont beaucoup appris, car vraiment, ce n'est que dans cette circonstance qu'on comprend à la fois la diversité des façons et l'unicité d'intention. Vous êtes d'accord?
Oui, bien sûr.
Eh bien, alors vraiment, avec la Via européenne de la FIABA, et vous vous inscrivez, et ça c'est un appel qui, si vous êtes intéressé à ce genre de thème, c'est chaque année que je considère une question. Et les années passées, nous avons fait des bouquins, je vous montre les derniers là.
D'accord.
Par exemple, là, c'était sur les From It to Fairy Tales, The Role of Fantastic Imaginary. C'était le plus simple de trouver les animaux fantastiques, vous voyez? Alors,
Ouais, un
on
instant,
a
je
eu...
veux juste le capturer, madame, c'est possible.
Comment?
Je veux juste prendre une petite photo pour le livre, c'est possible. Pour le
Oui,
titre.
vous la voyez bien?
Ouais, parfait. Ça y est, c'est fait.
On
C'est bon.
pourra vous l'envoyer si vous m'écrivez, hein?
Ah
Si
oui,
vous
bien sûr.
m'écrivez.
Alors, j'ai envoyé mon email dans le panel de chat.
Oui, pas à
J'espère
moi,
que...
vous l'envoyez à... Et là, c'est ce que j'ai fait en espagnol pour... il était une fois en Europe, vous voyez. Maintenant, il va apparaître en italien et il est sorti en japonais. Ces livres dont je vous disais, où j'ai repéré les contes. Mais de faire une histoire de vos contes, ça serait formidable.
Oui,
Au Maroc, j'ai une dame qui a un petit chariot, m'avait passionné pour ça, et qui va dans le désert à raconter des histoires et à apprendre des histoires. Peut-être je peux vous mettre en contact aussi.
Avec elle, oui, bien sûr, pourquoi pas. J'aimerais bien.
Elle est de chez vous, là. Eh bien, ce même livre, je l'ai en japonais. En japonais, je ne sais pas le lire.
Ouais.
Là,
Moi
je
non
fais
plus.
quand même une recherche sur les contes japonais qui m'ont passionné aussi. Absolument.
On vous remercie, madame, pour le partage. Merci infiniment.
Eh bien, et moi, je pense que les colloques, c'est des rencontres.
Ah oui.
Et c'est ça que, d'abord, l'esprit. Mais là, on peut se lire. Mais un sourire, c'est un échange. C'est vrai?
C'est vrai, oui.
Eh bien, alors maintenant, je vous dis vraiment au revoir et merci à tout le monde pour cette aide intellectuelle que vous avez eu la disponibilité à partager.
Merci à
Ciao,
vous, madame.
ciao. En
Ciao,
Italie,
ciao.
on dit
Merci à vous.
ciao, ciao.
Au
Au
revoir.
revoir
Ciao,
à tout
ciao.
le monde, j'espère, hein. Et vraiment, j'espère qu'on aura d'autres possibilités de rencontres.
Ok,
E
merci
saluto
beaucoup.
anche Emanuela
Ciao.
Ferreri, ti ringrazio molto collega perché a Carla, perché era una scommessa questo. Facciamo ogni anno un appello, ci ragioniamo tra dicembre e l'idea è di mettere sempre in connessione un tema emergente sociale con la possibilità di studiare nell'immaginario collettivo e in particolare nell'essenza che le fiabe ci trasmettono un aspetto. Quindi, anzi, se volete, lo dico anche a lei, Emanuela, che non conosco di persona e la ringrazio, et je parle pour Anaïs aussi, vous inscrire alla Via Europea della Fiaba è un mondo di contatti in tutta Europa che offrono molte piacere di ascoltare anche dopo o domani qualche altro intervento, vi fate l'idea. Je pense que Anaïs, si vous avez intention de continuer à faire des raisonnements, car je pense que votre nom a été mis dans mon panel à cause de ma langue. Mais je suis très intéressée, mais je suis très intéressée à ce que vous faites, vraiment, parce qu'en travaillant dans cet observatoire pendant des années, je peux être utile pour vous mettre en contact avec quelqu'un si vous êtes déjà, vous avez passé et vous êtes devenu une collègue, et peut-être pas besoin d'aide. Mais moi, je l'ai toute la vie besoin d'aide.
Oui,
Même,
c'est vrai, on a toujours besoin d'aide.
non, pas seulement ça, mais même quand on devient vieux et l'université comme un travail quotidien est fini, enfin, pas dans mon cas, j'enseigne dans une université privée maintenant, mais jusqu'à quand on a la curiosité, on est des chercheurs, n'est-ce pas?
Tout à fait. Et puis
Je
la
cite
collaboration du
souvent,
collectif aussi, c'est ça qui est
je cite
intéressant.
souvent Platon, commencer à penser à cause de l'émerveillement. Et c'est ça. Être époustouflé, c'est rentrer dans la pensée. Et les contes font ça. Eh bien, maintenant, vous aurez beaucoup à faire avec votre France dans cette situation politique qui peut-être va devenir d'autres élections. Mais je suis passionnée des séries américaines où il y a ces gens qui travaillent à la Maison Blanche, qui se poussent l'un l'autre. C'est un sociologue qui doit écrire les dialogues, je pense. Bon après-midi à tout le monde.
Merci
E
beaucoup,
merci.
bon après-midi.
Grazie Carla, grazie Emanuela. E
Grazie
spero
a te,
davvero che
Marina.
se
Merci
guardate
beaucoup à tout le
quello,
monde.
arrivederci, quello che abbiamo fatto finora, se può interessarvi, ne mettete un tassello per il futuro.
Senz'altro, senz'altro, mi
Mi
prendo
farebbe
questo
tanto
impegno.
piacere, poi io abito a Roma, tanti modi e non studio
Perfetto.
solo questo. Ora io vi cerco su internet.
Grazie,
Date pure
grazie.
me che avrò qualche linea e ci risentiamo tutti.
Perfetto.
Arrivederci a tutto il mondo.
Grazie.
Ciao
Buon
ciao.
lavoro
Ciao,
ancora.
grazie, grazie
Buona
Carla. Ciao.
assemblea. Grazie.
Okay. Before we start, I would like to inform you about a slight change in the row of the speakers because Mrs. Ruggero has a technical problem, so she goes last. So the row is Arsi Mortuza. Am I spelling it right? Okay, first. Then Silvia Princi Thiam. Then Carlota Bonta and Gabriele Caruso. Miranda Davis, Maliha Islam, Vini Prerna, Phyllis Aidogan Boselle, and Maria Ruggero. Are all of our speakers here? I guess so. Okay, so good afternoon once more. I will be your chair today for the fourth session of the fourth annual conference of European Fairy Tale Route. It's a great pleasure to welcome you here in Zoom. So it's the fourth annual conference of the European Fairy Tale Route under the title Beyond the Magic Mirror. The sub-theme of this session is Imaginaries of Femininity, Tradition, Media and Rebellion, where we will explore related topics and perspectives. So, we have an inspiring lineup of presentations ahead, so I think it's time to get started. Let's begin with our first speaker, who is Arsi Mortuza from the University of Toronto. The paper's title is Shape-Shifting Seductresses and Cultural Shadows in Bengali Folklore. The floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. It's morning here. I'm joining you from Canada. So sorry if I sound a little bit sleepy today, but hopefully you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. Let me just, there you go. All right. Okay. So, hi everyone. My name is Archie Mortuza. I'm an educator and fiction writer based in Toronto, Canada. And my presentation is titled Shape-Shifting Seductresses and Cultural Shadows in Bengali Folklore. So, before I begin, I want to give a little bit of context about where I'm speaking from. I am originally from Bangladesh, but I mostly grew up outside of my home country. So, I'm what people might call a third culture kid. So, given this reason, my Bengali reading level is honestly pretty elementary, which means that I haven't read a lot of Bengali literature growing up, not even the children's literature that I'm going to be discussing today. So, there you go. So, instead, I encountered them through their televised or animation series that aired in the early 2000s called Takumar Chuli, which translates to Grandmother's Bag of Tales. It was compiled and published by Dakshina Ranjan Mitra Majumdar in 1907. So he collected and anthologized Bengali folklores, particularly ones told orally to children, preserving many traditional stories that might otherwise have been lost. So the stories were very fascinating and unsettling to listen to as a child, whereas the televised versions felt silly, entertaining, full of ghosts and magic, everything basically a good cartoon should be, right? But as I grew older, studied literature for years, and started revisiting those stories as an adult, I began to notice how, in hindsight, these particular stories were teaching us about what kinds of women were acceptable and what kinds were not. And this will, of course, surprise no one because it goes back to the very most basic gender norms, right? The angel monster dichotomy that women who behave are rewarded and women who desire are punished. But what intrigued me most was not just the moral lesson, but how shape-shifting or transformation became a tool for survival. In particular, female monsters in Bengali folklore often had to transform into beautiful women to be accepted, as if social belonging itself demanded disguise, right? So, and I wanted to connect that shape shifting to a very Bengali emotional concept that I recently came across, and it's pronounced Parasrikotorota, which in Bengali kind of translates to falling physically sick when you see others doing good in life. So it's not exactly jealousy, which of course is a very universal emotion. But this is something deeper, right? Like an ache that comes from deprivation, extreme emotional deprivation. And while this emotion may not be unique to Bengali culture, I haven't yet found a direct English translation. So if by the end of this talk, if you can think of something in English or any other language, please tell me because I would love to find one. Okay, so before I talk about the shape-shifting women themselves, I want to briefly situate Thakurmar Chuli in its historical and cultural moment. The collection was published right in the middle of colonial Bengal when British Victorian ideals of morality and emerging Hindu reformist culture were reshaping how people thought about home, gender, and virtue. So, although these stories were written for children, they were also quietly teaching colonial Bengali families what proper womanhood looked like. So, domestic virtue wasn't just a personal ideal, it was a marker of national pride and moral civilization. And within this world, ghosts, especially female ghosts, take on a very particular role. Now, in many Western traditions, ghosts are things to be feared or exorcised, right? But in Bengali folklore, ghosts belong often inside the domestic space, right? So they cook, they cry, they protect, or haunt people they once loved. They are almost like emotional extensions of the home, okay? But yeah, what's striking to me is that many of these women, and I mean women ghosts, spirits, demonesses, re-enter the social order through marriage. So even in death, they must marry their way back into visibility. And this is a recurring motive in both of the stories I'm going to be focusing on today. The first one is Shakchuni, which roughly translates to the ghost of a married woman, and the other is called Shatmayr Chile, which means the son of seven mothers. And in each case, the female monster doesn't break the system outright. Instead, she has to infiltrate it through marriage. So marriage is basically her passport back into the moral world that had once rejected her. And it's within that dynamic, this collision of domestic virtue, colonial morality, and the performance of femininity. So please note here that I say performance, that shape-shifting takes on a much deeper meaning. Okay, so Shakchuni is perhaps the most popular of this collection. This is that story we kept hearing over and over again as a child, right? So again, it translates roughly into a ghost of a married woman. So in this tale, there's a green ghostly figure who lives in a tree. This is her, by the way, the green one. And she spends her days spying on a Brahmin household nearby, especially on the Brahmin wife. And that's her in the illustration. So basically what happens is she begins to fantasize about trading lives with the Brahmin wife, the human wife. Now, Brahmin here refers to a member of the highest Hindu caste. So this is the priestly caste, traditionally associated with ritual purity and learning. So the wife she's reaching for is like at the very center of social and moral respectability. So the ghost eventually tricks the real wife, traps her in a tree, and takes her place in the home. In her new human form, she performs all the expected duties of a good daughter-in-law. You know, she cooks, cleans, and obeys. And at first, her mother-in-law is very impressed. She's thrilled. She keeps comparing the new daughter-in-law, which is, of course, the ghost in disguise. She compares her to the old one, praising how much faster she cooks, how well she works. So, in other words, the ghost becomes better at being a human than the human that she had replaced. But obviously, her perfection becomes suspicious, right? One day she accidentally reveals her magic, by accidentally extending her hand impossibly long to grab a fruit or, using her legs as firewood while cooking. That's when the family realizes that, this isn't the real daughter-in-law, but a shape-shifting spirit. So then she is kind of expelled through a very dramatic ritual, a kind of shamanic exorcism that restores social order. But what's striking though is that she's not portrayed as completely malicious. Like even when I was watching this as a child, I felt somewhat of an empathy for her because she doesn't really harm anyone in a very like in a very like expected sort of way. Even the wife she doesn't kill, she just kind of hides her and preserves her, right? So her only real sin here is envy, the desire to have what another woman doesn't what another woman has, right? So a home, a husband, affection, acceptance, etc. And that's where the real emotional core of the story lies, in that belonging, in that longing to belong so badly that one would shapeshift into domestic perfection just to be loved. Okay, so the second story I want to touch on is called Shatmeyer Chile, the son of seven mothers. Here we have a king with seven wives and no children. And see the irony here, we have seven wives, one king, yet somehow the women are blamed for the infertility. All right. So eventually, one of them miraculously conceives after eating a magical mango and gives birth to a son. However, soon after, the king goes on a hunting and encounters a gazelle that transforms into a breathtaking woman. She's actually a demoness, or in Bengali, we call it Raksashi. And the king is instantly enchanted and wants her as his eighth wife. But she tells him, I'll marry you only if I'm your only wife. And it is never really made clear whether the king is bewitched or just really seduced on a very human level, but he orders the death of all of his seven wives. So, kind of like in Snow White, the hunter takes the wives to the woods but cannot bring himself to kill them and instead lets them go. The seven women live hidden in the woods and raise the child who will one day reclaim the kingdom. Meanwhile, the demon queen, who had to shapeshift into beauty to be accepted, begins consuming the kingdom from within. First the livestock, the horses, the cows, and then eventually when she runs out of livestock, she starts eating people of the kingdom. But of course, nobody knows this because she only hunts at night and is queen by day. All right, so eventually the grown prince journeys to the demon world, kills the bird that holds the demon's life force, and frees his land. So this tale, unlike the first one, turns darker and more violent, yet the core pattern is the same in the sense that a female figure must disguise herself in beauty to gain acceptance, only to be condemned for the appetite that beauty conceals. So both women, the ghost and the demoness, enter the world of men through marriage. One serves perfectly until she's expelled, and the other consumes until she's destroyed. Together, they trace a spectrum of feminine transgression in Bengali folklore, from fatal envy to catastrophic hunger, both punished for wanting what others have. Okay, so now that we've explored the stories and their shape-shifting women, let's turn to some theoretical frameworks that might help us understand why these figures act as they do. So Elaine Sixou in The Laugh of the Medusa, argues that women have historically been excluded from language. Their desire, knowledge, and agency are often censored or ignored. In spaces where words are denied, women may express themselves through the body, all right? So this connects directly to the shape-shifting figures in Bengali folklore that I'm talking about today. So take Shakjuni, for example. She cannot speak her desire or claim her space openly in the household, but she communicates through magical perfection in domestic tasks like cooking, cleaning, attending to the family. So her body literally becomes her language. Similarly, the demoness in the other short story enacts her desire through seductive transformations, asserting control over the king and the household through her body rather than conventional speech. Sixou also describes the monstrous feminine as inherently subversive. Women are labeled monstrous when their bodies or desires challenge social norms. Yet this so-called monstrosity is also a source of power and also resistance, right? Because both the female demoness and the female ghost gain agency precisely because they take on forms society fears. Their shapeshifting allows them to negotiate, survive, and assert influence in spaces that otherwise would have denied them authority or that agency. So, in short, Sixu gives us lens to understand these female monsters, not just as folklore villains, but as bodily articulations of desire, agency, and subversions in a patriarchal world. All right, so very quickly, Julia Kristeva in Powers of Horror introduces the concept of abjection, that which society rejects but cannot fully expel, right? Because it threatens identity and social boundaries while remaining intimately close. So in our folklores, both the female monsters inhabit this abject space. They exist within households and kingdoms, performing roles expected from women, yet they are simultaneously the other, neither fully human nor, fully accepted. Their shapeshifting embodies abjection, blurring boundaries between acceptable, forbidden, inside, outside, human, monstrous. So Kristeva also links abjection to maternal or transgressive femininity. Figures who nurture, protect, or desire are, feared, punished, or marginalized when their desires exceed socially sanctioned limits. So finally, abjection explains society's reaction. The ritual expulsion of Shakchuni and the violent destruction of the Raksashi, the demoness, are ways the social order attempts to reassert control. So Kristeva helps us see that these monsters are not just villains, but as embodied critiques of patriarchal structures, revealing what is feared when women desire agency. So to conclude, these two folklores shows us how female monsters in Bengali folklore navigate desires, social norms, and exclusion. Both Shakchuni and the Raksashi must shapeshift into socially acceptable forms like beauty, obedience, or seduction to survive. Yet their desire, expressed through the body, ultimately marks them as the other and leads to punishment. The Bengali idea of Parasrikaturata, which means falling ill at others' happiness, captures the emotional logic of these tales, the envy and longing born from deprivation and gendered constraint. Through Sixu, we see shapeshifting as a bodily language of desire and resistance in a world that silences women, while Kristeva helps us understand why such figures are both desired and expelled. So they occupy the abject, threatening social order, while mirroring its fears. Together, these stories and theories reveal that Bengali female monsters are not mere villains, but embodiments of social critique, longing, and survival in a patriarchal world. So thank you so much for listening. If we have time, I'd love to take questions, or we can stay in touch on my socials linked above. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we cannot hear. I think it's still mute.
Yes.
Stella, I think you need to unmute.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you very much for that excellent presentation, Ms. Mortuza. And if anyone has a question, please go on now. Or if anyone can translate the word Ms. Mortuza said about envy in their language. So everything was really clear. I encourage you to write on the chat if you have any questions or any thoughts as the presentations go on, so we can come back by the end of all presentations and talk on general and central topics that may occur. So now I think that we can continue with our second speaker, who is Ms. Sylvie Princi Thiam.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, should I start sharing my presentation?
Yes, of course you can. You can introduce yourself. The title of the presentation is Maibis, their possession and position in Manipuri society, right?
Yes. Hello, everybody. I am Sylvia Principiam. I am currently pursuing my PhD in the Department of Sociology, Jamia Millia Islamia, which is in New Delhi, India. And this paper would be exploring the Maibi institution in the Meitei society. The Meitei society are mostly in Manipur, which is in the northeast part of India, by focusing on the duality of their possession, position, and their negotiation with marginality and sacred authority. So I will be using Berger and Luckman's idea of legitimation, Bourdieu's idea of habitus, and feminist queer theories such as Judith Butler, and will show how Maibis preserve cultural continuity through performance, spirituality, and possession. So this is the Maibi. Now I will be introducing who the Maibis are. So the Maibis can be dated back to the time of the first historical king in Manipur, who is known as the Nongda Lairen Pakhangba. And they play multiple roles in the Manipur society, from healers, dancers, ritual practices. And they are very central to the Meitei spirituality and their religion, which is known as Sanamahism. And it is especially during the Lai Harauba festival, which is the festival of the gods, that they play the median force between the gods and the sacred and the social. So the religion of Sanamahism, it follows a very animistic and polytheistic veneration of deities. So the Maibis, in a way, they are bridging the connection between the divine and the social. So during the Lai Harauba festival, the Maibis and the Maibas are the male Maibis, they play complementary role to each other, and this kind of ensures a ritual balance during the entire process. And this is because the Lai Harauba festival, it's also a portrayal of the cosmology of the Meitei. So since it comes in the male and female character, it is shown in that way. Now, there is an institutional body which governs the Maibis, and they are known as the Maibi Loisang. And this institution, they govern the initiation and the practices of the novices into Maibihood. Now, how does one become a Maibi? So there are various ways of becoming a Maibi. The process of choosing a Maibi is a phenomenon that is through a sense of an external agency or a divine choosing. So in a sense, they get a calling from a particular deity. They fall sick, they get mentally disturbed, they start having dreams, and this leads to their possession. And this is when they reach out to the Maibi Loisang to be a part of the Maibihood. So during the Lai Harauba festival, there is something called the Nupi Thiba, which is also known as the taking a wife for the deity and choosing a young girl out of the public. And this is done by a Maibi in a trance-like possession, and this possession happens by a particular deity. So this is how a woman joins Maibihood. Now, according to the literature, most of the literature have described the Maibis as shamans or priestess, or just by defining them to a certain particular, term. But this has been contested, because Maibis are more than that. They are more than shamans. They are more than priestess, because they carry out various roles. They are dancers, they are ritual specialists, they are they take care of various roles. And this is when I want to quote Paul Fairbairn, who talks about how language must be distorted, misused, and beaten into new patterns, and in order to fit unforeseen situations. So we don't have to define Maibis by a certain term. We can use various terms to define a Maibi, right? And we don't have to restrict to a certain terminology of who the Maibis are. Now, there have been philosophical critiques of knowledge production, and this will also enrich the discussion, where Fairbairn, he critiques the monopoly of scientific knowledge and challenges the rigid separation between the context of discovery and the context of justification. He further argues that the universal imposition of the Western scientific rationality across all cultures, it should be countered. So in this way, we can see how indigenous and ecological knowledge systems are often dismissed as merely superstitions or a framing that undermines their epistemic validity. So by studying something like the Maibis, we are validating their practices. Now, Burks describes traditional ecological knowledge as a cumulative body of knowledge, practice, and belief that develops through generation of close interaction between the people and their environments. So he says that TEK is holistic, integrating ecological understanding with spiritual and cultural values, and is transmitted through oral histories, rituals, and daily practices. So within this framework, Maibi can also be read as ritual ecologists whose embodied knowledge, it preserves biodiversity through cultural forms. So as ritual specialists and custodians of the religion of Meiteis, known as Sanamahism, the Maibis are preserving and transmitting ecological knowledge through oral history, myths, and ritual performances during the Lai Harauba festival. So, yeah, the study conducted, it used the qualitative research design, where the sources were oral traditions, ethnography, historical text, and the study is based on a constructive ontology, where we look at knowledge as culturally situated, and we are looking at epistemologic pluralism by resisting the Western monopoly of knowledge. So, now, the first part of my study is also known as the maintenance of the indigenous knowledge. And in this, Maibis are performing critical functions that serve to connect indigenous practices with contemporary texts. So they act as the custodians of traditional knowledge systems, and they are encompassing areas such as healing and medicinal plant knowledge, as well as myths, oral histories, and traditional knowledge. So since the religion of Sanamahism is very tied up to the nature and the worship of forest deities, they hold intimate knowledge about the same, and about sacred groves, which is also known as umanglais, and they're fostering an ecological balance between the humans and the nature, and the peaceful coexistence of both. So Berger and Luckman, in their construction of reality, they argue that society is created through the process of externalization, objectification, and internalization. So within this framework, legitimation, they play a very crucial role, because it provides a second order knowledge that justifies and explains the institutional order. So in other words, legitimation gives cultural, moral, religious meaning to practices that may otherwise seem very arbitrary. So through myths, tradition, rituals, and teachings, social institutions such as the Maibis, they maintain authority and continuity through generations. So furthermore, the Maibis' role ensures that religious institutions are not merely preserved, but contained and re-legitimized. So by transmitting myths, officiating rituals, and interpreting the will of the deities, they are reaffirming the social order, and they are justifying the continued relevance of the Sanamahi religion. Now, the next part is possession and position, where I'll be arguing that the possession leads them to a certain position, which gives them a sense of agency. I'm not arguing that agency here is completely absolute, but even partial or symbolic agency matters. So the institution of the Maibis, they highlight how women carve out an agency within a patriarchal framework by transforming practices which are often perceived as deviant into sources of authority. As Arshia had already argued about how women have been historically excluded from language, therefore they convey their desire through this knowledge system. So Maibis, in a similar vein, are continuing to, possess some sort of agency through this possession. So now I will be talking about how the MIBs, they, just give me a second. From a feminist theoretical perspective, the MIB institution, they demonstrate how women transform marginality into agency through performance and ritual. Judith Butler's notion of gender performativity is very useful here, where she argues that gender is not what we are, but rather something we do. So gender is not a fixed essence. And it is enacted through repeated performances that construct the appearances of stability. So in the case of MIBs, their ritualized dances, their trances, and their oral recitations are performances that do not reproduce gender roles, but then they subvert them. So while therefore the liminal position that the MIBs occupy, where they're not exactly women, like, you know, your idea of traditional women, neither do you don't regard them as your conventional women. So that kind of liminality carves out a sense of agency for these women, right? Now, Foucault's idea of power and resistance also shed light on this process. For Foucault, power is not only repressive, but also productive. It produces, it generates forms of knowledge and creates possibilities for resistance. So even though the MIBs may be, you know, framed as deviant due to their trans-like practices and refusal to conform to normative femininity, this very deviance becomes their power. Now, the MIB Loisang is also very crucial in understanding this negotiation, because while individual MIBs may be labeled as deviant due to their possession states or gender non-conformativity, this association with the Loisang, the MIB Loisang, it institutionalizes their practices and transforming what one may say, one may carve as deviant into socially sanctioned rituals. Now, I will be looking into the third factor, which is gender fluidity in the MIB culture. So the MIB culture in Manipur society is unique because it does not strictly restrict itself to cisgender women. When many MIBs are women, the tradition also includes transgender persons, particularly people who have been assigned male at birth, but who take on feminine gender expressions and ritual roles. So this inclusion reflects the fluidity of gender in their symbolic universe of Meitei religion. So in becoming a MIB, the transgender individuals, they gain some sort of legitimacy and recognition within this framework. And that might, where we are looking at them as socially, they have been accepted in this sacred space. Why I was drawn to this was recently I had gone to the Lai Harauba festival, and like the MIBs, they were performing their dances, and I could hear the people talking about how how transgender MIBs were not serious enough. So I wanted to look, what does this seriousness mean? Are you saying that since they are not serious about their sexuality, your idea of seriousness about their sexuality, you're saying they are not, you know, serious enough in their practices as well? And also about how, even though they have been accepted in the sacred space, they have still not been accepted in the social space, because like how Otonjit Khetrimayum has written about how in Korean shamanism, there are mudangs. They share a lot of similarities with the MIBs, where both mudangs and MIBs, they perform cross-dressing and a lot of other activities. But Shanta Khurai has spoken about the negligence of the transgender MIBs. So she has written about how even famous movies like the Ishano, which is also known as the Chosen One, which was directed by Aribam Shyam Sharma in 1990 and showcased in the 1976 edition of the Cannes Film Festival on the lives of becoming a MIBs, they represented only the cisgender female MIBs. So this also needs a better look into how how the lived experiences of the transgender MIBs. Now, in conclusion, I will be talking. My paper is based on the argument that MIBs sustain ecological, spiritual, and social knowledge, where they legitimize legitimize actions which are often known as deviant into socially sanctioned actions, and they negotiate with the gender norms where they are converting things which are known as deviant into sources of agency and ritual authority. And the inclusion of the transgender MIBs also challenges this very binary, and how indigenous knowledge system, they remain resilient and adaptive. So this paper that I had written is only based on secondary data, and as for my primary data, I would be looking into this reverence factor, the ritual versus the social respect, how ritual respect does not neatly translate into social respect, how their respect is only tied to their possession and their position. So I will also be doing a full-on ethnographic work on the lived experiences and looking into this agency of MIB, since I have also mentioned that agency is not completely absent into a full ethnography and the lived experiences of transgender MIBs. And we should look into how intersections of gender, ritual, legitimacy, and cultural recognition intersect with each other. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Princey. Thank you for sharing your valuable insights. What I was thinking about when you were talking about the MIBs is what you said at the end of your paper, the social respect. If these women or transgender women have a social respect.
That is what I'm arguing, that their respect is only tied to the religious factor. It does not translate into the social. So even though they have been accepted in the sacred, area, they have still not been accepted in the social arena.
So it's like their social and ritual role is separated.
Yes,
right?
it's separated, yes.
Okay. It was very interesting. And I would also stand on this issue you said about seriousness. Who decides? Seriousness. Who decides who is serious after all?
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Or any thoughts? Then we can move to our third speakers, who are Ms. Carlota Bonta and Gabriele Caruso.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
wait.
Welcome.
You can see my presentation?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. Wait, just to put. Okay. You can all of you can see?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Ms. Bonta and Mr. Caruso are representing the University of Catania, but I think they will present themselves now.
Yes. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Carlota Bonta. You already presented me. The presentation title is Plot of Power and Disobedience, Social Ambivalence and Symbolic Negotiation in Narrative Rewrites of Sleeping Beauty. It's a study I worked on with my colleague Gabriele Caruso. I'm gonna talk about the framework, a theoretical framework. So in attempt to classify the single infinite variety of folk tales, Vladimir Prop in 1928 developed a morphological model based on these 31 recurrent narrative functions that are typical actions that follow on one another in a relatively stable order. So he reconceptualized the fairy tale as a deep syntactic structure in which the actants that are abstract roles and functions independently of their embodiment in concrete characters such as hero, antagonist, helper, and so on, operate according to codified schemes. So we have got a grammar of action where meaning does not lie in content but in the narrative sequences. So within this this formalist perspective, values, meanings, and social relations becomes interchangeable variables, while the narrative structure functions as a regulatory device of symbolic order. So as for example, Ferrero observes in 2012, the fairy tale operates also as a teleological and pedagogical mechanism, capable of recompose the social order to reaffirm the norm. This logic, we observe that this logic clearly exemplified in Sleeping Beauty in diverse versions of this fairy tale, and reveals how transgression is transformed it into a principle of equilibrium and exception into an instrument of social regulation. And it's precisely this effect that of semantic neutralization that the present study seeks to interrogate, deconstruct, with the aim of demonstrating that the fairy tale is also a social fact dense with symbolic significance. So moving beyond a formalist perspective, I just argue, the fairy tale emerges as a culturally reflexive form that interrogates the legitimacy of social order. In fact, as Bucky Legge at Greenhill, for example, in 2025, argue, it becomes a tale of the otherwise, opening onto alternative worlds and image the horizons of justice where human, animal, and material agencies interact within these ecosystems of interdependence and possibilities. So contemporary rights, such as Maleficent, we analyze, they radicalize this view, reframing the fairy tale is a discursive laboratory, an ethical affective space in which magic transforms rather than punishes. So the fantastic does becomes a liminal zone that re-semantizes reality, operating as an epistemic and social device. So mediating between past and present, so cultural memory and social change, the tension of the present. So in this sense, in this vision, the fairy tale constitutes a space in which literary and sociological imagination productively intertwine. So the first one elaborates possible words, while the second one anchors them to social relations and normative dispositives that regulate shared experiences. So imagination, conceived as a form of cultural action, becomes the space where literature and society converged, serving as a medium of critic and normative imagination that continually redefines the boundaries of the just and desirable, the norms, the normativity of the past, and the tensions of the present. Contemporary writings reveal a narrative articulate genuine cultural what-ifs, challenging canonical representation of the power, identity, and normativity. Viewed through the lens of symbolic disobedience, as we observed in these diverse versions of Sleeping Beauty, emerge not as mere instruments of value transmissions, but a site of tension and negotiation between norms and possibility. In female-centered narratives, in particular, the fairy tale becomes a site for destabilizing gender role through the reconfiguration of underlying power asymmetries, transforming the fairy tales into a space, as I already said, of negotiation between norms, desire, and female subjectivity, female possibility and capacities. In fact, in classical tales, agency is often delegated to male figures or external magical forces, while female protagonists remain confined to passive factions, revealing a persistent narrative asymmetry that constitutes recurring cultural patterns, such as the association of female virtue with passivity and the use of punishment as restorative order, confirmed by a recent comparative analysis.
Okay, so talking to this topic from a pentological point of view, what we analyzed was a group of texts that were conceived as capturing and encoding some symbolic repetition, some cultural assumption. And for this reason, we decided to analyze them through a topic modeling pipeline, particularly using a technique that's the LDA, that while it's quite effective in detecting the thematic course of a text, is less effective in analyzing the boundaries of the text. So for this reason, we decide to use a mixed methodology. We assess the number of the topic in the text through a qualitative measurement of semantic coherence and evaluation of the content of each cluster. and integrating so the computational tools with an hermeneutical analysis. The idea was to somehow objectify the text. The pipeline was divided into 3 phases. The first one was the selection of the text we analyzed. We have 3 versions of the text that are written version, the Basile, Perrault, and Grimm. They are classical version of the story, while other 2 are filmic version, they are the Disney and the Maleficent. Of course, we used the script of the film because the analysis was still carried out on the text, but it's important to acknowledge this difference that exists among the corpus. A pre-processing was then undergo to all the text to normalize the text and minimize the noise that were presented, and also a thematic modeling and semantic categorization was finally carried out. Before addressing the result, it's important to, as I told before, to be aware of some key lexicometrical indication that tell us that some texts are way bigger, specifically Disney and Maleficent, if compared to the others, but they are also way more repetitive than the written version, and this can also have some bias in the text. So from the workflow that was followed through a Python environment, here the library that we use and the parameters that we use, I'm gonna deep into them, but if you are interested, maybe we can discuss them later. But what's important is to underline that while the LDA gave us that configuration into 5 topics, we then refined them to 3 topics, as I said before, assessing the semantic coherence of the text. 2 of these topics, the 4 and the 5, were not informative because they're containing more adjectives or I don't know, articles, so empty words. So we only consider these 3 topics that we can see in the next slide are characterized by specific words. Here are in Italian because, of course, the analysis was carried out on the Italian version of the text. But what's important and it's clearly visible is that we have one topic, the first one, that is way bigger than the other. And the reason is that it encoded all the form of the words that are related to the traditional narrative structures, the role, the setting, and the fairy tale symbols. So it's a kind of a generic topic, while the third are way more specific. One is centered on the crazy moment and the other on the protagonist's interiority. It's important also to remark, as is possible to see in the heat map distribution, that they are not evenly distributed among the texts, and texts are more centered on one topic while others are more centered on others. So, because of these differences, we recategorize all the texts, all the semantic all the keywords that were merged for the text into 4 categories. We have one category that is composed by power and hierarchy words, another by disruption and liminality, another one is centered on the female subjectivity as an active and self-aware protagonist, and the last one is centered on magical order and transgression. What emerged from the graph that we have here and also from the frequencies, the absolute frequencies, but as is more evident in the next slide when we analyze the percentages, what emerged is that, can you go to the next one? What emerges that symbolic centrality that is based on the relative weight, so the amount of words that were considered as centered on one category in respect to all the rest of the text, is that Perrault and Grimm are more centered on the power and the hierarchy level, while Basile is centered on the subjectivity. It's more balanced and the subjectivity is present, but is still marginal. The same is for Disney. And Maleficent is mark a radical shift, with the female subjectivity being the majority of the corpus. So basically, we can see here that we have 2 groups of text, one of more classical text, where the symbolic order is still the center of the narrative, and another one more contemporary, where female agency and narrative transgression are presented as quite important, and that's the filmic part.
Yeah, so the analysis Gabriele just just explained confirm that the fairy tales is far from being a repository of archetypes, remains a privileged space for exploring the dialect between power and subjectivity, in this case, in this specific case, female subjectivity. It interrogates the deep structures of social imaginary, producing, transmitting, and renegotiating the representation of the world, linking, as we already said, model of tradition with the transformative tensions of the present, so past and present together. From this perspective, the combined use of computational tools and hermeneutic approach shows that in the transition from canonical to contemporary versions, the fairy tale emancipates itself from simply repeating traditional social values and becomes a space for cultural rewriting, where power, identity, and normativity are questioned and reimaged in more diverse and reflexive ways. So, although the LDA model operates within a probabilistic and formalized framework, it possesses significant heuristic value in making visible latent semantic configuration, as Gabriele explained, moving beyond the paradigm of symbolic repetition. The data reveals how the language of the fairy tales does not simply mirror a pre-existing social order, but it reconfigures it, positioning female subjectivity as a site, as a labor of tension between norm and possibility and capacities. So from this perspective, textual data, we can observe that is far from being a mere quantitative indicators, but illuminate the symbolic logic of the narrative and the cultural grammars that shape it. So while the persistence of the hierarchical language in classical versions reveals the normative power of tradition and the fairy tale's roles as an instrument of symbolic legitimations, contemporary writings, such as Maleficent, by contrast, develop a counter-discourse that grants female figures an autonomous and self-reflexive agency, allowing them to act as a narrative and political agents of transformation that destabilize hegemonic logics from within. So the filmic registers further extend this dynamic, radicalize this view, transforming magic from a code of restoration into a language of otherness and possibility. In Maleficent, for example, the archetype of the witch is reimaged as a subject of recognition, empathy, and care, repositioning the fairy tale within unethical horizons and rewind grammar of difference and differences. In this context, a sociology of fairy tales opens new pathway for understanding, for interrogates cultural change through the continual rewritings. In this view, in this perspective, to read the fairy tales is to read a society that tells it. So these are our references if you want to check it. And thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Gabriele and Carlota. It was really interesting. So interesting that I didn't have the time to check the time.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I didn't know about the LDA methodology. To be honest, it's really interesting.
Yeah, it's I don't know if I can take a few
Yes, of
minutes to
course you
explain
can.
it. Yeah, it's clearly the idea is that each text is made up of words, and being made up of words, each word is not something as let's say neutral, but each word contains a specific meaning that can have some effect on the object they are describing. And what we want to analyze was the female subjectivity in these tales was presented through the words and how the words used were associated with something or something else. For example, and go more concrete so it's clear. In the first free version of the tale, what we see is that subject, when presented, is usually associated with the king, with the queen, the mother, the father, the role with the prince, the role, the idea that she's sleeping and then the kiss, she awakes, and there is all this dimension of passivity of the subject. While in the more contemporary version, we see that there are words like reflection, thinking, self-awareness, conscious, that are really mark a difference. So the LDA was using this idea as an heuristic tool to analyze how the language, and so the idea that was behind the language was changing through time.
Thank you. It's really interesting. Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, as I listen to all the speakers, I'm trying to write down some thoughts, some words, some keywords that could be useful later for our discussion. Feel free to do the same if you want to. So, number 4, let's welcome Ms. Miranda Davis. Well, Ms. Davis, the floor is yours. Hello.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm going to have a go at sharing my screen.
Okay. The fight to control women's boxing mythologies, all the new media narratives, and the creation of rebel warriors.
Have I managed to share my screen?
Yes, you did. Please introduce yourself.
Fantastic. Oh, thank you so much. Okay. Hello. Thank you very much for coming and also for inviting me to this extraordinary conference. This paper forms part of an interdisciplinary study looking at the state of women's boxing, funded by the Leverhulme Trust and led by Dr. Sarah Cruz at the University of South Wales. Women's boxing is a sport which has been cut off from its own provenance through a combination of patriarchal power structures and historical neglect. Despite the fact that it was a popular sport in 18th century London, women found themselves unable to legally box in the UK for most of the 20th century. This only changed when boxer Jane Couch used equalities legislation to force the British Board of Boxing to grant her a license in 1998. Now, in the 21st century, it's a growing sport, but one which remains under-resourced and controversial. I am Dr. Miranda Davis, and I'm looking at some of the narratives imposed on female boxers by the many voices of media commentary and how they differ from narratives offered by the boxers themselves. As part of this study, I decided to undertake an analysis of boxing match reports, audio commentaries, to ascertain how the identities of female boxers were being discussed and interpreted compared to the identities of male boxers. I used a mixture of traditional discourse analysis alongside a quantitative word study. Weirdly, this really echoed with me when I listened to the last thing, examining the frequency of words used to describe male and female boxers. I analysed 200 boxing match reports, minute-by-minute sports reports, and audio commentaries of matches, 100 for women and 100 for men, from a wide range of media sources. In an age when the public draws its news and sports commentary from many sources, I wished to understand how male and female boxers were being spoken about across the media landscape. You can see a list of the sources there. All of the boxing matches analysed were professional bouts and all took place between 2022 and 2025. I paid particular attention to the words used to describe the actions and characters of the boxers and words which might evoke myth identities. Here, as in much of my textual work, I was influenced by Roland Barthes and analysed the text as sites of adaptation. Narratives in which the storytellers, here sports writers, draw on other narratives, images and influences to translate and construct the world for their reader or listener. When I went into the study, I was curious to see if certain words were used with greater frequency for one sex or the other. I did find many shared words and lots of interesting detail in the frequency with which they were used. But the aspect which I found most striking was the long list of descriptors, which were used solely for one sex or the other. In many ways, I felt these words told their own story about the highly gendered way in which boxers are evaluated and presented to the world. Here, you can see a list of words which were used solely to describe female boxers. You'll note that there are quite a few words associated with emotion, like joy, love, passion, and defiant. Some words which point towards religion, fairy tale, and myth, including queen, soul, transcended, and fairy tale. And lots of words suggesting what might be described as a messy effort. Words like brawl, bully, crude, fevered, frantic, helpless, hesitant, scrappy, and tumultuous. It's going to take a moment so you can look at the list of words. Okay, and here you can see a breakdown of words which were used solely to describe male boxers. You can see that a lot of words used only for men focus on power and dynamism. Thus, unlike their messy female counterparts, male boxers are assertive, authentic, compelling, imperious, masterful, and virile. There are also a larger number of myth characters or identities, including beast, giant, killer, king, monster, and warrior. Before we look at the narratives evoked by the female texts, I think it's worth looking at some of the constructive work that female boxers are doing for themselves and the narratives which influence them. It's worth noting at this point that many of these identities are communicated not simply in the boxing ring itself, but through social media channels, which have become deeply important tools to boxers wishing to communicate an identity and build a fan base. So, one very strong thread in both male and female boxing is the post-colonial rebel warrior. We see this construction quite often in boxers from formerly colonized nations, such as Ireland or Caribbean states like Puerto Rico. This construction is frequently woven through with references to Christianity and seeks to suggest, among other things, a powerful interrelationship between belief in God, national identity, and the rebellion of the colonized. Pictured here are Ireland's Katie Taylor and Puerto Rico's Amanda Serrano. Just as female boxers are adapting narratives around national and religious identities, so they're also responding to the market realities of forging a career in an androcentric capitalist society. A number of female boxers today have chosen to build powerful brands around explicitly sexualized images and participation in sites like OnlyFans. Pictured here are Ebony Bridges and Shanika Johnson. Black female athletes often find themselves double excluded. And so Black boxers are currently doing a lot of constructive work around narratives of Black excellence, drawing on modern and historical examples of Black leadership and power. Pictured here is Natasha Jonas's regal walkout at the Royal Albert Hall, accompanied by history maker Jane Couch and poet Sophia Thacker, Alicia Baumgardner's braided art, and Clarissa Shields' homage to Beyoncé's visual identity. This is only a small taste of some of the work female boxers are doing in the ring and on social media, but I think it's worth keeping these diverse constructions in mind while we look at how female boxers are translated and curated by current sports reporting. Thinking back to the list of words used only to describe female fighters, I think it becomes apparent that sports reporting is not particularly responsive to the constructive work offered up by the boxers themselves. In studying the words used to describe female boxers, I identified 4 interweaving narratives. Each one of these narratives was evident across old media, new media, and televised commentary. The princess narrative relates to an emotionally charged and vulnerable construction of female tenacity. The women's rights narrative reflects the history-making aspect of women breaking into the world of boxing. The amateurs narrative speaks to an ongoing denigration of female fighters' skills and professionalism. And the silence narrative reflects the anxiety which sports reporting shows around commenting on female endeavor, often leading to a failure to offer any narrative at all. Of these, today we will look at the princess narrative. So, why princess? Pictured here are some of the words used either solely to describe female boxers or used at a much higher frequency for women as opposed to men. You will see that female fighters are frequently framed as being driven by or possessing the qualities of passion, spirit, love, fire, joy, bravery, and desire. But this potentially powerful framing is tempered by the recurrent use of words like helpless, hesitant, and scrappy. The way in which female boxers are framed across many media sources suggests an impulsive and chaotic personality, childlike rather than regal. My belief is that this narrative, common to many sports commentators, represents a conscious or unconscious adaptation of the princess character as a way of interpreting female sporting endeavor. It is my view that this framing borrows indirectly from European fairy tale figures, typically through the lens of young female fighters as popularized by Disney in the late 20th and 21st century. Rapunzel, Merida, Princess Anna in Frozen. This is European fairy tale, filtered through Disney and reconfigured for mass consumption. It creates its female figures as emotional enough to be sympathetic, but chaotic enough to be fundamentally unthreatening to the wider social order. Just as Disney frequently decontextualizes geographically and culturally specific stories of female empowerment, so the princess narrative has the power to decontextualize the very specific world of women's boxing and universalize a challenging example of female sporting excellence. So, what is the potential meaning and impact of characterizing female boxers in this way? Well, just as Michelle Anya-Anyabag has argued that all Disney versions of fairy tales are in conversation with Disney the corporation, so I would argue that the princess narrative of female boxing is in conversation with wider boxing discourse and myth. For instance, Rags to Riches is one of the great modern myth narratives of the boxing world, one discussed by Louis Courquant and Christina Orzegova, who describes it thus: the story of a marginalized, often male and racialized body, seeking its way out of poverty, social exclusion, or the wrong side of town. The princess narrative in modern storytelling frequently tells the story of a body marginalized by gender, and sometimes class and/or race, seeking physical, emotional, and economic emancipation against the odds. Figuring female boxers as princesses allows sports reporters to draw on the memory of historic male boxing fairy tales, while simultaneously translating women's physical endeavor through the more acceptable lens of Cinderella or Rapunzel. Evoking a princess narrative conjures up the trope not just of economic, but of physical transformation, something which the classic rendering of the boxer's journey shares with the stories of Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, and The Little Mermaid. Just as the beautiful princess may transform temporarily into a combative rebel before being returned to her natural and benign first form, so the female boxer as princess can be imagined in a temporary and transformed state when she is in the ring. The ephemeral nature of her transformation ensures that any display of physical strength or violent movement need not be disruptive to the patriarchal social structure in which the viewer resides. Don't worry, the commentary suggests, these women may not be performing the feminine as you understand it, but they are performing a magical and alternative feminine, driven by heart and spirit and thrilling to behold in its spectacle of transformation. Belief and self-belief are key ideas in the stories boxers tell about themselves and the sport. In addition, belief in God is frequently cited as a driving or stabilizing factor in the boxer's journey. Princess narratives often center self-belief before skill or intelligence as a driving factor in young female success. The words drawn on by boxing commentators foreground this idea: emotional, frantic, graft, intent, joy, love, passion, and tenacity. The female boxer, like the adventuring princess, is willing herself towards victory, powered by emotion despite being the wrong sex to go adventuring at all. Just as the fairy tale narratives of transformation and enrichment allowed media commentators to create a bridge between internal boxing mythologies and more widely known fairy tale narratives, so a focus on self-belief in the princess narrative allows for a marriage between boxing lore and a non-threatening and feminized story of achievement. In both cases, the language and narratives of fairy tale allow sports writers to square the circle, taking the alarming spectacle of a woman who excels at punching and translating it through the soothing lens of childhood wish fulfillment. An additional but crucial factor is the role that belief and self-belief play in disguising barriers created by economic, racial, and gender inequality. Centering narratives of desire and passion, while also suggesting that a fairy tale ending of lasting fulfillment is possible for female boxers, helpfully obscures the structural impediments that all female fighters face in a sport which is badly resourced and has historically been built around constructing narratives of masculinity. princesses are exceptional. They are removed from the common herd, and thus they have the ability to deproblematize female violence and physical supremacy. The princess narrative is at once deeply conservative in entrenching an emotional, vulnerable narrative of female achievement, but also works towards something disruptive in curating and expressing narratives of desire within female boxing. Just as Robinson, Church, Callahan, Madsen, and Pollock identified the way in which pre-adolescent girls see princesses as kind, rarefied, brave, and rebellious, so the princess narrative sees sports commentators reaching towards a narrative which can make space for a complex female identity. The power of the storyteller role is never more apparent than here. On the one hand, media storytellers are constructing narratives of romance for the world of boxing which disregard huge amounts of the constructive work that the female boxing world is offering them. But at the same time, they're working to weave together aspects of internal boxing mythology with the mass mythologies of the age, thus giving the sport of women's boxing a way to be read and talked about. The limitations of this narrative are only too apparent. But the existence of the narrative, given the media's history of failing to cover women's sports, the fact that women's boxing has reached a place where sports writers have to work out how to cover it, is a kind of victory in and of itself. In the meantime, female boxers will continue to construct and adapt in myriad ways, expressing their identity through physical enactment and amplifying their own creative work through social media and live performance. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you to Miranda. It was an inspiring contribution. Now Miranda talked about many interesting things, and among them about Disney. So we're moving to our next speaker, Maliha Islam, who is going to talk to us about Mattel. Her paper's title, right, Maliha?
Yes, Maliha Islam.
Maliha Islam. Sorry, I didn't spell it right. So, Ms. Maliha Islam's paper is titled Commodified Gender Empowerment, Barbie. So, welcome. The floor is yours.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Hi. So I'm Maliha Islam. I'm from Bangladesh. I have been in academia for about 2 to 3 years. I work at Southeast University, and I'm a big fan of postmodernism. So I'm really happy to share one of my postmodern works, Barbie, today. So for today's presentation, as you can see from the title, I will be talking about Barbie and how it is a representation of commodified gender empowerment. So moving on. First of all, the Barbie empire by the Mattel franchise has been in business for almost 25 years, since the 2000s. And the animated films released in the 2000s are one of the most appealing productions of the Mattel production. And from until now, it has created around 43 animated films and I will interpret those films as a cultural text and how they are popular cultural element. And by being popular cultural element, they impact on gendered identity construction and wield it as a tool for consumption as well. So
since the 2000, as I said, the Barbie empire has produced around 43 Barbie animated films, and the success of these films had a long-lasting impact on other production of Mattel Empire as well. For example, the Barbie movie that came out in 2023. And to begin with, the first animated film in the Barbie empire is Barbie in Nutcracker, and it made a profit of about $150 million. And to the latest Barbie production in 2023, that movie made about $1.5 billion of revenue. So the screen basically shows us the progression of the animated films and the Barbie Empire's revenue progression. And now that we have established the Barbie's commercial success, now let's move on to how this commercial success reflects our hypothesis of commodification of gendered empowerment. Okay, so the theoretical lens that I have right here, as it is a qualitative research, I've drawn on several key theorists to connect the text to their ideas and relevant discourses to validate my argument. To begin with Judith Butler's concept of gender performativity, coined in 1990, reveals how gender construction is not assigned naturally, but it is associated with socio-cultural practices and norms. The examples that we see around us, the social rules we are bound with, and the cultural practices we have all contribute to build a gender. In this context, we will choose to contextualize only the female gender construction and how to standardize it, and it requires repeated acts of performances. Her idea is derived from John Baudrillard's hyperreality phenomenon, first published in Simulacra and Simulation in 1981. The term hyperreality refers to replaced reality, filled with copies of facade of reality from mediascapes, which appears to be more real than the real, which leads us to the ideal feminine beauty identity performed through media, that is juxtaposed with the real life female gender representations. Additionally, we also have Michel Foucault in History of Sexuality giving us insight that how power works subtly through discourses and social norms. He explains the body and sexuality are part of cultural construction as well, by which it can control and repress certain gender and sexual identities. Then Antonio Gramsci's concept of cultural hegemony, founded in 1930s, explains how dominant groups maintain a power by shaping cultural beliefs. Following this, Susan Willis's Gender in Commodity in 1991 frames everyday commodifications of ideological tools, things that shape how we create identities of ourselves. Together, these frameworks will reveal how Barbie's Pink Utopia isn't just a play, it's a structured ideology. So, part of the fourth wave feminism during the 1980 to 2000, which includes the popular neoliberal "you go girl" feminism as women were entering the corporate world, made it possible to rebrand Barbie as a feminist icon so that by purchasing a Barbie doll, you can become a part of women's empowerment. This was around when the Barbie animated films were also released. The movies displayed the vibe that Barbie can do anything, be anything, which was relayed via magical transformation. Magical transformation, since, for example, in Rapunzel, Barbie would transform her gown, her hair, accessories, and settings multiple times with the magic paintbrush. The scenes would be complemented with the mystical and uplifting music and vibrant glittery animations, so that it is associated with positivity. And as the heroines usually transform their looks, afterwards they would go on to take an adventure or defeat the villains. These transformations can thus be associated with the key to empowerment. And these repeated aesthetic makeovers, a reputation throughout other Barbie films, does reinforce the female gender as an act of performance. So it feels that to become empowered, you need to have a makeover. And for example, from among the 43 animated films, I have chosen Rapunzel, Princess and the Pauper, and the 12 Dancing Princesses, where as I said, in Rapunzel, the Barbie is seen using a magical paintbrush with which the heroine is able to transform her looks, which gives her access to the ball and the prince. Double benefits. And in Princess and the Pauper, the heroines swap their looks, which eventually grants them their freedom from their respective duties. And lastly, in 12 Dancing Princesses, it shows how the magic realm, with its colorful dresses and magic shoes, can build their confidence and pathway to defeat the villain aunt. In short, such plot tools make the audience, specifically young girls, subconsciously connect pretty dress, hair, and makeup with empowerment. And this Barbie core consumption is not just associated with the Western world any longer. In a study by Mustafa and Ostkirk, the careful social media post analysis shows addition of pink hijabi Barbie, like myself, and Barbies emphasizing motherhood, some with their daughters in pink dresses, and Barbies emphasizing sexual identity by wearing pink mini dresses or various pink forms. There are even various brands that produce pink Barbie items. All these practices eventually help appropriate Barbie as a feminine icon. So moving on, through this array of this portrayal, the post-feminist celebrations of femininity itself, it emphasizes that although not everyone has an ideal body and lifestyle like Barbie, they can be Barbie by consuming or associating themselves with Barbie-themed products, like the pink colors. And hence, by imitating Barbie, a hyperreal condition is created. However, in Barbie's world, where magical solutions to plot hurdles are applied, like Deus Ex Machina, like real-life empowerment looks nothing like that. We do not have access to magical paintbrushes or, a magical realm with magic shoes or whatever. And so thus it creates a hyperreal feminine, and the hyperreal feminine is unattainable because although it is unattainable, it is endlessly consumable with the aesthetic makeovers, with the transformations by getting the new dresses, by getting the new makeup, by getting the new shoes, and which is practically the best news for capitalism. So by commodifying the female identity, Barbie is now also narrowing the female agency by placing a cultural standard on how women should approach empowerment. So to sum up all these transitions, Barbie's transformation scenes create a gender stereotype that the female gender is performative. Since the ideal Barbie's method of empowerment via magical solution is unavailable in real life, girls would endlessly buy and consume to transform their looks to feel empowered, and the practices of which are then reinforced through cultural behaviors like Instagram posting or social media shares, etc. And so where does this realization lead us? It leads us to Antonio Gramsci's term cultural hegemony. And cultural hegemony controls the society by shaping beliefs and values to support those in power, in this case, which would be the material production, i.e. consumerism. And in the postmodern times, culture is heavily associated with popular culture, like Gramsci. So we also have Guy Debord in the Society of Spectacle, emphasizing that the capitalist society controls people through commodity fetishes. So Barbie eventually turns into a fetish. We all want to become like Barbie. And thus cultural hegemony masks the female agency as a cultural choice, making you think that Barbie is an icon for women empowerment. And as Susan Willis would recall, the identity itself becomes commodified. So the feminine gender becomes something that we can buy into to perform and validate ourselves as feminine. And if René Descartes were alive, he would probably say that I consume, therefore I am. To wrap up all my hypotheses, and I would like to restate that the aesthetic transformation scenarios in the Barbie's animated films lead people into subconsciously believing that the Barbie or the empowered all-perfect female is something you can also become if you go through makeovers like her. This creates a false idea about identity and generates consumer behaviors, thus linking empowerment with commodified cultural practices. So Barbie in the animated films does not only depict empowerment, but an empowerment that you would also want to buy. And that is all about my presentation. These are my references that I've used as my primary, secondary sources. And thank you, everyone. And I just want to remind you that you can be anything too, as long as you look like the part.
Thank you, Mariha Islam. Any questions, please? So we can move to our next speaker, Ms. Vini Prerna.
I'll just share my PowerPoint.
Yes. Ms. Prerna's paper is titled Where Tradition Trends, South Asian Femininity and the Digital Gaze. Please introduce yourself and the floor is yours.
Sure, thank you so much. Is my slide visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, so good afternoon, good evening, good morning to everyone, based on which time zone everyone is in. My name is Vini Prerna. Okay, before I proceed, I would want to say that thank you so much for having me on this conference and such amazing, insightful presentations, giving me so many access to think about my own work in terms of themes and in terms of methodology. So honored to be on this panel.
Thank you. The pleasure is all ours. And indeed, it's very inspiring. I've been thinking and thinking all this time listening to you, to your presentations.
Right. So my name is Vini Prerna, and I am a PhD scholar at Ambedkar University, Delhi, which is located in India. My PhD actually focuses on women and labor, themes of women and labor, and it is a fieldwork-based PhD, and my field is the Indian state of Bihar. So I applied to this conference because it offered me an opportunity to step kind of outside of my primary field and to engage with a very different landscape of women's labor that is emerging on digital and social media platforms. So my paper is titled Where Tradition Trends, South Asian Femininity and the Digital Gaze. So in this work, I try to look into how femininity, especially domestic femininity, is being reshaped through digital platforms, and what happens when tradition becomes not only a performance for online gaze, but also a form of labor, and one that is aesthetic, monetized, and driven by algorithms. So, tradition and modernity in the digital landscape, we are seeing that tradition and modernity are no longer opposites. They coexist and they trend. In the last few years, there has been an upsurge of digital content that glorifies domesticity, femininity, and this has happened mostly post-COVID. So during the COVID times, COVID-19 times, we saw a surge of these videos, home videos, cooking videos, vlogging videos, and it has kind of surged from there on. So women filming their daily routines, cooking, rituals, motherhood, or married life. Now, this in the Western world, there is a hashtag that is associated with it. It's called trad wife, and these personas basically merge care and piety with a kind of digital visibility. So this presentation explores how femininity both becomes a spectacle and a form of labor. So literature has also spoken about this. There is recent literature that speaks about particularly this aspect of trad wife, and it speaks of how the gender roles are blending with ideology, and the hyper feminine aesthetics are being promoted, and it creates a subculture that presents conservative domesticity as both aspirational and marketable. It is generally presented through a lens of religious values, and it positions anti-feminism as a moral and cultural stance, and it intertwines gender, motherhood, etc. as pillars of womanhood or women's identity. Now these trad-wife personas often frame these traditional gender roles as freely chosen and empowering, rather than something that is being imposed. So that is also one of the themes that's explored in the literature. Now, with reference to India's, what has been trending in India, I looked at some reports from YouTube Culture and Trends, some journalistic reports, and there has been a rise of content that relates to self-expression, that relates to aesthetic culture, very relatable real-life formats rather than something that is very, very brand-oriented. So micro-influencers rise in second-tier, third-tier cities garners a lot of trust and relevance rather than something that is extremely brand manufactured. So what is my research focus? My research focus is to understand that first of all, how this trad wife aesthetic is localized and adapted in the South Asian, especially Indian context. How do these women creators both reproduce and resist these ideals? So the sample that I have chosen, the videos that I have looked into, I've chosen a set of women who are kind of reproducing these ideals, but also a set of women who are resisting these ideals. And are these performances a form of digital work, or are they actually a form of self-expression? How do audiences engage with this or contest with these portrayals? And what does this eventually reveal about our gendered digital labor and moral performance? So when we look at the theoretical framework regarding this, scholars have spoken about that how digital labor is not neutral, and this platform often encourages women to frame their creativity and self-expression as aspirational work, but it kind of blurs the line between authenticity and commodification, what Maliha was also speaking about in the last presentation. And scholars like Patricia Oberoi and Raka Ray have also demonstrated how Indian womanhood specifically is historically tied to these ideals of virtue, respectability, and care. And on digital media platforms, these values are often repackaged as desirable aesthetics. Femininity is also another theoretical framework that I have dwelt into, is how femininity is performed under constant surveillance. So it empowers her to a certain extent, but it also imposes restrictions on her. It also confines her because she has to operate within that patriarchal script. And there are definitely contested public spaces of resistance and feminist creators who disrupt these scripts by reclaiming digital there are feminist creators who disrupt these scripts by reclaiming digital space, as Sharmila Rege and Mary John have written about this. My methodology is qualitative feminist media analysis, which allows us to look, which allows us to go beyond the looking at it on a surface level, allowing us to analyze the content on a more narrative level. Data source is, I have taken 8 Indian creators on YouTube and Instagram. TikTok was excluded because it's banned in India. And as I've mentioned earlier, 4 of these creators are creators who kind of reproduce these patriarchal norms, and 4 of these creators who are resisting these patriarchal norms. I've also looked at audience engagement. So comments are analyzed to assess reception, reinforcement, and contestation of gender norms. Focus has been on tropes of domesticity, femininity, and within this, I've tried to look at visibility, monetization, and labor, and also narratives of resistance and counter-resistance. So this is a small table that I have prepared, although I'll go into the into each creator one by one. And this slide kind of summarizes my sample of 8 Indian creators, and I have categorized them around 5 dimensions. So one is the nature of labor that is being performed, source of income, relation to femininity, audience reaction, and visibility. The creators that I have chosen, one is a family vlogger. So very typical ritualistic domestic content. So first is that. Another one is the other creator is a food influencer who is also making content regarding making husband's lunches or kids' lunch. And the nature of labor is very aesthetic. Again, the garners a lot of views. Relation to femininity is very, it's associated with care work. Audience reaction is mostly positive. Then there is a podcast influencer who, so let me just go into this one by one rather than describing it here. So the first one is family vlogger. Family vlogger performs the role of a wife, mother, daughter-in-law with deliberate devotion. So this particular family vlogger is actually from a different state. So now she has shifted to Delhi. And what is very interesting that she performs the rituals or the festivals not only associated with her culture, but the culture that is associated in, so she belongs to Eastern India, where the culture is a little different. And now she shifted to Northern India, where the culture is a little different. But she's performing the rituals, the festivals of both those cultures. And she's gaining, the views are just, like the views have skyrocketed. Like a normal, if you look at a normal video, the views easily surpass 100,000, 200,000 easily. And if it's related to, the videos are related to a particular festival. So recently, Karwa Chauth is one of the festivals that is celebrated in India, where women fast for the long life of their husbands, and it is associated with a lot of fanfare and worshipping of goddesses and etc. So in one of her videos, the views were more than I think 500,000. So easily she's gaining those kind of views. Comment section is actually very polarizing. So there are certain people who completely admires her for the kind of role that she's performing, of a good wife, of a good mother, of a good daughter-in-law. But there is also this other audience section, which I don't know how much of that audience section is overlapping, who also reprimands her for not being traditional enough. So this idea of this hyper femininity, it actually is an ideal. Nobody can reach that ideal. So on one hand, she's being praised for the work that for the content that she's producing and the work that she's performing. But it is also, she's also being reprimanded for not being traditional enough. Domesticity becomes monetized. Household as a set, self as a product. So because she makes family vlog, there is no as such product that she has to present in front of the audience. She and her family, herself, is the product that she's allowing the audience to consume. And it definitely embodies emotional. Next is the food influencer. She creates homemaking, cooking videos, lunch boxes for husband, kids. Now, one interesting thing about her videos is that her face is rarely shown, but the aesthetic is extremely soft lighting, tidy visuals. Sometimes there are flowers, so it's extremely feminine and soft. The audience, with reference to the audience reaction, this kind of content is also praised for care and effort. But there is also critique with reference to if she prepares some kind of a dish. There is also critique with reference to how she's taking a shortcut, how she's not doing the hard labor. So again, that those ideals of femininity still not being met by the audiences. Domesticity is packaged as consumable, monetizable femininity. Now, the other one is podcast influencer. So this is very interesting. This influencer, she actually she has her own podcast. She goes to other people's podcasts also, and she discusses family, gender roles, and relationships. And the stance is completely anti-women and completely looks into the completely aligned with the patriarchal thinking, the dominant setup, and she promotes docility, has a very anti-divorce stance, very traditional values, etc. This kind of content has a very high male engagement. Most of the comments were from males, even if some woman who was commenting on such kind of content and critiquing this kind of content, they were mercilessly trolled by the men in the comment section itself. Now, this also has very high views. And this woman also has visibility, sponsorships, brand collaboration due to the high views that this kind of video is garnering. So the crux of the matter is ideological labor has been equated to economic capital through digital controversies. Now, one thing that I was wondering was that whether this woman or these kind of women actually believe in what they are saying, or is it just a performance because it garners such high views and it translates into financial gains. Next is the beauty influencer, focuses on soft feminine aesthetic, short form videos, very visually appealing content. The content is largely, the audience is largely female and very high views, earns via brand deals, platform monetization, etc. But the gaze is very male. In terms of the kind of content that she's producing, nothing controversial, because even when it comes to beauty and styling, there's a history to it, and there are different kinds of beauty that we can perceive. But this influencer or these kinds of influencer cater to a very very narrow view of beauty, very thin, very promotes, light skin products. So a very narrow view of beauty is being promoted, and femininity itself becomes a consumable product. So these are the four influencers who are kind of reproducing the patriarchal norms. Now these four influencers I've taken are resisting the patriarchal norm. So this is a former family vlogger, extremely interesting because she used to do family vlogs back in 2013-14, and suddenly in 2019-20 she stopped, and now again she has started making videos, but now she's not making vlog content. She has shifted from vlogging to very reflective long form content, and earlier she was in a very joint family setup, married, has a kid. Recently she's gotten divorced, so she actually talks about the performance of it all, how this entire aspect of vlogging had taken an emotional toll on her, and she was performing domesticity because it was giving her a lot of views and she was making a lot of money out of it. Her views have definitely declined, but now she no longer depends on YouTube for her. This is not a primary source of income. She promotes herself as a life coach, so she has a lot of clients. and this no longer remains her primary source of income. She also earns via indirect means, brands, public speaking, etc. And this is the kind of content creator that reveals the trade-off between visibility, labor, and financial sustainability. Now, there is another kind of creator which is resisting the patriarchal norm, which is the patriarchy critiquing creator, but in a very humorous way. So these women, they make short skits and they question and critique gender roles and the domestic expectations. Videos are often viral, very high engagement from women. Labor blends entertainment, critique, entrepreneurship, etc. In fact, the comment section of these kind of videos were extremely interesting, where women were sharing their own experiences in the comment section, and it was kind of like a space of, it was very heartening to see. It was a space of solidarity where women were supporting each other. They were sharing their own experiences of how, with reference to the content that she is making. But this content also stops short of full systematic critique. Resistance is only monetized till the time it is consumable. But definitely very high views. This is the only, I think this is the only job that she's doing, and very, very monetizable content. Then there is the sharp commentary creator. This offers this direct feminist analysis touching on intersections like caste, class, gender, relatively smaller audience, very polarizing comment section. So women supporting these kind of creators. There are men definitely not supporting, abusers, trolls, very, very common. These kind of creators, sometimes their content is monetized, sometimes it's not. But from what I have seen, that most of them hold a separate job. This is not the only form of income that they are dependent upon, and relatively low visibility compared to the kind of creators that we were talking earlier, but definitely very, very impactful content. But what I'm seeing is that the visibility is gradually rising. And it definitely shows the inequities in digital attention economies, that some creators get very, very high views, and this kind of content, despite being very impactful content, not extreme, nowhere compared to the earlier views that I was talking about. So the last kind of creator is this particular creator that I focused on is a Dalit art creator. So Dalit is basically a social identity in India, which is a Dalit is considered a person of a lower caste. A caste is a social identity in India, which is assigned to a person by their birth. So she shares feminist and caste-based experiences through her art. She's an illustrator and a painter, and she uses this platform to kind of disseminate her art. Her videos combine artwork with personal storytelling. So her art will be on the page, and her caption will generally be about her own personal experiences or what she feels about a particular issue, which will be an intersection between her gender and her caste identity. She has gained professional visibility, although I've not seen direct monetization happening on her platform. Navigates intersectional hierarchies via cultural production. Now, what are the findings and discussions? So our analysis shows that performative domesticity is central to the Stradwife aesthetic, even in the South Asian context. Family vloggers, food creators, beauty influencers, package rituals, aesthetic labor as aspirational forms of womanhood. This labor is definitely monetized directly through views. In terms of YouTube pays them in terms of how many views you are getting, and also through brand deals, and definitely through visibility and social capital. Audience here are co-producers. Comments both celebrate and critique the performances, shaping norms and expectations. There is also resistance and contestation. Feminist and caste-conscious creators challenges these traditional scripts, but they do face visibility constraint. Tradwife aesthetic merges the global nostalgia within the very specific South Asian or Indian moral frameworks. What is very interesting in this is the paradox of this digital domesticity. So content creators performing domesticity or femininity often monetize their labor, teaching about these very specific ideals of self-sacrifice, docility, or very traditional ideals, but they are earning quite a substantial income from it. Now, that is a different debate if we go into this idea of that whether she's accessing that income, whether her husband is not accessing, and she's the one who has agency. That is a different debate, but we cannot deny that they are definitely earning very substantial income from this, and it is also gaining them a definite amount of social capital through the sheer visibility of the content. So it is actually extremely contradictory. They are preaching these ideals of, oh, be feminine, be docile, and be at home, perform this labor. They themselves are doing that, but it is giving them some sort of agency. So they are actually not following what they themselves are preaching. Audience engagement, of course, reinforces what is aspirational, but completely masking this contradiction. Resistance creators have gained visibility and influence, but monetary returns are definitely limited. Now, the theme of this conference, which is storytelling as a crucial tool for constructing, manipulating, and redefining reality. Social media has become a new mythological space where influencers act as the modern storytellers, selling us these myths. So the so-called tradwife aesthetic, with its imagery of purity, care, devotions, functions much like a contemporary fairy tale. So the vlogger, the earlier family vlogger that I was talking about, that is what she goes on to discuss, that it was a performance. My actual life was in shambles while I was kind of producing that content daily, but my actual life was in shambles, but I couldn't afford to show it because it was a fairy tale that I was showing to the people and people were enjoying it. At the same time, these narratives are not politically innocent. They serve to consolidate gendered hierarchies while appearing as personal choice or lifestyle expressions. From this lens, I turn into a South Asian archetype of Sita, Savitri, and Draupadi to understand how femininity is performed, imagined, and monetized in digital age. So Sita, Savitri, and Draupadi.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Miss Prerna. It's really interesting and engaging, but we've exceeded the time limit.
Okay. So I'll just conclude. If any
do you have a lot of things to say?
No, it's just 2 pictures and 1 slide.
Okay,
that's
if it's
all.
about for 1 or 2 slides, then okay, go on.
Okay, all right. I'll just conclude. Yeah. So Sita, Savitri, and Draupadi are basically mythological figures in India that are highly revered. Sita was the wife of King Ram. Savitri was the one who basically brought back the life of his husband from the god of death. And Savitri is another woman who is mentioned in one of the epics of Mahabharata. So Sita and Savitri are considered these very graceful, sacrificial, loyalty, perseverance kind of figures. Draupadi articulates more of anger and moral questioning. So it's kind of like this digital creators, although I need to explore this idea more, but sometimes they echo these archetypes, performing femininity along a spectrum of care and devotion to critique and resistance. So Sita and Savitri are definitely highlighted. Although with Sita, I would want to add a little bit of a nuance here, that Sita actually is not someone who was very meek and followed her husband's advice to the T. In the end, she actually leaves her husband because he asks him to go through a fire purification ritual to prove her character. But she denies that and she leaves her husband. So this is something that Indian society does not remember, and very conveniently remembers that how she was a very pious woman and all those things. So the conclusion, in conclusion, I would want to say that this kind of content, especially with reference to South Asia, it's both aspirational and performative, and it's embedded in gender norm. It is embedding gender norm in digital spaces. Digital labor turns domesticity and aesthetic work into monetizable, visible capital. Audiences are definitely co-creators, which reinforce and contest these gender narratives. Resistance creators face visibility challenges, and this has very important implications for feminist scholarship, media literacy, and policy in understanding digital gendered culture. Thank you.
Thank you to Vinny Prerna. It was really an enlightening presentation about the hashtag of the trad wife. I'm reading now what Miranda wrote on the chat, and it's really illustrating my point when I was asking about modern storytelling. If social media or influencers are the modern storytellers. Miranda, would you like to say something on it? Turn on your microphone.
Only that, sorry. Only that I think what Vinny's doing is incredibly interesting, and we're at a much earlier stage, but we're looking at something very similar, which is how do you work out the balance between the hidden labor of what women are doing online and the self-expression, and then also factoring in the degree to which they're influenced into other words, because there are within Vinny's examples and mine, I think there were examples of actually really strong, quite rebellious storytelling around identity for women. And at the same time, women absolutely negotiating kind of very patriarchal narratives. And I really apologize, this isn't a question, but I'm interested in anything Vinny has to say about it.
In terms of how women are negotiating these polarized opinions about them with reference to the work that they are doing. Okay, so different kind of creators, as I said, respond to it in different ways. But what is a common theme is that they are responding. So even the fangers, if they see that a certain comment or a certain abuse or certain trolling is happening too much, they will respond to it in a sense, although of course it will be a little like kind of in terms of it'll be a little polite to say the least, but they are responding. And of course these women who are resisting the patriarchal norms, they simply come on social media and they're like, if you are going to, if there's a space for critique, but there's not a space for trolling. If you troll me, I am just going to block you. There is no other go that I'm going to take about it. And but then there are also certain creators that I've seen who kind of choose not to engage with it, and in certain senses, especially these the podcast influencers that I was talking about, I feel like they sometimes rage bait the audience also. So say something so extremely controversial that women are going to comment. So they definitely get the male comment as it is, but women will comment, say something so controversial. So those are the only kind of influencers that I've not seen responding to comments. Otherwise, across all spectrums, I've seen women responding to comments in some way or the other.
I was just going to say this really briefly, but I think the idea of storytelling in real time is so interesting, because most of us who come out of language or literature, we're used to the text being fixed, and we think about the historical context of it and how are people, whereas when you're doing social media, you're watching stories being constructed in real time, sometimes over years and years, and you're watching the social influences pull and push on that, and it's really fascinating and quite new if you come from quite a traditional Lang and Lit background.
Completely.
Thank you, ladies, for your contribution. So we're moving with our seventh speaker, Phyllis Aidogan Bosele, University of Marmara. He or she is not here. Let me check the participants. Okay, then we can proceed with Maria Ruggiero.
Yes.
Right, you're here, Miss Ruggiero.
Yes, thank you.
You
Okay, now I'm trying to activate the video. Okay. Can you see me? Now I will share my PowerPoint.
Yes, of course. You can introduce yourself, share your screen, and the floor is yours.
Okay. Okay, are you able to see it?
No, not yet. We cannot see anything.
Can't you see my...
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay,
can everybody see it?
Can you see the slides or not?
Yes.
Yeah, now yes.
Okay, great, perfect. Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. My talk today explores the myth of Melusina as a symbolic narrative situated at the intersection of gender, power, and cultural legitimacy. I will examine, wait just a moment, okay, I have to do this way, okay. Okay, I will examine how this myth evolves from the medieval versions by Jean Darras and Turin for Ingolstingen to the romantic fairy tale rewriting by Ludwig Tieck, focusing on how the figure of Melusina moves from an object of regulation to a subject of resistance. By combining perspectives from myth criticism, gender studies, and eco-criticism, I aim to show that Melusina is not a stable figure, but a mutable cultural construct, an archetype whose meaning depends on its historical context. In this sense, this myth reveals how fairy tales can either reinforce or destabilize power structures, depending on how they are told and by whom. Let me begin by briefly considering the importance of Melusina in the European cultural humus. The figure of Melusina originates from a mythic pagan background connected to the archetype of the Great Mother, a primordial force of fertility, fecundity, and creation, and to the cyclical nature of life, exemplified by her recurrent metamorphoses from woman to serpent. The serpentine element in this archaic framework must be understood according to its original pagan meaning, not as a mark of sin or corruption, but as a symbol of creation, regeneration, and wisdom. In pre-Christian cosmologies, the serpent is indeed a mediator between the earthly and the divine, the lower and the higher, life and death, the continuous circulation of energy in nature. Melusina thus emerges as a personification of the eternal cosmic order, a liminal being that unites opposites, the human and the supernatural, the domestic and the elemental, the visible and the hidden. In the transition from the pagan to the Christian medieval dimension, this character is re-decoded and embedded within a new social-cultural framework. Her original cosmic and generative energy is subdued, is domesticated and moralized. This transformation lies at the heart of the narrative trajectory I wish to explore today. from mythic autonomy to medieval containment, and finally to romantic reawakening. Okay. In the late 14th century roman de Mélusine by Jean d'Arras, and later in Coudrette and Foringoltingen's German adaptation, Melusina appears as a supernatural woman who marries a mortal man, Raimondin, under one condition: he must never see her on Saturdays, the day of her metamorphosis. The tale immediately operates as a mechanism of social regulation. First of all, the woman's original generative power is oriented toward the dynastic power of the Lusinian house. Fertility is no longer cosmic and natural, but genealogical and noble, responding to the social and economic needs of the time. Her fecundity is transformed into the power to cultivate lands, build castles, create cities, thus becoming what the scholar Jacques Le Goff defines as the fairy of the medieval economic development, fulfilling the need for acquisition, expansion of power, and social ambition. Secondly, in the plot, Darra includes marriages, baptisms, and religious ceremonies. Melusina proclaims herself a vraie catholique, a real Catholic, a true Catholic, becoming a strong culture, affirming her dogmatic belief in all its precepts. The pagan component, the self and the metamorphosis, is attenuated and channeled, subsumed into the perspective of a divine design. Finally, Melusina is a donna, a wise counselor, but always inscribed within the logic of feudal order. From the pagan model to the medieval Christian one emerges a process of normalization of the character. The liminal figure is domesticated within patriarchal family models, and her otherness is functionalized for dynastic, religious, and moral continuity. The pagan goddess becomes a Christian wife and mother. In this context, Melusina is accepted only as long as she serves patriarchal and religious purposes. A central moment is precisely determined by the episode of her metamorphosis as a topical element of the legend, which encapsulates these new semantic values connected to the character. In the story, Raimond, the fairy's husband, and unaware of the woman's dual nature, woman and serpent, spies on her and discovers the transformation. Darra writes, I'm reading this part, he saw Melusina in a large marble basin with steps leading down into it. The basin had a perimeter of 15 feet, and all around it were walkways 5 feet wide. Melusina stood in the basin immersed up to her navel, with the appearance of a woman as she combed her hair, but from the navel downward she had the form of a serpent, and she struck the water with such force that she spray rose up to the ceiling. Raymond felt a pang in his heart that no other man could have endured. So first of all, the choice of the setting, the bath, responds to very specific cultural dynamics. The bath inside the castle is an architectural space, thus already inscribed within the masculine cultural domain. Melusina's otherness, diversity, is enclosed within the walls of the house, almost as if it was a hidden but controlled part of the conjugal life. The narrative function is clear. The bath delimits and contains the event, however disturbing, partly neutralizing its threatening power. Secondly, the attention is focused both on the woman's factual corporeality in metamorphosis, in silence, and above all on the man's emotional reaction before and after the discovery. Thus constructed, the medieval legend conceals and transforms the original female archetype. 4 centuries later, Ludwig Tieck's Melusina, written at the very beginning of the 19th century, radically subverts this framework. Tieck preserves the essential structure of the legend, but transforms its semantics. The author departs from a passive representation of the female subject, completely redesigning the previously described scene, which represents one of the most significant transformations of the Melusina myth. Tieck depicts the same moment by changing the place. This is not a mere simple scenic variation, but a radical shift in the semantics of space, one that reflects and accompanies a deeper redefinition of the feminine. In the romantic version, indeed, Raymond reaches an iron door as a conventional reference, which anyway reveals an environment markedly different from that found in traditional versions. Through the opening, the following scene unfolds, and I'm reading it. We saw Melusina in the bath, a woman of extraordinary beauty from head to navel, but below that she ended in the tail of a brightly colored serpent, blue and speckled with silver underneath, so that the colors shimmered marvelously together. With all kinds of strange shells, and at the center there was a fountain in which Melusina was situated. Not only does Tieck move away from a factual description of the woman's physicality, recovering instead the dimension of the marvelous, but he also situates the scene within the cave, a chthonic primordial space, producing a profound change that invites both eschatological and narrative reflection. Tieck's description departs from the mathematical and architectural precision of the Ra, replacing it with more evocative and symbolic details. The walls are adorned with strange shells, water flows from above and glitters like pearls. The setting is not mere background. It functions as a microcosm reflecting the dissonant harmony of natural forces. The lexical choice of adjectives such as strange, wonderful, and deep underscores the liminal nature of this space between naturality and symbolism. The cave thus becomes an emblematic site. Whereas the medieval bath evoked domestic order, the romantic cave evokes cosmic order, shifting from a logic of control to one of mystery. Melusina is no longer confined within the heart of the household, but immersed in an environment that reconnects her to her original elemental nature. The spatial reelaboration entails the remythologization of the female character. Melusina regains her significance as a cosmic personification that challenges male order, since Tieck, as a completely new element, introduces the perspective of her suffering subjectivity. Whereas in the medieval versions the scene was entirely focused on Raymond's reaction, Tieck here shifts the narrative focus entirely into the woman. Melusina is no longer silent, but she sings. You murmuring and weeping springs in quiet solitude, salvation is still far away. My tears multiply your waves. Oh, when will you end the pain? When will you reclaim my shame? Punishment is ever awake. No one can change the evil fate. So, as we have seen, Melusina, as a generative symbol of life, is placed within a place that conceals the cosmos, undergoes a profound process of individual and inner elaboration. Her song establishes a symbolic fusion between subject and environment. The female voice becomes inscribed in the cosmic rhythm of the waters, transforming natural space into a mirror and amplification of her interiority. Addressing the murmuring springs that weep in quiet solitude, Melusina expresses her own condition through a deeply dialogical relationship between herself and the water of the cave. This is soon confirmed when she sings, "My tears multiply your waves," and later recognizes that she sheds a river of tears, producing a meaningful thematic and semantic parallelism. So the reconfiguration of space corresponds to a reconfiguration of power. In the medieval tale, the domestic bath signifies order, privacy, control, a space of containment where female otherness is hidden yet governed. In Tika, the cave embodies chaos, origin, and creative energy. It is outside human architecture, outside law. Here, Melusina reclaims her mythic essence. She becomes once again a mediator between the visible and the invisible, human suffering and cosmic harmony. At this point, it becomes clear that what is at stake is not simply an aesthetic transformation, but a cultural and political one. The fairy tale, especially in its romantic form, operates as a space of symbolic negotiation where cultural paradigms are tasted, questioned, and reimagined. This lyrical dimension introduces a radical inversion compared to the medieval paradigm. Melusina is no longer seen, but heard. She is no longer the object of the male gaze, but the subject who speaks and represents herself. The subversion unfolds on three interconnected levels. Especially the shift from the domestic bath to the cosmic cave entails a revolutionary displacement of subjectivity, from a controlled interior space to one that opens towards the depths of the natural and the metaphysical. From a narrative point of view, the transformation moves from passive silence to active speech, from objectification to the revelation of interiority and emotion. From a symbolical perspective, Melusina transcends her genealogical and reproductive function, asserting an independent, autonomous identity, no longer bound to the patriarchal and cultural norms of medieval society. In conclusion, Melusina's myth shows that storytelling is never neutral. It can legitimize power, as in the medieval legend, or subvert it, as in the romantic rewriting. The tension between silence and voice, containment and expression remains central to the politics of representation. Thank you for your attention. Stella, sorry, probably at the very beginning you asked me to present myself, but I didn't.
Yes, you can do it now.
Okay, sorry, because I was focusing on sharing my PhD at the University of Bari, Aldo Moro, and I work on myth criticism and gender studies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you too. Ruggero. Maria Ruggero. Nice. So this was the closing of our session. It was closing in such an inspiring mode. Are there any questions, some topics for discussions? We have some minutes left if anyone wants to add something on this conversation.
I have a small question for Bini. I don't know if she wants to answer. It's I was really curious
Definitely.
when she was talking about the relationship between hyperfemininity and the market, and the idea that hyperfemininity became somehow a commodity that some people can profit out of it. I don't know if I got it right, yeah. And what I think it's what I want to ask you is there is also a political, let's say, idea beyond it, because I can see that, for example, and that's my perception, but of course, probably you can tell us more. At least in the European and the Western context, there is some political parties and political figures that are actually using, and that's also so interesting because they are using people that are using themselves to sell something. That's kind of interesting. So it's two level of exploitment. But yeah, so do you think that also in the Southeast Asian context, there is some political force that is shaping these narratives?
Oh, definitely. 100%. 100%. So it's the same case with India. If I'm talking about not just on the level of social media influencers, but even if I'm talking about celebrities who are now interacting with the audiences and influencing the audiences through their social media, there is definitely a political element which kind of wants to promote a certain kind of ideal, a certain kind of a certain way in which the society has to be conceptualized, which falls in line very conveniently with these ideals of femininity and very traditional division of role. Men should do this, women should do this. And we have seen this. There are like multiple examples that I can cite. India recently actually went India had a war with Pakistan, and in that context, we saw so many social media influencers. There is a thing about national security, so I wouldn't want to go ahead and comment on that. But war shouldn't be celebrated in any sense. There is such a humongous loss of life, but we saw that happening from social media influencers and also from celebrities. So definitely the rise of a certain kind of regime in India and also all over the world has very conveniently overlapped with this. And I think it is, you are actually quite right that is the larger umbrella under which this falls. So, and a lot of other things might also fall. So definitely the larger umbrella and the rise of a certain kind of regime has modified, and it is kind of shaping the kind of content that we are seeing. And it also makes me wonder, now that you've said it, it also makes me wonder about the kind of things that the algorithm promotes to us. So we can say all we want that we live in echo chambers and things like that, but we do see in our social media feeds that a certain kind of content is being promoted a lot more than other kind of content. And maybe someone can research on that as well.
Yeah,
So I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, no, but I totally agree with you with this topic of also the algorithmic rules that are behind the social media and the platforms that you use, because we usually have this tendency to think that the platform exists as and let's say not neutral tool, but as an instrument alone. But the reality is that someone possesses that instrument, the platform, the network, also the connectivity. Someone owns them, and since someone owns them, they conceive something for us. They are shaping a future for us that is not necessarily what we want, but that's then what they are trying to do. And I can think, and I think, as you said, that is a global phenomenon. That's once again, it's super interesting to see how it's going both west and east in the world. So.
Any other question?
I would want to ask a question to Maria. Sorry, Miranda. I'm so sorry. Miranda. That when you were observing boxers across different cultural identities, I saw actually a photo of Mary Kom. It kind of made me think that you have looked across cultural identities. Did you find any differences in terms of how they were perceived by these commentators? Were there layers? Or no?
Yeah, absolutely. So there were, you don't see it in the sort of quantitative stuff with the words, but I was looking at narratives. There are very strong racialized narratives. And I think I didn't, this is really difficult. I saw it very strongly with black female boxers in a way you don't have with black male boxers. So black male boxers are absolutely intrinsic to the sport. Muhammad Ali, probably the most famous boxer of all time. And I think because boxing's been built around the black male body and the black male personality and identity, they're not treated in as different a way, whereas the Black female boxer, yes, there was, but I am talking about Black rather than necessarily about Asian bodies, because I didn't see this in the same way. But with Black, I saw, so uncomfortable to talk about, there was a use of language which made the commentary on Black bodies when they were women very animalistic. There was a use of a lot of words like wild and sort of animalistic terms. And I did feel with Asian bodies, it was difficult. So it conforms to stereotypes. So for instance, with East Asian, there's a really extraordinary Japanese boxer, and I was looking at his matches. East Asian men are heavily denigrated by sports commentators in a way that's incredibly racist, and talked about as cold and robotic and unfeeling in a very blatant way. Are there other? Yes, I mean, I think Hispanic women boxers, I think Indian women boxers are sometimes treated a little bit differently, and it tends to fall around racial stereotyping. So Indian women boxers might be seen as slightly softer and a bit more girlish, and so, but those are like, they're undercurrents, but they're there. So yeah, it is, the commentary was also pretty racialized, and that does change, I think. Whereas I think the constructive work that women boxers are doing for themselves online is so diverse and so extraordinary, and they're not falling into the racial patterns necessarily. If anything, I think a lot of people are trying to, people who are aware of racism against their own identity are pushing back harder quite often, or, you know, sometimes that's happening in a subtle way. I hope that helps, or
Yeah. No, definitely it did. Yeah, that's also quite true what Sylvia has written, because she belongs to the northeastern state. She actually faces quite a bit of racism, very common in India as well.
That's really interesting, and that's something that I am not alive to, but I want to take that away and think about that as well in terms of how she's treated. So thank you so much for putting that down.
One more thing, even in the movie where there's a depiction of Mary Kom, they have not actually gone for a woman from Northeast
Yeah,
itself,
that's
and
actually true.
they have gone for Priyanka Chopra, who's like a North Indian, and that is
Yeah.
not an accurate representation.
True.
I just want to say thank you so much. It's really helpful.
Oh, that brings us to the end of our panel session. I would like to sincerely thank you personally for your contribution. It was amazing listening to so many speakers of different and of various academic fields and of various methods, pedagogical methods. On behalf of the European Fairy Tale Route, I would like to thank you once more for being such wonderful speakers, for your valuable contributions, and for being, of course, an attentive audience. So let us keep our enlightening and thoughtful look beyond the magic mirror. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Goodbye.